Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 201 The Eldest Grandson. This time can be regarded as a big dinner for the Yu family, and all the important people of the Yu family are present. Yu Fu is in the main seat, with Zheng Mei and Su Jian on the left, followed by Chu Qingkai, Huang Lingmeng, and Suandi, Yun Yi, Su Jianqian, Lu Qinjian, Bai Yuan, and Lian. On the right are Yu Ran, Cao Ran, Lu Zhongyang, Lu Zitong, Cao Bing, Su Huang, Wang Hu, and a cute little white tiger. Sui I once protested that she was a female and should sit on the other side, but her resistance was ineffective. There were two maids serving her below her. Lu Zhongyang was Lu Zitong's father and the housekeeper of the Yu family. He couldn't resist Yu Fu's request and sat down today. Yu Ran didn't know how to arrange the seats on the woman's side, and he didn't bother to think about it. It would be fine if there was no fight. Today is my Yu family's family banquet. I won't say too much. Everyone, eat well and drink well, and you're welcome. The standard of the Yu family's family banquet is indeed very high. Regardless of the food, the white wine and red wine are top-notch wines that have been over 40 years old. Even the 1982 law fight can only be ranked at the bottom of these wines. The meals on the table are all made with top-quality ingredients, such as A5 Weijia beef, king crab, bluefin tuna belly, etc. There are also a bunch of dishes that Yu Ran can't name. Just one word. Tranche. At the family dinner, Yu Fu didn't follow so many rules and just raised his glass. I'm very angry today because someone assassinated me and I almost died, but I'm also very happy that so many people came to save me, Yu Fu, and I'm so drunk. Yu Fu drank it all in one gulp, and most of the others did the same. Most of the engine warriors had improved their drinking power, but the woman except Zheng Mei drank drinks instead. After all, it was their first time meeting their parents and they didn't know if the Yu family had any grudge against girls drinking. Shui Yi was also curious about the bright red liquid in the cup, and the maid next to her also poured it into her mouth gently. Smash it with Sui I, it tastes good. Of course what makes me happy is that my son Yu Ran is now an upright man. Now it's a great harvest in career and love. I'll have another drink. Yu Fu ignored everyone and sighed again. The red color had quietly appeared on Yu Fu's face, and he didn't know whether it was from drunkenness or joy. When they heard about the double harvest of love, the women sitting on the left didn't know what to say, but many of them had a little joy in their eyes. This was approved by the parents. I thought that the 3 generations of the Yu family had a lot of rules, but I didn't expect that Yu Fu and Zheng Mei were very open-minded. They advocate that children and grandchildren will have their own blessings, and as long as they are willing, they don't care about the rest. Uncle Yu, let me toast you. They say that if you survive a catastrophe, you will be blessed later. Today's difficulties are caused by me, but you will surely enjoy the blessings from now on. Chu Qingkai stood up first, and Yu Fu also laughed. He liked this girl's nice words. As for saying that it happened because of Chu Qingkai, Yu Fu knew the whole story. It would be unwise for them to blame it all on this little girl. After another breath of boredom, Zheng Mei couldn't sit still. Okay, the old guy doesn't know how much he can drink. Let's eat some food first. Come and eat for everyone. The scene became lively and everyone started to enjoy dinner. Yu Ran, let me toast you. Xiao Lu is now in your hands, and this old man like me can rest in peace. Lu Zhongyang raised his glass and gestured to Yu Ran. Yu Ran was also startled and quickly stood up to respond. Whatever Uncle Lu said is all Lu Zitong's own creation. You will definitely live a long life. Yu Ran was raised by Uncle Lu when he was a child, and they had a very good relationship. Lu Zitong was an only son, so he inherited his father's business and became Yu Ran's housekeeper, so he was already a family. Lu Zhongyang winked at Lu Zitong. Lu Zitong understood instantly and also raised his glass. Young master, I also want to toast you. Without you, Lu Zitong, would not be here today. I don't want to say anything else. Let's do this first as a token of respect. Lu Zitong had nothing to say to Yu Ran. It would be meaningless to say too much. He would be the young master's butler all his life. Okay, this old man's body, you have to pay attention to it, don't study it there all day long, you know. Lu Zitong was a little embarrassed. Yu Ran had told him earlier that Lu Zhongyang should enter martial arts, but Lu Zitong never came back to do it. Seeing the young master's criticism, Lu Zitong quickly agreed. Now that the Yu family has a great business, they don't care about these medicinal baths anymore. The great family and business here are no longer ordinary money, including martial arts. Those top-quality Yuanshi Yuan has begun to purchase some martial arts knowledge, such as martial arts and spiritual weapons. Yun Yi and Lu Zitong are mainly responsible for this, and the Yun family's network of relationships naturally needs to be used. The wine has passed 3 rounds, and the food has passed the 5 flavors. Yu Ran and Cao Ran were chatting very speculatively. Cao Ran had been stuck at the 3rd level of energy transformation for a long time. After Yu Ran solved his doubts, it seemed like he had a sudden enlightenment and gained a lot. The girls were also chatting happily, with Chu Qingkai taking the lead. Chu Qingkai was eloquent and could take care of everyone's emotions. The relationship between everyone and her was improving day by day. Even Su Jianqian has great feelings for Chu Qingkai. Little did they know that she and Yu Ran were the only ones here who were not married. Oh, and there was Lian. Lian didn't like to talk at all, and only Chu Qingkai and Lu Qinjian could chat with her. Huang Lingmeng and Ansuandi started to quarrel again. Ansuandi showed her strength and her tone became much tougher. The two seemed to be planning to compete again. Oh, I'm so happy today. I'm so happy. I'll be happy today for the rest of my life. Now I just have one wish that I haven't fulfilled. Yu Ran, when will you give me a grandson? Yu Fu didn't know whether he was drunk or in high spirits, but his words made the banquet quiet for a while. Yes, Yu Ran has so many beauties, but none of them are making any moves at the moment. Seeing the sudden sad eyes of the women around him, Yu Ran suddenly felt some pain in his back. What was going on? Yes, son, your dad and I have been planning to take a back seat in the past few years. We want to have a grandson. I don't know when the Yu family will have a grandson. Zhang Mei actually agreed, which cheered up all the women. Although they are all sisters, regardless of their size, the first child is always very important. Who doesn't know that the eldest son in ancient times was the most important? Cough cough cough. Yu Ran couldn't stop coughing. Why did he get to the child while talking? Mom, I'm only 21 years old, and I haven't even reached the legal age for marriage. This made the whole audience suddenly quiet. Yu Ran seems to be a senior this year? Suddenly, the faces of Huang Lingmeng, Ansuandi, and others turned red. They seemed to be old cows eating young grass. Normally, with Yu Ran's strong strength and demeanor, no one had ever considered the issue of age, but now it seems that the only girls younger than Yu Ran are Su Jianqian and Lu Qinjian. Don't worry about those little things. I heard that the stronger your warriors are, the harder it is for your descendants to appear. You have to hurry up. You have already strengthened your strength. Can you still have one in the future? Zhang Mei's words made everyone on the field feel excited, and the beams of warm light made Yu Ran's body start to get goosebumps. Suddenly I felt like the days ahead were not going to be easy for me. Chapter 202 Chu Qingkai's Night Attack. After the banquet, a group of people looked at Yu Ran with glowing eyes, which made Yu Ran shudder with fear. It feels like the cow is going to die of exhaustion. Everyone had a very pleasant dinner, and they had decided on a common goal, to target Ye Chen. Ye Chen has become the common enemy of Jinling. Now, only the Han family and the Li family are left undecided. The Li family is an ally of the Yu family and probably won't get involved. The Han family. Well, if Ye Chen still wants to cause trouble in Jinling, the only place he can go is the Han family. Let's put Ye Chen's matter aside for now, Yu Ran has more urgent matters to deal with tonight. That is, Zhang Mei very warmly invited everyone to stay overnight tonight. Yes, everyone. Everyone's eyes were directed towards Yu Ran's room, and everyone had different thoughts. Yu Ran was also feeling a little nervous being stared at by a group of people, so he simply found an excuse to take a shower. It seemed that he would have to stay alone in the empty room tonight. He didn't dare to take the initiative to find any girl, otherwise this Shura field that didn't exist might explode. Drink, 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 all you do is drink. You don't care about your son's lifelong affairs at all. Zhang Mei rolled her eyes at the drunken Yu Fu, and Yu Fu looked bitter. His son had found so many daughters-in-law for him, so why should he care about the important things in life? Under normal circumstances, Yu Fu would not bother to pay attention to her. After all, it is useless to reason with a woman. But now he has drunk some wine and is a little tipsy, so he feels like arguing. Why are you worrying about it? Hasn't your son's lifelong event been settled long ago? Look at those 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, a total of 8. Do you still need to worry about them? Zhang Mei suddenly sneered. 8? I think there are more. Although Yu Fu was a little tipsy, his mind was not completely unclear as he continued to count. Chu Qingkai, Huang Ling Meng, and Suandi, Yun Yi, Su Jianqian, Lu Qingjian, Bai Yuan, and Lian, isn't that 8 at most? Do you still suspect that your son has other children outside? Not really. 8 is not a small number, and each one of them is very outstanding. Yu Fu didn't think there was anything wrong, there were just 8 of them. Where's Suzy? Aren't you stupid? Isn't that So Kyunkin's mother? What are you thinking about? Zhang Mei rolled her eyes at Yu Fu. They were all 1,000-year-old foxes, but they didn't have such keen eyesight. The way Susi looked at Yu Ran was no different from the way she looked at everyone else. Eyes don't lie, and when she was chatting with Suzy, she hinted at the situation with Yu Ran. She was basically certain that Yu Ran must have a relationship with Suzy. Your mother is your mother after all. Yu Ran did not expect Zhang Mei's foresight, but it didn't matter even if she knew, after all, his mother would definitely support him. Zhang Mei stopped talking to the drunkard next to her and murmured, I wonder what will happen tonight. There was indeed a lot of noise tonight. Yu Ran, who was bored in bed, was playing with his mobile phone and joking with the system when the door suddenly opened. Bai Yuan walked in quietly, and Yu Ran was a little surprised. He thought he would be attacked tonight, but he didn't expect that the first one to come would be Bai Yuan. Master, do you want me to serve you tonight? Bai Yuan's voice was very charming. Yu Ran drank a little wine in the evening. Although he was not drunk, he felt much more than usual. No need, go back to your room and rest first, I'll call you if I need anything. Yu Ran shook his head and let go of his lust a little bit. He didn't want to sleep with anyone else tonight. Bai Yuan was not disappointed, she just bowed and said goodbye obediently. It's okay to say what the master has ordered. Well, the obedient little maid is really great. As Bai Yuan closed the door, not long after, the door was quietly opened a crack. I said Qingjian, why are you here too? Before Lu Qingjian came in, Yu Ran knew it was her and was so frightened that Lu Qingjian was like a frightened kitten. She didn't even open the door and her voice trembled. Well, I'm a little scared and can't sleep. I want to sleep with my brother. This is Lu Qingjian's excuse all the time. This was indeed the case when she first returned to China, but she gradually returned to normal. Today's excuse is obviously a bit lame. Go back, Xiao Qingjian, my brother will help you practice tomorrow. If you're scared at night, you can go find Lian with you. Yu Ran added that the relationship between Lu Qingjian and Lian was the second best. It should be Li Xuet, but that little girl was not there. I really miss her after not seeing her for a while, and I don't know what's going on in southern Xinjiang. Oh, okay brother. Lu Qingjian was also very obedient and would not disobey Yu Ran. She also obediently closed the door and slipped away gently. For several hours, Yu Ran's door was not opened again, and that should be the end of the night. Yu Ran yawned and prepared to fall asleep. In other rooms, Ansuandi sat opposite Huang Lingmeng with a smile. It's so late and you're still not leaving. Huang Lingmeng had a headache, and Ansuandi stayed with her after dinner. The two of them were sworn enemies in the past, and they were both related to Yu Ran, but they still didn't resolve it. She knew in her heart that Ansuandi was not giving her a chance to go to Yu Ran's room. With Ansuandi's pride, she would never take the initiative to throw herself into her arms here. So she wanted to bring Huang Lingmeng together, not to let Huang Lingmeng take the lead and not care about the other woman Ansuandi, but Huang Lingmeng couldn't do it. The two of them had been rivals for life. Not even a man can let her get the upper hand. Lu Qingjian actually went to sleep with Lian. She was sleeping soundly at this time, and Lian had no intention of going. In fact, she and Yu Ran were the only ones here who were neither famous nor real, which was a very embarrassing status. Su Jianqian and Su Jian were in the same room, and the two seemed to be whispering in secret. Su Qunqian's blush and determination coexisted on her face. Yun Yi is practicing. Anjin herself does not have much need for sleep. Yun Yi's strength is considered very low compared to Yu Ran, so she will not waste any time on practicing. The door to Yu Ran's room creaked open. Yu Ran, who was about to go to sleep, sat up and saw the face 0.01 meters away. "Miss me?" When Chu Qingkai spoke, their lips even touched. Just as he was about to answer, Chu Qingkai kissed him directly. The distance was so close that no explanation was needed. Yu Ran's head was suddenly filled with blood, and his previous remarks about sleeping alone had long been forgotten. Regardless of what Chu Qingkai was thinking, he directly pulled her onto the bed. Chu Qingkai remained motionless, kissing Yu Ran so hard that he would make him breathless. Unfortunately, she was the first to be defeated in the end, but her smile did not disappear, and she smiled happily. "I thought I would be with the other sisters tonight." Chu Qingkai smiled happily. She deliberately chose a later time, even if there were other women, she would recognize them. She didn't know how long she would be busy with the Chu family's affairs next. If it dragged on any longer, she might even have Yu Ran's child before she even started. "Isn't this why I gave up on the Chu family today? But it seems pretty good now, no one wants to share their first time with someone else. Tonight, the spring scenery is lingering." Chapter 203 Cao Ran's Reward. When Yu Ran woke up early and saw Chu Qingkai's lazily sleeping posture, he suddenly got excited and quietly used his power to move Chu Qingkai to the bottom of the bed. Chu Qingkai's sense was not bad either. Suddenly, the warm and soft bed turned into a hard floor. When she opened her eyes and raised her head out of habit, she scolded and hit the bedboard directly. "Ouch! Little follower!" Chu Qingkai's tone immediately sounded angry. He dared to trick her during the wedding night last night, and this morning he dared to trick her. She was so angry that she chased Yu Ran and bit her into the room, planting strawberries all over Yu Ran's neck. "Give up." The two of them had been playing around for a while. The intensity last night was not very high. Chu Qingkai's movements now had no effect other than a slight deformation of his posture. Chu Qingkai didn't go too far. She asked Yu Ran to remove the strawberry mark when she left the room. Yu Fu and Zheng Mei were still there. She couldn't make it difficult for Yu Ran. Yu Ran smiled and hugged her slender waist, and walked out swaggeringly. Yu Ran and Chu Qingkai walked out like a couple of gods, and most of the people outside had a little envy in their eyes. Only Huang Lingmeng looked at Ansuandi with a little anger in her eyes, while Ansuandi didn't care. "How dare you say it when my engine blocks your energy?" Attention impact in the morning. When Yu Fu came up, he saw Yu Ran's proud look and pretended to be serious and accused Yu Ran. "Clear." Yu Ran let go of Chu Qingkai with a smile and went to enjoy breakfast. Zhang Mei, who came from behind, also saw this scene and said to herself, "Is it really King Kai? But this girl is really good. What are you talking about? My son was showing off his affection in front of me just now. I was so angry that I wanted to kiss my wife." Yu Fu came over and pretended to kiss Zhang Mei, but Zhang Mei looked at him with disgust. A kiss between a middle-aged couple can make them have nightmares for several nights. Go ahead. Despite saying this, he didn't push away, and the two of them had a long-awaited good morning kiss. "Ha ha ha, it's okay, I'll protect you, don't be afraid of any nightmares." Childish. Zhang Mei rolled her eyes, she was like a 5-year-old, and she was as silly as a child. After dinner in the morning, the lively Yu family became empty. The beauties in Yu Ran were not vases, they all had their own things to do. Huang Lingmeng and Yun Yi wanted to continue investigating and tracking yesterday's incident, and the recording provided by Yu Ran was of great help to them. Ansuandi's underground forces will naturally continue to operate, and she is eager to make a breakthrough. Su Jianqian still returned to Suzhou. She had to work harder to gain a foothold and then return to Jinling. Yesterday's dinner gave her a serious sense of crisis. She can't be separated from Yu Ran. Chu Qingkai also wanted to go back to rectify the Chu family, and Su Jian also said goodbye and went back to continue embroidery. The remaining Bai Yuan, Lian, and Lu Qinjian are all members of the Yu family, and this is their home. Mom and Dad, the training ground at our house is not good enough for training. Go to my newly built training ground. This incident just happened yesterday, so you should take some rest. Zhang Mei and Yu Fu didn't have any objections. Yesterday's incident was so big that they had no intention of going to the company for a while. Even if you don't come out for a while, you can find out some people with bad intentions. After all, yesterday's news was completely blocked. Who knows that he was not even injured in the future? Is this where the secret guards train? Yu Fu was still very curious. The secret guards grew extremely quickly in Yu Ran's hands, their strength increased by leaps and bounds, and powerful warriors were no longer rare. Even not counting Yu Ran and Lian, Lu Zitong is about to break through the energy transformation. I've met the head of the family. The Yu family's secret guards all shouted loudly, and Yu Fu suddenly felt like he had achieved success. Are the Yu family's secret guards already so powerful? Cao Ran felt like he was in a dream. Most of the Yu family's former secret guards were trained by him. Now looking at the momentum and strength, they are completely different from before. Captain Cao, follow me. Cao Ran is the captain of the Yu family and the strongest. Cao Ran followed Yu Ran to the Gongfa pavilion. Commander Cao, I won't say anything else. You can choose any of the exercises here. After you choose, I will give you a gift when you go out. How could Yu Ran be so wealthy now? He had dozens of Earth-level exercises alone, which dazzled Cao Ran. The peak Earth-level Kung Fu Ling Xi step. Cao Ran couldn't help but exclaimed, the peak of the Earth level? This can be regarded as the best treasure of most top forces. Heavenly level skills are basically a legend. Firstly, heavenly level skills are originally exclusive to Grandmasters, but Masters are rare. Secondly, even most Masters do not have heavenly level skills. The heaven level skills are groundbreaking and almost extinct, while the Earth level skills are already considered the strongest in the world. Now Yu Ran just let him take it so carelessly, which made him feel a little dazed. However, Cao Ran is a person with outstanding talents, and he will definitely want to challenge the peak of martial arts. His ability to become Huajin before is proof of this. So he did not hesitate to choose Lingzi Step and Kuang Long Monument Breaker. He understood the principle of biting off more than he could chew, and he had to practice the two top techniques for a long time. After rubbing the two skills, Cao Ran was immersed in martial arts for a while and couldn't extricate himself. Commander Cao, go out first and then talk. Yu Ran chuckled. Most of those who can cultivate their strength are obsessed with martial arts. Lu Zitong. As soon as he went out, Lu Zitong understood Yu Ran's thoughts instantly and walked over with a box. Yu Ran motioned to Cao Ran to open it, but Cao Ran didn't make any ink marks, but his hands were shaking after opening it. A box of top-quality yuan stones, with 2 bottles of elixirs next to it. Even Cao Ran, who felt that he had seen strong winds and waves, couldn't help but swallow his saliva. This is too embarrassing. However, he quickly came back to his senses and said seriously, Cao Ran understands the friendship of the young master, but these are too precious and Cao Ran cannot accept them. Just kidding, these top-quality yuan stones can buy his life. Captain Cao, you are so polite. These are for your cultivation. They are just top-grade yuan stones. The 2 bottles of elixirs next to them are called Earth Core Pills. They are low-grade elixirs that can assist in your cultivation. 3 pills in each bottle should help Cao the team's breakthrough, plus the top-grade Yuanshi Cao's team's breakthrough to the 6th level of transformation shouldn't be a big problem. Cao Ran was not willing to ask for it, so he quickly refused. At this time, Yu Ran's expression changed. Does Commander Cao look down on me, Yu Ran? Commander Cao has protected my parents since they became rich, and has never had any regrets over the years. My parents' lives alone are worth more than these things. Does Commander Cao think my parents' lives are not worth these things? Yu Ran had already mentioned this, and Cao Ran also smiled bitterly and finally accepted it. Yu Fu had not treated him badly over the years, but after all, it was difficult to improve his martial arts level with ordinary things. His 3rd level of energy transformation was indeed stuck for almost 10 years. The hurdles from the early stage to the middle stage of Huajin cannot be overcome no matter what. Of course, Team Cao's breakthrough must be accelerated. Don't let others catch up. It will be bad if we fall behind. Only when we are stronger can we do some things better. Yu Ran's eyes were blazing, his opponents were never easy. Chapter 204 Ye Chen enters the Han family. Ye Chen's matter is not over yet, and the next protagonist is not yet known, but according to the system, he will definitely not be weaker than Ye Chen. If according to Yu Ran's guess about the man behind Nanjiang, then this man is quite powerful. This is the so-called king versus general. Ye Chen disappeared in Jinling, but he did not disappear completely. He went to the Han family. This is the last information about Ye Chen's appearance left by Yu Ran's intelligence system, which makes sense. Yu Ran was actually a little surprised. Ye Chen's plan in Jinling was a failure no matter how he looked at it. Jinling should have no meaning to him, yet he was still staying in Jinling. The Han family was also very surprised. This time, Ye Chen was jointly targeted by the military, the government, and several big families. It was impossible for them not to know the news. Even so, they still took Ye Chen in. This is incredible. Are the Han family crazy? Yu Ran felt that he was not that stupid. Ye Chen must have given him some conditions that the Han family could not refuse. The Han family was willing to risk the world's disapproval to cooperate with him. What are the conditions? Yu Ran was puzzled. Considering the size of the Dragon King Palace, not even the Grand Master could bring much help to the Han family. Yu Ran originally planned to let Ye Chen go out and use military weapons to directly blast Ye Chen to death or directly set up a formation to stop him. Fighting with Ye Chen in the city would have too great an impact. Even Lin Fan and Yu Ran, who wanted to kill An Jin, chose to fight in the secret realm, let alone Ye Chen. So Yu Ran tried every means to make Ye Chen unable to stay in Jinling. The most convenient way for Jinling to go out was naturally at sea. There is only the sea. Ye Chen will definitely be caught before he leaves Daxia. As for flying out, leaving aside whether Ye Chen's vitality was sufficient, Yu Ran specifically told Huang Lingmeng to ask the military to activate the Sky Patrol system to specifically target the flights of Huajin warriors. He couldn't fly, so the sea was the most convenient but also the only way. Ye Chen could only go this way if he wanted to go. The vast sea is the final cemetery that Yu Ran has found for him. It would be best to attract everyone else in the Dragon King Palace and eradicate it. Yu Ran didn't want to be stared at by a force hidden in the shadows. Now that Ye Chen is not leaving, he is somewhat out of Yu Ran's control, but not completely. The predictions in the book have been completely confused, but Yu Ran can actually guess Ye Chen's next move. Ye Chen would definitely not be able to stay here any longer, but the branch of the Dragon King Palace would be fine. He should still have this idea, otherwise there would be no point in cooperating with the Han family. Relying on the Han family alone is not enough, so Ye Chen's next move is naturally easy to guess. The Han family still said that they did not take Ye Chen in. They just said that Ye Chen once asked them to cooperate but was rejected. Huang Lingmeng was sitting opposite Yu Ran, bringing the latest news. It stands to reason that it is impossible for these old foxes to take the odor to themselves. Yu Ran didn't care. The Han family had always been like this, even with Lin Fan before. Ye Chen was not in the Han family at all. As for the other strongholds of the Han family, why do you say they are the strongholds of my Han family? Even if it is proved, it is still the behavior of an individual within the Han family. As long as you don't directly capture Ye Chen in the Han family, there is nothing you can do against the Han family. Huang Lingmeng even asked the military to search the Han family's residence, but to no avail. The Han family was quite obedient in front of the military. After all, the military could really destroy them. But without substantial evidence, no one can destroy the Han family for no reason, and the Han family has nothing to fear. However, it is worth mentioning that Han Li is still responsible for the external affairs of the Han family. After being seriously injured by Lin Fan, Han Li was a blessing in disguise and avoided the wave of Han family's heir apparent, and ended up becoming the last dark horse and the true young master of this generation. Han Li's strength has also reached the late stage of Anjin, and he has made great progress. Han Li. Yu Ran smiled and thought of Lin Fan, an old friend. It was not easy for Han Li not to be beaten to death by Lin Fan before. But Ye Chen and Lin Fan are different. Ye Chen is a Huajin. Even the Han family only has 4 Huajin. Their attitude towards Ye Chen must be much better. It would be very difficult to expect them to have internal strife, but it is not impossible. Cooperation between the two parties is not reliable, but it is still a benefit. Yu Ran thought of a breakthrough, and then he could try to explore his voice. Yes, that Han Li looks like a smiling tiger with a smile on his face. He dares to harbor such a criminal. The Han family is really desperate for their lives. Huang Lingmeng was also very angry. He originally thought that everything would be fine so that he could vent his anger on Yu Ran, but something happened again. Why should Lingmeng be angry? Ye Chen's outcome has already been decided. What we are considering is how to minimize the impact. It should actually be you. For Yu Ran, if Ye Chen really wanted to leave, he would kill him even if the impact was greater. Huang Lingmeng also nodded. He wanted to think of some countermeasures with Yu Ran, but when he saw the battle between Cao Ran and Lian inside, Wu Kai's character couldn't hold it back and went in to fight together. Yu Ran looked at the melee inside. The 3 parties were fighting on their own. However, it can be seen that Cao Ran is the strongest. After getting the elixir, Cao Ran undoubtedly broke through to the 4th level of Huajin, while Huang Lingmeng and Lian were still at the 1st level of Huajin. Breaking through to Huajin was much more difficult than Anjin. The energy of the breakthrough alone is extremely huge, dozens of times that of Anjin's breakthrough. If Yu Ran hadn't given Cao Ran the best spiritual stones and elixirs, he wouldn't have been able to break through for another 10 years. Huang Lingmeng and Lian should be about to break through to the 2nd level, but their combat experience and Huajin's power control are much lower than Cao Ran's, and they are not at the same level at all. However, Cao Ran only has 5 spiritual veins, which is a flaw, and it is difficult to do 1-on-2, so it is just a melee. The three of them were still doing tricks most of the time. There was no shortcut in practicing martial arts, not even the system could do anything about it, let alone other people. Host, who says I can't help it? Don't underestimate the power of this system. As long as you are willing to spend 1,000 points, I will give you the full level in minutes. Roll. Yuran rolled his eyes at the system, thinking about his hard-earned points all day long. How easy is it for him? The last time Ye Chen used a scapegoat, the system didn't even give him any points. He was so angry that he cursed him for 3 days, but it was of no use. The system's judgment is the impact on Ye Chen's main mission. The scapegoat is the trump card. How come it has no impact? But the system determined that Ye Chen was not injured, so there was no impact. Yuran is really not in the mood to argue with a system with an IQ of 250, mainly because there is nothing to argue with. Yuran was watching the competition with great interest, but the movements in the secret room on the other side became more and more terrifying. Many people looked at the situation there expectantly. That's Huajin, a lifelong goal for many people. Yuran was about to check out Huajin's breakthrough when his cell phone rang suddenly. The contact made him smile with interest. Han Su. Chapter 205 Human Experiments. Han Su was one of his younger brothers before, but Han Li also purged many people after seizing the direct descendants. Han Su's original status was not high and it would not affect Han Li's status. He still stayed in the Han family. Of course, it is also possible that Han Su himself made some efforts to prevent him from being purged by Han Li. However, at this point in time, Han Su's proactive contact seemed a bit intriguing. There was a big change in the Han family some time ago, so there was no movement in the entire Han family, and no one even went to the military competition. Now that the Han family is stable, it seems natural for Han Su to contact him. But regardless of the voice, Yuran was still very interested in meeting Han Su. Brother Yu, sit down, sit down. Han Su arrived very early. This was what the waiter told Yuran. When he saw Yuran, Han Su was very polite and respectful in his words. Yuran was not polite and sat down on the chair. The place Han Su chose turned out to be the Yu family's venue, which made Yuran take a high look. Brother Yu, I was busy with my family affairs some time ago, and I never had the chance to contact Brother Yu. Today, Brother Yu is giving me a favor, and I will punish myself with 3 glasses of wine. Having said that, Han Su was unequivocal. He drank 3 glasses of white wine directly, and his face already had a hint of abnormal red color caused by alcohol. You're welcome, Han Jiji, you are doing well. I heard that Han Li was causing trouble, but you are still fine. Yuran's words were obviously asking for information. Han Su sighed and didn't hide it. Nowhere, Han Li is eager to get rid of everyone except his cronies. I have some trade lines in my hand, which are still useful, otherwise they would have been washed away long ago. Han Su is a smart man. He saw it at the banquet where Yuran first traveled through time. He knew how to take the initiative to get something to protect himself, and he took the initiative to explain it today. He didn't dare to play tricks with Yuran, otherwise he wouldn't know how he died, so it seemed that it wouldn't be particularly easy for him to come to Yuran today. Yes, the self-protection ability is good. Has the Han family become Han Li's sole authority now? More or less, Han Li has won over the 2 ancestors, and with his own power, he has unified the Han family. There was a hint of secret displeasure in Han Su's tone, but Yuran still heard it. The Han family is different from the Chu family, but there is no saying that they will not be involved in politics. They are an open platform, and of course they must have enough interests. One person is Han Li's grandfather, and the other person is probably his ally. In any case, Han Li has become powerful in the Han family. Isn't that good? It should be a good thing for you that there are no internal conflicts. Yuran pretended not to hear Han Su's displeasure, took a sip of red wine, and actually praised him. Originally, it was true, but some of Han Li's thugs suppressed me so hard that I couldn't survive. Han Su had a melancholy look on his face. Han Li didn't touch him because of the trade route before, but that didn't mean he couldn't touch it now. Naturally, it would be better to have such a good thing in his own hands. Of course, he couldn't take action himself, otherwise it would look cheap, but there would be no problem if his subordinates took action. Yu Ran felt like a mirror in his heart, and he couldn't help but lament the sadness of the big families. The Chu family, the Han family and the Lu family were all like this, and the Li family was probably the same. Or was he Yu Ran who was blessed with an only child like no other in the world? So you want Big Brother to help you? Yu Ran smiled half-heartedly. He couldn't pretend to be stupid when Han Su was asking for help so obviously. Yes, Brother Yu, I know that you are omnipotent in culture, Taoism and martial arts, and you are the best person of our generation, so after thinking about it, I can only think that you can help me. Don't say it, don't say it. This flattery is so comfortable. Of course, I can't ask Brother Yu to help me for no reason. I know that Brother Yu is looking for someone named Ye Chen. I can provide some information. It's top secret. The voice behind Han Su was much lowered. Even in this two-person box, his expression was a little scared. If this information is leaked, he may definitely die. But his current situation is worse than death, so he might as well give it a try. Yu Ran's eyes suddenly brightened a lot. It was easy to talk to smart people. He would first praise and then throw out his chips, which happened to be what Yu Ran needed. It's obviously a transaction, but it seems to be a superior-subordinate relationship, which shows that this is probably an investment certificate. Oh? You came out to see me today and said this, aren't you afraid of being skinned by Han Li when you go back? Han Su didn't hesitate and suddenly knelt down on one knee. If Brother Yu is willing, Han Su is willing to go to pieces. Yu Ran looked at Han Su's surrender as a matter of course, but he wasn't too excited, it was too sudden. Are you just treating yourself as a traitor? Or surrendering on your own initiative? Yu Ran even has to wonder if it is infernal affairs. His soul-enchanting jade can make Han Su tell the truth, and he is thinking about whether to take it out. Seeing that Yu Ran didn't respond, Han Su rushed to prove his worth. I made the call in a traceless state, so it won't be detected. I went out today as an excuse to do business and changed my clothes in the middle. There won't be any traces. It's an absolute secret. With just this sentence, Yu Ran understood Han Su's sincerity. These things could not be hidden from his eyes and ears. Once he checked, he could tell that they seemed to be very authentic. For the sake of the past, it doesn't matter if I give you a hand. Hearing Yu Ran's tone, Han Su breathed a sigh of relief. He was actually afraid that Yu Ran wouldn't trust him, but everything else was fine. Yu Ran may be the only one who dares to intervene in the Han family's affairs now. Others don't have the courage. So he could only hug this thick thigh tightly. Brother Yu, Ye Chen came to the Han family 2 weeks ago. At that time, Han Li received him. However, Han Li seemed unwilling at first. After the two people entered the secret room to talk in detail, Han Li changed his attitude. Han Li arranged Ye Chen in a seaside villa of the Han family. The address is. Han Su's investment certificate is very good. This villa belongs to the Han family, and the news is not circulated at all. The arrival of news about Ye Chen this time was considered a great success. Not only that, after Ye Chen arrived, Han Li selected many young and strong people from the Han family, but they were not his cronies. Some of them ranged from ordinary people to an jin. This news rarely made Yu Ran frown. He was young and strong, not a close confidant, and had all kinds of things. What do you want to do when these 3 words are combined together? The first word that popped into his mind was experiment. Want to do an experiment? What experiment? Han Su didn't notice Yu Ran's expression at this time, and just poured beans to prove his worth. Originally I didn't know what he was doing, but then I accidentally learned that Han Li wanted to use us for human experiments. And the probability of death is not small. Han Su's tone had become extremely annoyed at the end. Human experiments had a chance of death, and Han Su was included, which could explain why Han Su unexpectedly came to Yuran to pledge his allegiance at this time. Grandma is about to die, so what does the Han family care about? But at this time, a very key word appeared in Yuran's mind: human experiment. Chapter 206 Blocked Ye Chen. Both Han Su and Yuran were very satisfied with this conversation. Han Su successfully obtained a safe ticket, while Yuran learned about Ye Chen's latest moves. Although he is not sure yet, he can still make a rough guess. Being happy alone is not as good as being happy together, so Yuran immediately passed the news to Huang Lingmeng. With a specific target location, Ye Chen was unable to fly, but he still needed to confirm the authenticity of Han Su's words. So they didn't act rashly and wanted to kill him with one blow. If what Han Su said is true, then the Han family is actually in the most chaotic time now. Han Li is obsessed with establishing a dictatorship, and the backlash is definitely not small. If the Han family can also be captured, Jinling will be almost the same as the base camp for Yuran. After that, it is no exaggeration to say who comes and who dies. Master, I checked the place you mentioned and there are indeed signs that someone is staying. However, the protection inside is very tight. It is difficult to determine whether it is Ye Chen without alerting the snake. Liu Zitong's news can basically confirm one thing, that is Han Su's sincerity, which is closely related to Ye Chen even if it is not Ye Chen. Keep watching first, at least have a target before taking action to avoid missing the target. Liu Zitong nodded. Yuran didn't need to say anything about this kind of thing, they could do it very well. While Yuran and the military department were staring at the Han family, Ye Chen was also extremely angry at this time. You mean Jinling can't get out? In fact, Yuran's guess was correct. Ye Chen had given up staying in Jinling. Now Yuran and the military were watching him. He was meaningless and very dangerous in Jinling. He had long thought of leaving. Yes, not to mention airports and train stations, even the sea now has special whistles. Ma Xi was a little helpless. It didn't matter if he competed with Yuran. The trouble of offending the military was too great. Now they didn't dare to use ordinary means of transportation. Apart from the sea route, Jinling was too far away from Daxia. It was impossible for them to pass through the checkpoints along the road quietly. Daxia was not like those small foreign countries that could be used as their own living room. They had encountered the biggest problem they had encountered since entering the Dragon King's palace. Ye Chen also vaguely felt something unusual in the sky. He was afraid that it would be unrealistic to fly out, and his energy would not support him in flying out. What's more, there are two people, Marcy and James, who have not yet reached their full strength. Abandoning them will be troublesome. If the four kings of the Dragon King Palace are gone, it will be difficult for him as the master of the palace to sit firmly. Dragon King, what should we do? Marcy and James looked at each other. They felt that they had done nothing in Daxia this time, so why did they end up like this? The two of them were clearly planning to form a force without offending anyone, but now they have become unable to do so. It is impossible to say that there is no resentment against Ye Chen at all. They even knew that Lian had gained strength, but the situation was stronger than others, so they did not dare to complain. Ye Chen has a bad temper. If he abandons them, they will really be in trouble. To put it harshly, there are many people in the military department who have grudges against them. Are you still able to contact the main hall? Ye Chen no longer wanted to act like a hero at this time, so he left Daxia first. Although he had made no achievements in Daxia, his improvement in strength was a credit in itself. The master of Huajin should be stable in his position as Dragon King Palace. Presumably Dragon King Palace will not give up on a Huajin warrior. The phone rang and hung up, leaving only Ye Chen's embarrassed look. A hole, BD. Ye Chen angrily smashed the satellite phone into pieces. The son of ABCH said that the headquarters of Dragon King Palace must be guarded and should not be moved lightly. He was unwilling to respond to him. Marcy and James shivered as they watched Ye Chen's anger from behind, fearing that Ye Chen would suddenly express his anger at them. Ye Chen's mood gradually calmed down after being angry. He sat on the sofa and closed his eyes to think about some issues. The meaning of the Dragon King Palace is very clear. I will not accept it, but the resources of the Dragon King Palace can be mobilized by you. Ye Chen understood in his heart that these people really had a grudge against the Great Xia military headquarters. He now felt that the matter with Blood King Anthony was not as simple as it seemed. It was most likely done by the military. Anthony and the military had a bloody feud. If this is the case, it would be unreasonable and full of contradictions to invite him, Ye Chen, to participate in the secret realm selection later. Ye Chen couldn't completely figure it out. After all, he never imagined that it was Yu Ran who did it. Yu Ran didn't know him at all at that time. What motive did Yu Ran have to kill Anthony? Ye Chen pondered for a long time, and finally chose to make a call. If he wanted to leave Jinling now, he would need external help. The Dragon King Palace would not help, so he could only find someone else. Ha ha ha, yeah, why are you in the mood to call me? I need your help. Ye Chen pretended to be calm and said. What did you say? The omnipotent Ye actually needs my help, ha 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 ha, okay, no problem. Awkward Chinese came from the phone. Ye Chen clenched his fists. You forced me to do this. Ye Chen seemed to have thought of something after hanging up the phone and gave instructions to Marcy and James. I'm going out to do some business, so please pay more attention. Marcy and James quickly agreed, and Ye Chen quickly disappeared into the house, and the news was quickly passed on to Yu Ran. Master, the place where Ye Chen walked is deserted. Our eyesight really can't keep up, but we can confirm that Ye Chen does live in that house. Yu Ran didn't blame him. It was the territory of the Han family, and it was impossible to monitor everything. But he knew that Ye Chen could do many things in the house. Notice, prepare for action. Yes. I can't accompany you this time, you have to be careful. When Huang Lingmeng arrived, Yu Ran was preparing to leave. After learning the news, Huang Lingmeng felt a little ashamed. She couldn't help this time. Huang Lingmeng got the news about the signal being emitted from the house at the military headquarters and told Yu Ran. He happened to see Yu Ran preparing to take action. It's okay, your matters are also very important, just don't let Ye Chen run away. Well, how do you know Ye Chen won't come back? Huang Lingmeng stepped forward to straighten Yu Ran's collar, like a wife waiting for her husband to return in triumph. Ye Chen is not stupid. On the contrary, he is very smart. He can think of things like being caught, otherwise he would not go out. Huang Lingmeng nodded. This was also the reason why she couldn't act. Ye Chen was not here, and the military as an official force certainly couldn't break into private houses at will. What's more, Marcy and James didn't break the law in Daxia. If you catch them, it will be in vain. It will also be easy for the Han family to make excuses. But Yu Ran is different. This is his personal secret guard. Do you care if I take revenge? What did you say you reported to the government? Sorry, the officials are all our own. The military could not participate, so it naturally turned a blind eye to Yu Ran's actions, and the Han family was not stupid enough to sue Yu Ran. Marcy and James also had grudges against the military, and the military held the most grudges. If they couldn't kill Ye Chen, they would naturally want to destroy his remnants. Everything was ready, and when he saw the Yu family's secret guards with strong troops and horses, Yu Ran's pride instantly surged to the sky. Set off. Chapter 207 The war begins with Ye Chen. Brothers, follow me. Cao Bing, Su Huang, Wang Hu, and Lu Zitong each led 5 people and surrounded the mansion from all sides. Yu Ran and Lian were watching the battle from behind. Naturally, they were guarding against Ye Chen. Yu Ran even felt that Ye Chen was also watching the battle. Who are you? Ah! Enemy attack, enemy! Almost all sentry posts died in an instant. The Yu family's secret guards had a very high degree of tacit understanding, and the shadows also added a touch of mystery to their actions. If there weren't a few masters at the outpost who couldn't be killed in one blow, they wouldn't even know about Cao Bing's surprise attack. They are from the Dragon King Palace. Next to Yu Ran, Lian replied with certainty that these sentries were not sent by the Han family, but from the Dragon King Palace. She is very familiar with the Sentinel Division method of the Dragon King Palace. The Han family cannot achieve such an effect. These people are all from the Dragon King Palace. Yu Ran watched intently as he prepared to enter the house after the one-sided massacre. Hearing Lian's words, he knew in his heart that this was probably the last strength of the Dragon King Palace. He glanced at Lian's expression, which was very indifferent and showed no emotional ups and downs. Lian also had no feelings for these people. Lian seemed to have seen Yu Ran's gaze, and probably thought of Yu Ran's thoughts. I'm yours. There is no need for any long explanation or proof, these 5 words are enough to explain Lian's intention. She will not sympathize or pity the people of Dragon King Palace. Yu Ran hummed softly, and the two of them didn't speak anymore, but they both understood what the other meant. At this moment, Cao Bing was impatient and kicked open the door first. It was clear that the sentry post had shouted, but there was no movement inside. He couldn't help but kicked open the main door, and saw the overwhelming green gas pouring out of the main door. Cao Bing, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, understood immediately. Keep your breath, it's poisonous. Not only Cao Bing, but almost all 4 teams encountered such a situation. Poison King Anthony, this house is their base, how could they not make some arrangements? Da-da-da-da-da. The long-awaited gunfire rang out, the target was clear, and immediately a hidden guard was shot and fell to the ground. Careful! Concealed! Cao Bing pulled the people around him and hid them on both sides. Team leader! The person next to him roared. Cao Bing's left arm had been shot just now in order to save others, and he was going to have a bad start. Cao Bing had no intention of bandaging, and hurriedly stuffed a healing medicine into the mouth of the brother who had just been shot. The brothers from behind also came in a hurry and the two of them carried the wounded back for treatment. Cao Bing's team was just a microcosm. All 4 teams were injured, but fortunately no one died. Yu Ran looked at it with no intention of taking action. A warrior who has not experienced the baptism of blood and fire is not enough. The Dragon King Palace is not weak at all, and has rich combat experience. Most of those who can come to Daxia with Ye Chen are also good fighters. 5 more people, bring equipment. After receiving the order, another team of 5 people went to reinforce them, carrying a box. Cao Bing did a simple job of stopping the bleeding, but he was extremely annoyed. He was injured as soon as he came in. If he was the first captain to go down, he would probably be laughed to death by others. Captain Cao, the weapons have arrived. Cao Bing opened the box and found 10 enhanced grenades lying inside. They couldn't use guns, and it was difficult to destroy the things behind them. Guns are banned in Daxia, but the grenades are gone after throwing them away. It can also be explained that they were snatched from the opposite side, so as not to leave any excuse. Look it right for me, throw it away. Jin's arm strength is so amazing. Originally, the Dragon King Palace relied on a 100-meter-long empty corridor for defense. As long as Jin didn't use his strength, Jin would be a target when he came. However, under Cao Bing's command, the grenade was accurately thrown at their feet from a distance of only 100 meters. The explosion sounded. Even Yu Ran outside heard the loud bang, and the ground felt a little trembling. Grenades exploded from 4 directions, and the buildings outside turned into ruins in an instant. Cao's soldiers held broadswords and led the troops. Rush, Cao Bing led a group of soldiers to charge, and a few who were not killed tried to stop them, but Cao Bing slashed them with his sword and killed them instantly. The strength of the warrior was fully demonstrated at this moment. Previously, he was caught by surprise after being poisoned. In a real frontal battle, firearms did not play a big role in Jin's battle. Jin's 5 senses are too strong, and you won't die if you don't hit a key part, but if you stand still and get slashed by Jin, you will definitely die. Cao Bing took the lead and killed many people from the Dragon King Palace. The strength of the Dragon King Palace here was actually very average. There were only dozens of secret guards. Compared with the Yu family's secret guards, it was a world of difference. They were completely massacred one-sidedly. Cao Bing was not the fastest, but Su Huang was. He kicked open the last door. What greeted him was a huge iron fist. Su Huang hurriedly blocked it, but he was punched directly and flew out. King of Strength Maxi. To be one of the 4 kings of the Dragon King Palace is by no means an ordinary person. The other secret guards of the Yu family around Su Huang were not in a daze, and immediately launched a siege on Maxi. The fists are exhausted. Maxi's boxing style carries frightening attack and fighting spirit. The strength of the Yu family's secret guards is already weaker than his. Such fear of attack makes it more difficult for them to exert their full strength. 2 late-stage engine guards rushed out from behind Maxi and attacked the remaining Yu family guards. The secret guards of the Yu family who were fighting with Ma Xi were knocked away and vomited blood. They flew backwards. Su Huang looked angry and slashed directly at Ma Xi with the 9-yang sword. Ma Xi blocked with his hands without thinking. There was a bang, the sound of the sword striking the iron chain, and Maxi's weapon was like a glove wrapped with iron chains. Looking at the small gap in the glove, Maxi was shocked. What a broken weapon, it can actually cut a hole in my Xian-level high-level iron-locked glove. Although Su Wang's furious attack is very powerful, the sequelae after being blocked are not small. Maxi is known as the King of Strength, and he is obviously the best choice based on his strength. Maxi exerted great force and punched Su Huang in the face with his left hand. The punch made an unparalleled sonic boom. Su Huang's head would definitely be blown apart by this punch. Su Huang hit in a hurry, but Ma Xi found the right moment and kicked Su Huang in the stomach. Su Huang flew directly dozens of meters away. In Jin's eyes, this distance could be reached in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Maxi's iron fist was about to fall, Su Huang forced himself to roll several times on the ground. Maxi's fist hit the ground, instantly forming a fist pit. If you want to run, look at the punch. The earth-splitting divine fist. The fist in Maxi's hand was fierce, and a fist seal fell from the sky, attacking directly in Su Huang's direction. Su Huang wanted to dodge, but there were 2 injured Yujian within Maxi's attack range. If he avoids it, these 2 people will definitely die. Damn it, you really thought I was afraid of you? Rotor Slash. Xian level advanced martial arts, rotary wing slash. A blue whirlwind slowly rose with the sword energy and slashed in the direction of the fist seal. This is one of the Xian level martial arts skills that Su Huang has practiced hard. But after all, it was used forcefully, and its power was only unsatisfactory, unable to turn the tide of the battle. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Su Huang's breath became even more depressed. Maxi also took advantage of his illness to kill him, and struck straight at Su Huang with this punch, and no one from the surrounding secret guards could stop him. Chapter 208 Wang Hu, Su Huang, and Maxi. Old Su. A loud shout rang out in the air, and when he looked again, it was Wang Hu, another secret guard captain. Wang Hu held a spear and struck hard at the back of Maxi. If Maxi insisted on killing Su Huang, it was probably the result of exchanging one life for another. Naturally, Ma Xi didn't want to, so he twisted his body to dodge. Wang Hu missed his shot without pursuing him, and came directly to Su Wang's side. Go help other people. Wang Hu gave an order, and his men dispersed to attack Massey's personal guards and help other Yu family's secret guards. Su Huang was a little miserable at this time. His chest was dented by the punch marks, his body was stained with blood, and he even suffered a lot of internal injuries. If Wang Hu didn't come, he would probably die. Before Wang Hu could give Su Huang a healing pill, Maxie's attack came again. Naturally, Ma Xi would not let Su Huang recover properly, and the Iron Fist attacked with the intention of forcing the two to fight. Wang Hu roared loudly, and danced with the spear in his hand. The shadow of the spear danced, and his whole body looked like dancing pear blossoms. Massey's punch was extremely powerful, but Wang Hu's skills were so tricky that the gun went straight to his heart. Massey could only give up the attack. The gun and gloves collided fiercely, and the two men's close combat fell into a stalemate. It's not that Wang Hu is much stronger than Su Huang, but that Su Huang was attacked by a sneak attack when he scored before, and then Massey's attacks continued, and Su Huang suffered a loss of blood from the beginning. When the levels are about the same, a small injury or an opportunity is enough to win the battle. This is what is said about the whole body being affected by a single move. And Wang Hu uses a gun, an ancient cold weapon, commonly known as the King of 100 Weapons. It is full of skill and strength. He has a natural advantage against pure strength players like Massey. It can be said that every inch is longer and every inch stronger. Ma Xi was a little irritated by Wang Hu's beating. Wang Hu's spear intention was as endless as the sea, soft yet strong. His fist intention was more than strong, but the remaining power was insufficient, and it was extremely uncomfortable to be restrained. The most important thing is that the spear in Wang Hu's hand is obviously better than his gloves, and weapons are also an important aspect of fighting. Wang Hu and Su Huang are both weapons at the peak of the Xian level, while Maxi is only a high-level weapon at the Xian level, which is one level lower. Boxing gloves are rare, so Maxi has never found gloves at the top of the Xian level. But Yu Ran has a rich collection and a big family. Not to mention the peak Xian level, he also has many weapons from the low level of the earth level. But it does not mean that the higher the level, the easier it is to use. Previously, Lin Fan could only hit it hard with an earth-level weapon. Wang Hu and Su Huang were similar. They couldn't use it at all. They couldn't bring their vitality, or they would lose half their vitality after using it once, so they could use it as a trump card. Okay, normal fighting is meaningless. Not everyone is like Yu Ran, the energy cave is as endless as a black hole. Massey was cruel and punched Wang Hu's gun. The gun in Wang Hu's hand trembled. Massey was directly shocked by the gun and took dozens of steps back, and his energy and blood were also shaken. But this was also the result he wanted. To keep the distance, he suffered a loss in weapons and needed to make up for it with martial arts. Open the sky with one punch. Massey used one move, and a fist mark as tall as a person came towards Wang Hu at high speed. The fist mark was extremely fast and had a strong manic meaning. The marbles on the floor were broken one after another as the fist mark passed by. Carrying these fragments, he attacked Wang Hu. The speed of this move is somewhat similar to Yu Ran's Yang finger. The casting time is very short and the attack power is not weak. The strength of Xian level peak martial arts can be seen at a glance. Title Spear Intent. Wang Hu was not to be outdone. The spear in his hand soared 360 degrees in the air, and gun shadows appeared one after another, like a tidal wave. Continuous gun shadows faced Wang Hu's fist seal. Although the tide was continuous, the power was still less than half a point. Moreover, Wang Hu used martial arts as soon as he opened it, finally seizing the opportunity. Although the collision between the fist mark and the gun shadow was evenly matched, the location of the collision was closer to Wang Hu. The repulsive force of the collision was partially softened by the tide, but it did not mean that it was not at all. Wang Hu was still shaken and was knocked back dozens of steps, but Ma Xi ran at high speed with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. You'd better die. Punch your ears with both fists. Two sudden punches appeared from Wang Hu's left and right sides, hitting him fiercely, like a bolt of lightning, hitting his vitals. At this time, Wang Hu's body and mind, which had been knocked back by the previous collision, had not yet had time to recover. He had no time to dodge, and it was too late to even use his martial arts. All I could see was Massey's proud look, and the energy of boundless killing intent mixed with the punch coming at him. "Old Wang, right!" A loud shout rang in Wang Hu's ears, and Wang Hu immediately understood the intention. Absolute spear thrust. A spear with boundless wind and cloud stabbed hard towards the fist mark on the right, completely giving up the defense on the left. And another voice sounded from the other side. "Wind rock fierce sun slash." The power of the fist seal was very strong. At such a close distance, Wang Hu even felt a hint of death, but his spear skills were not a piece of cake. It was no problem to pierce the fist seal, but now the shock force from the distance made him take a few steps back again, and stood at attention back to back with another person. Su Huang was also knocked back by the backlash, and the two of them bumped into each other on the back. If they were in the mood, they would joke about how your back is like a stone. But now the two of them had no intention of playing around, and were both staring at Marcy. Massey's strength exceeded both of their expectations, and actually exceeded Yuran's expectations. Yuran thought that the four kings were not much stronger than Su Huang and the others, but in fact they were more than a little stronger. The first one is the issue of background. Su Huang and Wang Hu's dark power peaked in too short a time. Macy has been at this stage for almost 6 years and is not a foundation at all. The second is the issue of combat consciousness. Whether it is Su Huang or Wang Hu, the two of them actually fight a lot, but it is not as good as the mercenaries who lick blood every day. Both of them suffered a big loss in this. Su Huang and Wang Hu were naturally aware of this problem and looked serious. "Kill him first. We have to practice hard this time when we go back." Wang Hu also knew that this was not the time to conclude. His injury was much lighter than that of Su Huang. Even though Su Huang took the elixir, it did not take effect that quickly, so he was naturally the one to take the lead. Macy wasn't stupid either. A close fight with Wang Hu would be enough for him, so he immediately pulled away. Breaking fist. Macy opened his bow left and right, and attacked Wang Hu crazily with left and right fist seals. His fists were so fierce that the entire ground was dented by him. Wang Hu and the others felt their feet trembling while they were standing on the ground. The speed of pursuit was also a bit slower. This reflects Maxi's background. He has learned many martial arts skills that can be applied in different scenarios. There is no trickery in martial arts, so time is really important. Old Wang. If two people go out like this, not only will they not be able to catch up with Maxi, but they may also slip to death. Naturally, the speed of the two injured people cannot match Maxi, so they must force him into close combat. Su Huang shouted loudly, and Wang Hu also understood what he meant and cleared the fist marks in front of him. And the vitality in Su Wang's body began to gather crazily, and everyone knew that this was a situation where he would lose his ultimate move. Crazy Dragon Monument Smasher. Chapter 209 Liu Zitong comes to the rescue. A violent sound came, and even Cao Bing on the other side felt the vibration. Is Su Huang and the others getting angry? Hurry up! Cao Bing was a little anxious and didn't know much about the situation over there. When Yuran came, he made it very clear about the enemy's situation. There were 2 Njin at the peak, and the number of Njin in the later stage was unknown, but it would not be more than 10. The remaining Njin was there are probably a dozen or so scattered forms of Jin. Such a big movement must be the battle between Njin and his peak. He and Su Huang have a very good relationship. They are a little worried that Su Huang will be attacked by the two, and their speed is also increasing. When they turned around after passing through a corridor, something like a bomb suddenly appeared at their feet. Although Cao Bing was anxious, he did not lose his bearings. He would not do such stupid things on the battlefield, so he naturally discovered the situation immediately. Fall back and take cover. Cao Bing screamed at the top of his lungs and pulled the secret guard next to him to hide and lie down. The loud noise he imagined did not appear, but a layer of white mist appeared. Hold your breath and be careful of the poisonous gas. Cao Bing knew that he had fallen into the trap, so he lay down to play into his own hands, and the poisonous gas that appeared from below immediately invaded their bodies. Kill! Before Cao Bing could say the words to convince Dan, a group of dark troops appeared. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Poison King Anthony. Cao Bing stopped talking nonsense and slashed with his sword. However, Anthony did not accept the attack and flew back, his hands wrapped in poisonous gas. Burst! The white mist just now had enveloped many of the Yu family's secret guards. The explosion at this moment was caught off guard, and many of the secret guards were blown to pieces. Fortunately, this explosion is not as powerful as a bomb and is not fatal. However, the poisonous gas enters the body and the body is seriously injured. The Anthony guards next to you will not laugh with you. In just one encounter, a secret guard was killed on the spot, which made Cao Bing's eyes turn red. I'll FK you, uncle. Cao Bing slashed with his sword, but Anthony still refused to fight with him and threw a poison pill in his hand. Cao Bing was so angry that he had no time to distinguish. Spinning Sun Slash. The poisonous pill was smashed to pieces with one knife, and the poisonous gas from the poisonous pill hit his face. Cao Bing naturally held his breath and concentrated, and pointed the blade directly at Anthony. When Cao Bing slashed out with his sword, he only saw Anthony's weird smile. Sure enough, he slashed the air with his sword. Anthony's palm hit him solidly. Cao Bing retreated hundreds of steps and knocked out a huge hole in the wall. People's Seal. Cao Bing used his sword to lean on the ground to steady his body, only to see Anthony, as light as a swallow, continue to attack Cao Bing with lightning speed. But Cao Bing's current field of vision turned out to be 3 Anthonys. The 3 Anthonys in his eyes sometimes merged and sometimes dispersed, and the whole person was in a trance. He obviously saw Anthony's attack coming in front of him, but he couldn't dodge it. His reaction speed was weakened too much. This is the scary thing about Anthony. The 4 kings of the Dragon King Palace are by no means ordinary people. At that time, the Blood King was still killed by Su Huang with sneak attacks and sieges. It seemed easy, but he was no match for one-on-one. Anthony's poison was unpredictable. Cao Bing had actually been holding his breath to prevent the poisonous gas from entering his body, but what he didn't expect was that the poisonous gas could enter the body through the skin besides breathing. However, the effect of skin poisoning is very slow. The poison gas when Cao Bing first entered was made by him. Cao Bing and the others were poisoned without knowing it, and the toxins here were actually mixed to detonate the seeds in their bodies. Now Cao Bing is waiting for just slaughter the lamb. The name of Poison King is well deserved. Although he does not have the terrifying strength of King Li, he is more difficult to deal with than King Li. Just when Anthony was about to kill Cao Bing, an air shield suddenly appeared on Cao Bing's chest. Anthony's palm was blocked tightly. Holy Dr. Chi Shield, Holy Dr. Wave Hand. Liu Zitong arrived in time and rescued Cao Bing. At the same time, the Holy Doctor waved his hand and attacked Anthony directly. Anthony was forced to give up killing Cao Bing. In his eyes, Cao Bing was no different from death at this time. It's simply not worth replacing. Help! Liu Zitong's men were unequivocal and rushed into the battlefield to save people quickly. The combat effectiveness of Cao Bing's entire team was actually very low, and they suffered heavy casualties. After Liu Zitong's men took over, they helped them stop the enemy and gave them time to recover and detoxify. The Mahamudra of the Holy Doctor. Liu Zitong attacked without hesitation, and Anthony dodged, only to find that Liu Zitong's big handprint was not directed at him at all. The big hand seal was aimed at his deputy, who was also caught off guard. He didn't expect that the Poison King's battle would actually affect him. Someone accidentally got hit and was seriously injured in an instant. How could the Yu family's secret guard next to him fail to seize such a good opportunity and kill him with just one knife? Anthony did not expect that Liu Zitong would directly kill his deputy as soon as he arrived. His face instantly became extremely gloomy, and he began to gnash his teeth. "You're looking for death." The relationship between the deputy and the Poison King was much better than that of the other three kings, and he was considered an absolute confidant. At this time, his confidant was killed, and Anthony was extremely angry, but Liu Zitong sneered. "You are the one seeking death." The Yu family's secret guards suffered heavy casualties, and he felt extremely distressed when he saw them. These were brothers who usually drank and bragged together. If he couldn't find a way to kill his deputy, the battlefield over there might be unbalanced. Cao Bing's team has completely lost its combat effectiveness. The men in his hands have to fight and save people, so they are at a disadvantage. However, once the strongest deputy dies, he should be able to barely get even. Ah! There was a sharp scream, and Liu Zitong was slightly distracted. This was a sonic attack, somewhat similar to Yu Ran's Tiger Roar. It is one of Anthony's special skills, roaring with 10,000 poisons, but it can only target one person, and its power is much smaller than Tiger Roar, but the sound is filled with 10,000 poisons. People who are affected by the sound often lose their defenses, and all kinds of poison enter their bodies, and they are almost certain to die. He has killed countless powerful people with this technique. After all, how many people would be wary of other people's sonic soul attacks in battle? Liu Zitong lost consciousness for a moment and immediately realized that his body had been poisoned. Although this poison would not kill people on the spot, it would weaken the combat power by more than 9 levels and would continue to affect it. Being hit by this move during the battle would definitely be the same as death. No difference. If the other three were hit by this trick, they might really die, but Liu Zitong is different. He is now known as the Lin Fan. It's not for nothing that medicine and poison don't separate each other. 10,000 poisons gathering heart palm. Liu Zitong did not shy away and attacked Anthony's attack. Anthony was actually not good at frontal attacks. Liu Zitong was someone who could stand up to the original Liang Gang, so Anthony was naturally no match and was directly knocked away by Liu Zitong's palm. Anthony stood up and screamed. "How is this possible?" Chapter 210 Liu Zitong's highlight moment. Anthony couldn't accept it. It wasn't that he was defeated by Liu Zitong head-on, but that Liu Zitong was obviously poisoned but nothing happened. Not only is there nothing wrong with him, but he can also use his poison to attack him. Tianqi. Anthony was dumbfounded. His omnipotent poison was just a tonic in Liu Zitong's eyes. Yu Ran was laughing outside looking at it. This is the plus version of Lin Fan. Liu Zitong has inherited Lin Fan's ability. He can't even beat you at the same level and you are still playing snake. It's still a real attribute restraint. Holy Doctor wave hand. Liu Zitong took action decisively, sealing his big handprint in the direction of Anthony's escape. Poison King is not a top master in frontal combat, but his speed is one of the best in engine. The first thing you need to ensure when playing poison is your own safety. There are many toxins that take effect slowly, so he needs to have the ability to delay time. If it is to fight head-on, he may not be as good as Cao Bing. But in terms of speed, apart from losing to Ye Chen and Lian, he has never lost to a third person. The Poison King was extremely fast and wanted to leave the battlefield. He didn't think about the next step. Yu Ran's surprise attack was too fast, and they also rushed to fight. Even in a hasty battle, the Yu family's secret guards still suffered a lot, which shows the strong fighting qualities of the Dragon King Palace. His idea was to find Ye Chen, who was their backbone. As for the others, including Maxi, he just gave up. As a mercenary, survival is your primary goal. Want to run? Liu Zitong accelerated his pace slightly, and the Poison King discovered that his speed was even faster than his own. Not only that, he saw countless Lu Zitong chasing behind him, and he couldn't tell whether it was true or false for a while. Phantom Thousand Dreams, the most powerful physical technique that Lu Zitong obtained in the Sea and Sky Secret Realm, is showing its power at this moment. Not only that, the movement method in the Holy Medical Book is called Qi Linkage Footwork. The two can be combined together to reduce the intense consumption caused by Phantom Thousand Dreams. The Poison King actually has Earth-level body skills, but once he uses up his vitality and is completely exhausted, he is not the type to fight head-on. Therefore, the vitality storage is completely inferior to Marcy and the others, and they are in a dilemma at this time. Just when he was thinking about it, Lu Zitong had already caught up with him. Anthony had no idea that Lu Zitong would catch up with him so quickly. Phantom Qianmeng can create a bunch of phantoms, but who tells you that they must be real? Lu Zitong used phantom to confuse him, and used the shadow's concealment effect from the flanks. When he approached Anthony, Anthony didn't react at all. From Anthony's perspective, even if the nearest Lu Zitong was hundreds of meters away, this information gap would be fatal. The Mahamudra of the Holy Doctor. Lu Zitong pressed directly against Anthony's body face to face and released the Holy Medical Hand Seal. The Holy Medical Hand Seal, the peak of Anjan's martial arts, and the power of the low-level earth level, this is the power of the Holy Medical Book. How could the technique used by the protagonist be simple? The huge arm was compressed into the size of 5 fingers, and following Lu Zitong's attack, it was released directly on Anthony's body. Anthony received a solid blow from Lu Zitong. Lu Zitong hit him on the chest, and the big handprint directly penetrated his body. In an instant, blood spilled across the sky, and Anthony fell to the ground weakly. Lu Zitong's big handprint penetrated right at the heart. Without any accident, he died on the spot. Lu Zitong casually took away Anthony's storage ring. As soon as he opened it, a layer of poisonous mist spread out. This poisonous king would continue to be evil even after he died. It's a pity that he met his nemesis Lu Zitong, but it had no effect. The storage ring is pretty good and can add to the young master's background. He just glanced at it and stopped paying attention. Now his vision has improved countless times. Lu Zitong discovered that Anthony's body was still producing poisonous gas. This Poison King had really turned himself into poison. Lu Zitong threw a fire on Anthony's body to prevent the poisonous gas from spreading. Speaking of Anthony, he was really unlucky. He had a very high winning rate against anyone in the Yu family, but he was unlucky enough to meet Lu Zitong. In fact, it was not bad luck. Anthony had made a plan and wanted to defeat them one by one. Lu Zitong was notified by Yu Ran and came directly. Yu Ran had an overview of the whole situation from the air. These were all his own people, and he couldn't ignore them at all. The moment he saw Anthony, he notified Lu Zitong. Lu Zitong was also a medical poison, and it depended on whose poison was more powerful. Obviously, Lu Zitong is stronger. After all, he is the plus version of Lin Fan. Under the protagonist, all living beings are equal. Lu Zitong didn't say much and continued to join the battlefield. The Yu family's secret guards also struggled against Anthony's personal guards. Lu Zitong and Anthony fought for only 5 minutes. 5 of the Yu family's secret guards brought by Lu Zitong had been injured. It was really difficult for them to be distracted while fighting while protecting others. But they are retired soldiers, and they cannot abandon their comrades on the battlefield. Cao Bing's men yelled many times to leave them alone, but no one listened, and the entire army was almost annihilated. Fortunately, Lu Zitong came back in time, just like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. In less than 10 minutes, the last force of the Poison King was completely destroyed, and the second king of the Dragon King Palace was destroyed. "How are you, Lao Cao?" Lu Zitong saw that Cao Bing's face turned pale. He was too poisoned and was not on the same level as other secret guards. If it weren't for Lu Zitong's elixir, he would have died long ago. "It's nothing, I just hurt these brothers. Cao Bing, am sorry for you. Cao Bing has always been a tough guy, but at this moment he shed tears. 3 of the 10 people he brought with him died, 7 were poisoned, and all lost their combat effectiveness. Just because of his impatience and rashness, everyone was almost wiped out. Liu Zitong just took out the detoxification pill again and continued to help everyone detoxify, but now he has time to study the specific toxins and prescribe the right medicine, so that they can all be relieved soon. The situation could only be temporarily stabilized just now. The antidote pill given was universal, so it would be impossible to really detoxify Anthony. Otherwise, he, the Poison King, would be too rubbish, so the Yu family's secret guards are still unable to move. Liu Zitong also began to study the toxins in their bodies. The ordinary secret guards were fine, he could get rid of them in less than 10 minutes, but Cao Bing's toxins were directly exposed to Anthony. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. He studied it for a long time, and it would take some time to detoxify it all. Lejun Liu, go and help Su Huang and the others. I can't die. I'm a sinner this time and I can't keep you here. Cao Bing's voice was low, with a hint of pain, but he knew that the battle was not over yet, and they could all hear the aftermath of the battle on the other side. Liu Zitong hesitated for a moment and nodded. Cao Bing's poison would not be cured for a while, and he would not die for a while. He should really go to support others. You escort Captain Cao and the wounded back, I'll go and see them alone. Most of Liu Zitong's and Cao Bing's men were injured, and they needed people to protect them when they returned, so Liu Zitong planned to go alone to support them. But the closer they got, the more shocked they were by the horrific aftermath of the battle. They were fighting so fiercely. Chapter 211 The Decisive Battle with Marcy. Su Huang secretly charged up the strongest martial skill he had ever learned, the Earth-level intermediate martial skill Mad Dragon Slammer. This is also one of the great gains of the Hadean secret realm. Su Huang, as the hero who killed the Blood King before, naturally chose this extremely powerful martial skill. A stone tablet fell from the sky, with an endless meaning of desolation. There was a faint sound of dragon roar on the stone tablet, which coincided with the heaven and earth. The expression of Earth-level martial arts was completely different from that of Xian-level martial arts. However, Su Huang was only at the peak of his dark strength, and was not able to fully display the dragon's roar or the meaning of desolation. He could only simply use the preposition moves of the Mad Dragon Monument Slammer. Naturally, Marcy also felt the terrifying pressure that the stone tablet brought to him. Earth-level martial arts. Marcy gritted his teeth and said these 4 words, his grandma, these secret guards are really rich. It should be said that the Yu family's collection is really rich and their hearts are big enough. They actually teach the underground martial arts to dark strength warriors. Of course he knew that these were the secret guards of the Yu family. After all, Ye Chen and Yu Ran had a huge conflict. Ye Chen was investigating the situation of the Yu family, and they were also familiar with some of the secret guards who had appeared before. At this time, Wang Hu tightly entangled Ma Xi with a desperate attitude, preventing him from distancing himself from this move. Are you a lunatic when you step on a horse? I can't avoid it, but you can avoid it. Maxi was so angry that his head hurt. This Wang Hu was a pure mad dog, and he seemed to want to lose both sides with him. It's not like he doesn't have Earth-level martial arts, but Wang Hu is so tight, how can he use it? Su Huang also asked Wang Hu to entangle Ma Xi so that he could release the Mad Dragon Monument Slammer, otherwise Ma Xi would definitely not let him use martial arts so easily. Old Wang, get away! Su Huang shouted angrily, and the huge stone tablet slammed towards Macy with a meaning of desolation and suppression. The unrivaled power of heaven and earth made Macy's heart beat wildly. Wang Hu didn't really want to die with Ma Xi. When the Kuanglong smashed the monument, he also ran away frantically, but it was definitely too late to get out of the attack range. Marcy did not chase him, but stared at the fallen huge stone tablet with a serious expression. This was his first target. Boom! There was a huge sound, and the entire ground was shaken by the stone tablet. Lu Zitong, who came from a distance, was even more stunned by the sudden vibration. What the hell is going on? It's like an earthquake. The stone tablet shattered the entire ground, directly exposing the most primitive soil, and the ground attacked by the stone tablet was already 3/3 deep. Oh no, 3 points buried in the ground. Wang Hu spit out 2 mouthfuls of blood and smiled bitterly as he looked at the broken shield in his hand. Grandma's loss was huge. This was her own way of squeezing the bottom of the box. Unexpectedly, she was crushed to pieces with just one move. This martial art is so powerful that I will learn it even when I go back to make meritorious deeds. Wang Hu looked in the direction of Ma Xi, and Su Huang was also staring at Ma Xi's position. He didn't know if this move could kill him. The soil on top loosened slightly, and then a broad back was exposed. Maxi made 2 noises and spit out all the soil in his mouth. "UBCH, you want to kill me, but you're not even close." Su Huang and Wang Hu both showed disappointed expressions, but think about it, Wang Hu has the best defense methods, how can Marcy not have the same defense skills after so many years in the world? However, Maxi's injuries were not serious. The large scars on his back were still bleeding, his body was already in tatters, and the blood marks on his face were obvious, which was extremely miserable. However, compared to Wang Hu and Su Huang, the injuries were minor. The most important thing was that Su Wang's move almost drained his energy. He was already injured and struggled in close combat. If his vitality disappeared, he would be no different from an ordinary person. You can naturally see it in Marcy's eyes and grinned. "Is there any more tricks? If you do it again, I'll be dead." He had just used a broken earth-level spiritual weapon to block this move, and now he did not have a defensive spiritual weapon of this level. "Don't look at Yu Ran, Ye Chen and Lin Fan." When they were in Anjin, there were endless spiritual weapons and martial arts. But in fact, most Anjin do not have and cannot use earth-level spiritual weapons and martial arts. Is Su Wang's secret strength strong? The medicinal bath baptism and the expansion of the vitality cave almost drained him dry with one move. Others were even less capable, so Ye Chen's earth-level martial arts skills in competitions constantly shocked many people. "There's no other way, it's your turn to die." Macy felt that his body had recovered a little, and he punched Su Huang. The nonsense he just said just made his body slow down a little. At this moment, he was the first to recover, and he would naturally kill them. Su Wang's vitality was empty at this time, his body was still injured and he couldn't run away. He watched helplessly as the fist mark in his pupils got bigger and bigger. Bang! The sound of explosion sounded, but Su Huang did not feel that he was injured. When he looked again, Wang Hu had arrived in front of him without knowing when, with a ferocious look on his face. "Damn it, do you really think I am nothing? Kill my brother in front of me." Wang Hu was in better condition than Su Huang, but his injuries were much more severe than that of Ma Xi. In fact, the 2 Kuanglong Monument Slammers suffered similar injuries. However, in order to create opportunities for Su Huang, Wang Hu still suffered a loss when he exchanged injuries with Macy. His hard power was not as good as Macy's, so the injury was naturally more serious. "I want to see how many moves you can block." 10,000 Fists Mad Seal. Although he shouts very domineeringly, he is also fierce in appearance, and the attack of the Fist Seal is infinitely weaker than at the beginning. Wang Hu also knew that he was at the end of his game, but why weren't they? His own spear intention could only barely resist, and they all swallowed pills, but the effect was the same in a short period of time. If this continues, they may be tortured to death by Maxi. Being protected by Wang Hu all the time, Su Huang looked ugly, but said nothing and just frantically restored his vitality. He knew that this was the greatest help to Wang Hu. Puff! In the end, Wang Hu was the first to be unable to hold on. While a mouthful of blood spurted out, he was shaken back several steps by the aftershocks of the fist mark, but he gritted his teeth and held on to the gun. Otherwise, he and Su Huang would be beaten into pieces by Ma Xi in an instant. If you keep fighting, let's see how long you can hold on. Macy looked fierce, and the speed of the fist marks in his hands was also increasing. He was going to kill these two damn guys. When the three people were in a stalemate, a burst of sound pierced the air in their ears, and all three people had obvious reactions. When they were fighting just now, the others couldn't block the aftermath and ran away. No matter who comes at this time, they can definitely change the situation. The three of them all hoped that they were on their side. When the sound of breaking through the air got closer and closer, Wang Hu and Su Huang finally smiled. Liu Zitong is here. Damn it! Ma Xi secretly screamed, and immediately stopped working and prepared to run away. He would definitely die when Liu Zitong came. Where to run? Wang Hu also tried his best at this time, using all his last strength to keep Ma Xi. When Marcy saw that he couldn't escape, his expression became crazy. You won't let me go? Then I'll kill you first. Chapter 212 Han Family Support. Ma Xi was entangled by Wang Hu, and when he saw that he couldn't leave, he became fierce and wanted to die with Wang Hu and the others. With the vitality of the fist attached to his hand, the power of this punch is actually not that great, but it will definitely kill Wang Hu, who is at the end of his strength. Wang Hu stood in front of Su Huang. In his eyes, Su Huang and Cao Bing were both juniors. Although the three of them were captains, he had already reached the peak of Jin. In his eyes, these two are just kids. As seniors, there is no reason to let the juniors fight first. This is their soul, the military soul. Liu Zitong's speed had already reached the limit, but Wang Hu was too close to Macy. Even the distance between him and the holy Dr. Qi shield was not enough. It's over. Wang Hu looked at the galloping Ma Xi in front of him. He clenched the dark gun in his hand and prepared for a head-on confrontation. There was no soldier who could not resist. But what he didn't expect was that at this critical moment, he was suddenly pushed away forcefully from the side, and Su Huang stood directly in front of him and faced Marcy. Su Huang, UBD. Wang Hu cursed angrily, but Su Huang seemed not to hear it. The nine-yang sword in his hand had already accumulated strength. During this period of time, Wang Hu's resistance allowed him to accumulate a little bit of vitality. All he did was to fight out the last bit of vitality. Massey's fierce expression was so close that the feeling of death had rushed into his mind. Su Huang had even felt the trembling reaction of his body due to the wind of the fist. This is a natural phenomenon. Su Huang knew that he only had one move, which he had never used since he learned it. The pinnacle martial skill of the Xian level, life-destroying slash. One move can cut off one's life, not only distinguishing between superior and inferior, but also deciding between life and death. There are no gorgeous special effects, no rampage of flying sand and rocks, and there is not even the slightest change in the surrounding environment. To cut one's life, to use the power beyond one's own limit when one is at one's limit. All the strength and vitality are only in the sword. Su Huang is now squeezed to the limit physically and mentally, which is consistent with the secret of life cutting. Maxi didn't even have time to feel the danger. He only saw a flash of sword light in front of his eyes. He was cut in half from the middle, and his blood spilled into the sky. The fist in his dead hand was still clenched, maintaining the final state of the attack before death. The sword was so fast that he had no reaction at all. Su Huang turned into a bloody man in an instant, and all the blood from Massey's cut in half sprayed onto him at such a close range, like a ghost from hell. It's just this devil from hell, laughing. Bang! The bodies of Su Huang and Ma Xi fell to the ground at the same time, leaving only Liu Zitong who was coming and Wang Hu who was pushed away and still standing. Lao Su, Captain Liu, how about you come and see Lao Su? Wang Hu impulsively went over and thought of something, and he was anxiously circling next to Su Huang. He didn't know the extent of Su Wang's injury, but he knew that he couldn't touch Su Huang at will at this time, as it might shake his last breath. We could only wait for Liu Zitong to come over before making any plans. Liu Zitong was also very fast, and he was already in front of him in less than 10 seconds. He urgently took Liu Zitong's pulse, and then stuffed a pill into Liu Zitong's mouth. Wang Hu saw Liu Zitong breathed a sigh of relief, and the big stone that was weighing on his heart finally fell to the ground, and he fell straight to the ground and fainted. He had already reached his limit, and his body was completely overdrawn. After Liu Zitong came and the danger was relieved, he could no longer hold on and fainted. Liu Zitong smiled bitterly. You three team captains must have agreed upon this, so he carried Wang Hu in his left hand and Su Huang in his right hand, and walked outside quickly. At this time, the battle was coming to an end. Yu Ran had previously sent 20 more secret guards to support and clean up the battlefield. This place was quite wealthy. But at this time, Yu Ran looked at the mighty men and horses in the distance and narrowed his eyes slightly. The support of the Han family had arrived. Yu Ran, do your Yu family want to start a war? Han Li was at the top of the list and roared directly at Yu Ran. He was the one who won over Ye Chen. The Dragon King Palace was very powerful, but Yu Ran dared to attack directly without taking his Han family seriously. Starting a war? Are you sure you can represent the Han family? Yu Ran glanced at Han Li nonchalantly. Who are you, brother? Han Li was choked by Yu Ran's words. Han Li was a young master, but compared to Yu Ran's status as a young master, it was really a world of difference. When Yu Ran said to start a war, the Yu family could really start a war. When he said to start a war, the dogs ignored him. Han Li was choked and speechless for a moment. That's enough. They say that the boy from the Yu family is eloquent, and it turned out to be true today. I think I can still represent the Han family. An old man walked out from behind Han Li and stared at Yu Ran with burning eyes. Lotus. Yu Ran didn't bother to pay attention to him at all, but even if his parents or elders like Huang Yongsheng said so, who are you? Lian took a sudden step and headed directly towards the old man. If you were interested, you could find that her steps were very similar to Yu Ran's. The pinnacle technique of the earth level, Lingzi step. However, Lian's Lingzi step was obviously not as skilled as Yu Ran's Lingzi step, but the power that still exceeded the speed of sound came to the old man almost instantly. With a punch, the old man almost rushed to fight, but was knocked back hundreds of meters by Lian in an instant and fell into a disadvantage. But Lian's steps were light and she was in front of the old man in an instant. The old man passively fought and was extremely embarrassed. Dragon Lord! Han Li couldn't help but shout out. Han Long was exactly the name of this old man, Han Li's ancestor, one of the 4 major Huajin of the Han family, and the 3rd level of Huajin. Lian has just entered the 2nd level of Huajin at this time, but Lian has 7 spiritual veins, and the old man in front of him only has 4 spiritual veins. They are both in the early stage of Huajin, and their strength is completely different. Lian's vitality quality and attack were many times stronger than Han Long's. Coupled with the high-speed bonus of Lingzi Bulletin, Han Long could only parry, but he had no power to fight back. He was defeated by Lian, and Han Long even lost his temper. He was defeated by such a young girl in front of the family members. Enough! An attack like a meteor struck towards Lian, drawing an arc in the air. The meteor carried the sound of electricity, making everyone in the Han family watching the battle below feel numb. It was one of the signature skills of the Han family. Meteor Thunder Fist. The Han family finally couldn't hold back, and the 2nd Huajin warrior took action, Han Ji, who was in the middle stage of Huajin. Enough for your grandma. As soon as Yu Ran's Crazy Thunder Fist came out, the huge Crazy Thunder Fist seal aroused the intention of thunder, and even the sky appeared the color of dark clouds, and there was a faint flash of thunder in the sky. With unparalleled power, directly hitting the meteor. If the meteor just now made people frightened, then this thunder fist made people feel scalp numb. Even warriors who have not yet reached the stage of strength can feel that the power of the crazy thunder fist is greater than that of the meteor thunder fist. With the same boxing technique and the same thunder, the crazy thunder fist is obviously superior. A punch shattered the meteor, and the old man who made the move grunted, as if he was hurt. You ran, do you really want to start an all-out war? Chapter 213 Blackmail. Han Ji calmed down his injuries and roared angrily, but in Yu Ran's eyes, he seemed a bit arrogant. The crazy thunder fist itself was of a higher level than the meteor thunder fist, and Yu Ran was much stronger than him, so he was no match for it. Moreover, Yu Ran's crazy thunder fist is close to reaching perfection and can already trigger thunder from the sky, which is much more powerful than his earlier crazy thunder fist. Han Ji roared angrily, and the warriors from the Han family and the Yu family below nervously held their weapons and prepared for battle. It is no joke that warriors from two major families are going to war. Lian and Han Long each returned to their own camp because of the collision of martial arts between Yu Ran and Han Ji. On the surface, the two of them were calm and seemed to be a draw. However, some sharp-eyed people noticed that the back of Han Long's hand was still shaking behind his back, and there was faint blood dripping from it. Which one was stronger and which one was weaker could be seen at a glance. Start a war? If your Han family wants to start a war with my Yu family, will my Yu family be afraid of you? Yu Ran clasped his hands behind his back and didn't care, but Han Ji couldn't help but get angry when he said this. It's obvious that you invaded my Han family's territory, but you actually said that it was my Han family that started the war. The war between the two clans actually has to talk about a truth, which is actually the moral high ground. Whoever controls the commanding heights will be more advantageous by joining forces with other families. No one likes to form an alliance with a family that starts a war for nothing. The second reason is to give their subordinates a reason to fight. The morale of the invading and the invaded parties is completely different. Of course, this is all based on the situation that the strength is about the same. If the strength is much different, it will be crushed. Does Yu Ran want to start a war? In fact, he doesn't. 3 of the 4 captains in the Anjin battlefield are now useless and are not suitable for fighting. On the surface, Huajin has an absolute advantage, but secretly hiding Ye Chen, he suddenly has no choice. Feel good. After all, the Han family has 4 Huajin, and there is also a late-stage Huajin, which is not as easy to deal with as imagined. The most important thing is that there is no point in killing the Han family. He has no points at all. He is a poor guy and does not meet expectations. If Ye Chen is killed, a war will begin. The Han family has no reason to start a war. So he was actually stalling for time, giving the Yu family's secret guards inside time to clean up the battlefield. You mean this is your Han family's territory? Yu Ran raised his eyebrows disdainfully and asked, his attitude making Han Ji even more annoyed. Of course, everyone in Jinling knows that this place belongs to my Han family. It's not that simple for your Yu family to openly provoke you. Han Ji actually doesn't want to start a war. Is there any advantage in fighting the Yu family? The Yu family is now even stronger, many times stronger than before. Just Yu Ran and that Huajin girl can severely damage the Han family's vitality, so Han Ji's angry rebuke was mainly because he wanted some benefits. The people inside are all from the Dragon King Palace. If they die, they will die. It is true that the Han family makes more profits. When Yu Ran heard Han Ji's words, a strange smile appeared on his lips. Han Ji suddenly felt bad when he saw Yu Ran's smile. Oh, it turns out this is the territory of the Han family. Yu Ran winked at the back, and a team of Yu family's secret guards immediately came out of the house and reported loudly. Report to the young master, the people living in the house are people from the Dragon King Palace, they are outside mercenaries, and they are an organization listed on my Daxia wanted order. Han Ji's eyebrows jumped when he heard this. Damn, this guy is digging a hole for me. Ye Chen has been listed as wanted for causing the major case of the Chu family and the Yu family. Even if the Han family had 10,000 courage, they would not dare to openly go against the authorities. Oh? This is the territory of the Han family. It's strange that there are mercenaries with wanted orders. Yu Ran pretended to be surprised and smiled, but actually looked at Han Ji, which made Han Ji's heart skip a beat. I don't know what the Dragon King Palace is. This place is rented out. There has never been a law saying that a tenant breaks the law. Is the landlord still guilty? Han Ji's explanation was flawless. I rented it. Does he have anything to do with me as a wanted criminal? Report, dozens of guns and several bullets were found here. Yu Ran continued to look at Han Ji with a faint smile. Hiding a gun is a serious crime in Daxia. Isn't it your Han family who hid it? Han Ji was so angry that he looked like he wanted to swallow up the Yu family's secret guard who made the report. You say you don't know about it, but you don't know about dozens of guns and pills? This is a bit unreasonable. Although Han Ji knew this, he was still prepared to bite him to death, otherwise the Han family would be in a lot of trouble. Han Ji was about to speak when he heard Yu Ran continue talking leisurely. The Han family doesn't know about it, does it? I think about mercenaries and guns. This is a terrorist organization. The terrorist attacks some time ago were related to them, and the Han family didn't know about it. You said I handed this thing to the official, believe it or not, you don't know. Han Ji understood now that Yu Ran was here to extort money. His grandmother had destroyed the Han family's allies, looted them and then extorted them. It is unbearable. Yu Ran, don't go too far. Do you really want to start a war? Hey, you are threatening me, right? I understand the destruction of evidence. I will contact the military department immediately. The Han family colluded with terrorist organizations to destroy evidence and attacked the Yu family, a good family. The Yu family was forced to defend themselves. Yu Ran gave Han Ji this meal and completely f'd Hong Wen. You little brat, you are so shameless. Han Ji was completely furious. He didn't want to fight now, or if he didn't fight. When the military comes, hey, this is blatant rebellion. When the Han family is wiped out, you won't have anywhere to cry. As for whether the military department believes Yu Ran's story, Han Ji has no doubts at all. Who doesn't know that the military department and the Yu family wear the same pants? The military department is inherently biased and has done a lot of crooked refereeing, not to mention the Han family itself is unreasonable. This is the biggest problem. No matter how sophistical your Han family is, how can you argue that your family has no knowledge of a terrorist organization? Dogs don't believe it. Yu Ran didn't care about Han Ji's hysteria and just looked at the seized guns casually. This thing is of good quality. If we hand it over voluntarily, the military department should give us a lot of money. Definitely, the military has always been honest in doing business. Listening to Yu Ran and Liu Zitong singing, Han Ji was almost furious. How could he not hear such an obvious blackmail? Either you buy it, or we sell it to the military. Yu Ran's intentions are clearly revealed, and he is blackmailing me in front of you. Will you give it or not? 10 million, just pretend this never happened. At this time, Han Ji had to give in. If the military department was invited, they would not be very reasonable. 10 million, you're sending a beggar away, a local level of martial arts. Go away, if you want to start a fight, I will accompany you. Han Ji felt that he was already unfazed by the humiliation. Today, he was so angry that Yu Ran broke his defense countless times, and even used earth-level martial arts to rob him. Finally, through friendly negotiation, the Han family compensated for a low-level spiritual weapon, a boxing glove. Yu Ran took the boxing gloves and threw them to Liu Zitong, looking very satisfied. Retreat. The Yu family's army disappeared from Han Ji's sight. Gritting his teeth, Han Ji shattered all the guns with one punch. You family, you can't be arrogant for a few more days. Chapter 214 Rewards and Punishments After the War. Yu Ran not only directly caused trouble in the Han family's territory, the Dragon King Palace, but also carried out a wave of blackmail. However, what was unexpected was that the Han family, which was bound to retaliate, became surprisingly calm. It seemed as if nothing had happened, and it had entered a relatively inexplicable period of peace. 7 days after the first battle with the Han family, the Yu family secret guard training ground. Most of the injured Yu family secret guards have fully healed, and a few of the seriously injured ones are out of danger and are basically fine. Yu Ran stood above and looked at the Yu family's secret guards below, suddenly feeling like he had grown up. Warriors who have been baptized with blood are the real warriors. Although many of them are retired soldiers, there are not many who have actually seen blood. After all, Daxia is so strong, how many foreign enemies can invade? I was very satisfied with the battle a week ago, but also very dissatisfied. Yu Ran's voice was very serious, not as cheerful and approachable as usual, and showed the demeanor of a superior. Many secret guards were quietly waiting for instructions below. I am satisfied that most of them performed very well and killed a total of 58 enemies, including the 2 kings of the Dragon King Palace. This is a very big achievement. It deserves a reward. Yu Ran's words made many of the soldiers below smile. The Yu family invested about 100 people one after another, and basically all in Jin joined the battle. Yu Ran is unambiguous in terms of rewards for meritorious deeds. Among them, Liu Zitong's team performed best, so the previous boxing gloves were given to the captain as a reward. In addition to combat merit, the participating team members were also awarded an additional 5 million yuan. Many people below showed excitement. There were about 20 people in Liu Zitong's team, and each person could get at least 250,000 yuan, which was a lot of money for most of the secret guards. This is just an additional reward, coupled with his own military exploits, the benefits can be said to be quite high. Of course, Su Huang and Wang Hu's team teamed up to kill 7 personal guards including Macy, and they will also be rewarded with an additional 2 million yuan as an incentive. At this time, most people showed happy expressions. Although they did not have much need for money, they could send it to their families as subsidies. They deserve the bloody battles on the tip of the knife. But in this battle, 12 of our brothers died and 5 were seriously injured. One of them lost his arm. This loss is not small. You must know that we attacked by surprise and the number of people was crushed. Among them, Cao Bing the team suffered the biggest loss. Yu Ran's style suddenly changed, and his serious voice made the originally joyful atmosphere suddenly become solemn. I will compensate each family of the dead brothers 5 million yuan, and promise that their children can join the Yu family's company in the future. But no matter how much compensation is given, they will never come back. Of course, there is nothing to say about Yu Ran's aftermath work. In the past 7 days, he personally visited the families of the 12 dead guards, sent their bodies back, and compensated them on the pretext of work injuries. Most of the family members cried so hard that Yu Ran was a little moved, but no one made trouble with Yu Ran. They just said that he was a good boss and that this was fate. The secret guards of the Yu family below also feel the same. The Yu family really has nothing to say to them, but death is death, and no amount of compensation is meaningful. Cao Bing made a reckless advance this time and underestimated the enemy. He did not choose to communicate with other teams when encountering poisonous gas for the first time. In the end, 8 secret guards were killed. The position of captain was cancelled, and 1 year of performance was deducted. I hope the lives of my brothers will not be used in exchange for your growth. Cao Bing lowered his head and said nothing. This time it was indeed his problem. He had nothing to say. Yu Ran had already told the enemy inside about the situation. But he was greedy for credit and rushed forward. He knew that the poisonous king was there and did not think of contacting Liu Zitong after encountering the poisonous gas. In the end, the entire army was almost wiped out. He must bear this responsibility. Yu Ran was right, he couldn't use his brother's life to grow himself every time. There is also Su Huang, who is also greedy for credit. He clearly contacted Wang Hu, why didn't he wait for him to come with him? The group was almost wiped out by Ma Xi. It's fair to be fair, and wrong is wrong. All bonuses this time will be deducted. Su Huang lowered his head and said nothing. What Yu Ran said was correct. The final fatal blow was an opportunity that Wang Hu worked hard to help him win. If they had met earlier, they would not have underestimated the enemy so much. Yu Ran also discovered that Su Huang and Cao Bing were the first batch of secret guards who followed him. After experiencing the secret realm of the sea and sky and various experiences, their strength improved rapidly, but their hearts were also a little swollen. On the contrary, Wang Hu played steadily, had a deeper understanding of the peak stage of Jin, and was excellent in all aspects. Okay, in addition, Bai Yuan will exchange the merit points this time based on the merit statistics. The Dragon King Palace and us are already mortal enemies, and we may have to fight them in the future to digest the gains this time. I hope that next time once all of us can come back. Yes. Yu Ran's voice suddenly became louder, and the secret guard below even blushed in agreement. Yu Ran left the matter of merit and reward to the maid Bai Yuan. He couldn't do everything by himself. After the meeting, Cao Bing walked to the training ground with his head lowered and without saying a word, with a fierceness in his bones. Su Huang was about to step forward when he was pulled back by Wang Hu. Okay, let him calm down. He is not a decadent person. Besides, there will be a next time. What Cao Bing needs now is suppression and release. This dismissal may not be a bad thing for him. Yes, I think he is not the kind of person who can't get out. I'm going to train too, Lao Wang, too. Let's go, ha ha ha. After the battle with the Dragon King Palace, the secret guards all exchanged new martial arts skills and started a new round of training and fighting, waiting for the next battle. Have you felt the threshold of strength? Yu Ran looked at Liu Zitong, this guy is really good, he felt the threshold of strength so quickly. He should be the second Huajin martial artist in the Yu family, coming from behind. Well, master, should I break through now? Or should I wait until I have enough energy to break through the secret realm? Liu Zitong also put a lot of effort into transforming energy. His goal was to have at least 6 spiritual veins. He is Lin Fan's template, so having 6 spiritual veins shouldn't be a big problem. Yu Ran closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Although he now has a lot of top-grade spiritual stones, Liu Zitong will not be enough even if he needs more vitality to break through. But it's all money, and it's better to save as much as possible. The last time I made a breakthrough, I spent thousands of top-grade spiritual stones. It would be a lie to say that I don't feel distressed. And the environment is indeed very important. Breakthroughs in a good environment will get twice the result with half the effort. In this way, I will contact Ling Meng and the others. The military headquarters should have a secret realm with sufficient energy. It will cost a little money. Liu Zitong didn't have any objections. He completely obeyed the young master's words. Master, there is new information. Bai Yuan twisted her waist and ran over in a hurry. The enchanting look made Yu Ran feel hot. This was one of the most important pieces of information Yu Ran ordered. Information about Han Su. Chapter 215 Lian's Explosion. Yu Ran opened Han Su's information and after browsing it, he realized that Han Su was really a wonderful person and not the idiot he seemed at all. Due to the previous butterfly effect, Yu Ran said that Han Li could not represent the Han family and directly gave Han Li Ganhongguan. Han Li tightened his control over the power of the Han family, and the Han family launched a thrilling campaign to eliminate dissidents in the past 7 days. The children of the Han family were trembling, fearing that they would be purged by Han Li. Han Li tried his best to create a situation where he could speak for himself. But what our ancestors said is right, wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. Following Yu Ran's previous suggestion, Han Su moved directly out of the Han family, took control of some of the Han family's subsidiaries, and secretly cooperated with the Yu family. There is danger within and safety outside. This was the strategy Zhuge taught Lu Qi, and Yu Ran also taught it to Han Su by imitating a cat and a tiger. Han Su already had his own trade routes, and with Yu Ran's help, he had stabilized his position outside and was deeply rooted in the outside world, so Han Li couldn't do anything to him. If you dare to take action in the city, do you really think the officials are dead? Not only that, due to Han Li's crazy purges, more and more Han family descendants began to move closer to Han Su, including some direct descendants. Han Su listened to Yu Ran's words and firmly grasped the economic power in his hands. The so-called direct line and concubine are also relative. It is useless if you rely on the direct line. Han Su's power was as stable as Mount Tai, and he formed a dual confrontation with Han Li outside. Of course, his power was very small. However, Han Su and the people who fled the Han family later controlled 30% of the Han family's economic lifeline, and Han Li did not dare to do anything at will. He had the ability to protect himself. Han Li actually knew that Han Su was doing these little tricks outside at first, but he didn't care at first. After all, in his heart, warriors were the most important. You, Han Su, are useless as an ordinary person. I can arrest you with just one guard at home, but what he didn't expect was that Han Su would not return to the Han family at all. How dare you, a warrior, cause trouble in public? Even Yu Ran couldn't kill Ye Chen in public before. That would be a provocation to the official. Don't say you turned your strength secretly, and you, the Grand Master, will die. Therefore, Han Su formed a small-scale reporting group due to the economic situation outside, and more Han family children joined it. Warriors are indeed very important, but it does not mean that the economy is useless. To give the simplest example, Yu Ran has never worried about money, but if Yu Ran really has no money, can the secret guards be organized? Do people who don't have money really listen to you about the maintenance, wages, and benefits of secret guards? It's impossible. You can't transcend it until you have the strength to do it. Most people still attach great importance to money. Mercenary organizations like Dragon King Palace fight back and forth just for money. Therefore, Han Su had the economic power, and Han Li did not dare to take action against Han Su, and even tried to win him over with good words. Han Su, on the other hand, ignored him. They all knew who Han Li was, and what Han Li did made everyone in the Han family feel in danger. Han Su gained a lot of help from Han Li with almost no effort. He was afraid of death even if he couldn't help it. If he offended Han Li, there was a second way. Han Su's information was the top secret information sent by Xiao Nei, and Han Su also emphasized that he had verified it and it was 80% true. In fact, it was basically 80% certain. How could Han Su really be sure? What if everything Han Li knew was false? Human Transformation Plan. Yu Ran looked at the plan in the letter and fell into deep thought for a moment. The original book didn't say that Ye Chen still had this thing? Is this a butterfly effect or a buff given to Ye Chen by heaven? Does he still know how to do this? The letter also included Ye Chen's temporary residence, and Ye Chen had the idea of borrowing a boat from the Han family. Yu Ran grinned. Ye Chen couldn't help but want to run away. Unfortunately, the military made Jinling like an iron barrel, so he couldn't even fly out for a while. Call Lian over here. Yu Ran patted Bai Yuan's butt. Bai Yuan nodded, with a charming look in his eyes, and slowly stepped back. He understood what Yu Ran meant. Come help her practice tonight. After reading the letter, Lian's face was filled with anger, which was rare. The biggest vulnerability in her heart was revealed, and her emotions became extremely unstable. The floor I was standing on broke into pieces without me noticing, and some objects around me were instantly shattered. I felt as if the house had been blown up. Be still. Yuran patted Lian on the shoulder, which helped her breathe more steadily. A tear fell on her delicate face. I'm sorry, I can't control myself. Lian has always been an image of a cold and domineering lady, but today when the softest part of her heart was touched, she couldn't help but burst into tears. In contrast to her usual coldness, she seemed so touching that Yuran actually felt pity for her. Yuran stood up and held Lian in his arms, patting her back gently to comfort her. Lian sobbed for about 10 minutes. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe that the Dragon King Palace where she was before was actually related to human body modification. She couldn't believe that Ye Chen was actually related to human body modification. She was extremely disappointed with Ye Chen, and now they had no relationship, but when she thought about how she was under Ye Chen's command before, she even felt nauseous. Thinking back to when Ye Chen met me before, did he already know about my situation? Did he approach her intentionally to make her work for him? In an instant, the anger overwhelmed the sadness in his heart, and the breath erupted again. Yuran groaned. At such a close distance, he didn't expect Lian to explode again. He didn't take any protective measures and was directly injured by the aura emitted by Lian. Lian also came back to her senses and quickly restrained her breath. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I don't blame you. You've been through a lot. Just cry if you want to. Yuran remained calm and comforted Lian, but Lian's emotions got completely out of control and she burst into tears. Yuran, I want to be the vanguard this time. Lian didn't have any thoughts in her mind, but anyone involved in this matter must die. Yeah, I'll help you. Lian met Yuran's gaze. The trust in his eyes made her feel a little lost. Then she looked at the wet spot on Yuran's shoulder. It turned out to be her tears. She actually cried? Could she cry too? Could she even cry in front of this man? It seemed like she was becoming emotional. Just as she was thinking, Lian met Yuran's deep gaze. The more she looked, the more she fell in love with him. The distance between the two of them was less than 10 centimeters to begin with. Under such affectionate gaze, many things seemed to become a natural result. Love is sealed at the first kiss. There is a bitter feeling, like tears, but there is also a sweet feeling, which is the joy in the heart. After the kiss, Lian, who had already reached the state of strength, actually felt a tingling sensation in her body. Her body felt as if it was about to soften, as if something was about to come out from her heart. She didn't even feel Yuran's improper hands, she only felt the sinking feeling in her heart. The two kissed from the hall to the bedroom, and everything went smoothly again. Bai Yuan left somewhat helplessly, as she was not the main character in the practice tonight. Chapter 216 Visiting the Military Headquarters again. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 2000 points. Congratulations to the host for completing the plot mission and earning 1000 points. The first one is the points for killing the Poison King and the Power King, and the second one is the points for Lian. Yuran opened the system panel after a long absence, and the points had reached 8,900. Yuran. Martial Arts Level, 6th Level of Transformation Strength. Physique, Great Sun Yang Body. Skills Mastered, Iron Mountain Reliance, Tiger Roar, Yi Yang Finger, Green Lotus Sword Technique, Lingzi Step, Shadow, Yuan Gathering Technique, Crazy Thunder Fist, Spirit Cutting. Currently receiving information, the Miracle Doctor comes down the mountain and Urban Crazy Soldiers. System Points, 8,900. Mall, click to open. Lottery Pool, expand. Yuran thought for a while and prepared to start improving. After such a long time, it should be reasonable to upgrade to the late stage of Huajin. If other cultivators were to know about Yuran, they would probably be so angry that they would be fuming. The improvement of one level of energy is calculated based on years. Yuran counts the days. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the 7th level of energy transformation, with 5900 remaining points. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the 8th level of Huajin, with 2900 remaining points. The long-awaited improvement in strength made Yuran feel refreshed and at the end of his strength. You've become stronger again. Lian, who came out from behind, looked at Yuran as if she had seen a ghost. It was so easy to become stronger. He slept with her yesterday and broke through today? Ahem, cough, cough, water drops penetrate stone. Lian, don't you feel that your strength is also improving? Lian nodded silently. In fact, the effect of Yuran and Lian's dual cultivation was indeed very good. The two top-notch dual cultivations made Yuran's strength indeed grow. But it's not that fast. It's not a supplement, it's just a simple improvement in strength. It's not that fast. So Yuran means that a little adds up to a big thing, so it's not too abrupt. However, Lian had her first experience yesterday and had grown a lot. She was a little shy after understanding Yuran's words instantly. I'm going to train. Lian went to train without looking back. Seeing the way he was running away, Yuran couldn't help but laugh out loud. It turned out that the cold Lian actually had such a feminine side. From the early days when she was cold and emotionless, Lian is now more and more emotional. Yuran planned to go to the military headquarters today, but did not touch Ye Chen for the time being. Ye Chen was too mobile now, and the Han family's territory would be invaded again and again. Even a fool knows that there is a traitor. Han Su's line cannot be broken for the time being. He went to the military headquarters mainly because of Liu Zitong's affairs. After Yuran passed the access control, he walked straight to the military training ground. As soon as the door opened, a strong wind hit him. Yuran subconsciously blocked it and grabbed a jade hand. Huang Lingmeng was a little surprised. Although he didn't use all his strength, Yuran reacted instantly to such a quick sneak attack. So strong. Yuran, who possesses master-level combat consciousness, can't defeat him with a sneak attack of this level. Huang Lingmen's slender thighs went straight to the door, but Yuran caught him. With a little force, Huang Lingmeng rotated 180 degrees in the air, and then landed on the ground after releasing the force. However, he was caught by Yuran as soon as he landed. Yuran grabbed Huang Lingmen's jade hand and smiled, avoiding Huang Lingmen's remaining straight right fist and directly attacking Huang Lingmen's lips. Huang Lingmeng, who was suddenly kissed by Yuran, felt as if the strength in her body had been drained away, gradually softening in Yuran's chest. Ahem, brother-in-law, there's someone here. It's immoral to torture a dog in public. Huang Tian curled his lips. Everyone in Huang Lingmen's team around him looked like they were eating dog food. Only Qing Yi blinked and stared intently. Huang Lingmeng also suddenly realized this, and Yuran's sudden attack made her forget that this was still a training ground. He hurriedly broke away from Yuran's arms, the blush on his face still lingering, and he looked at Huang Tian and the others with some embarrassment. Look, what are you looking at? Are you all trained? Huang Tian and others laughed and trained separately, giving Yuran a thumbs up at the same time. Yuran accompanied Huang Lingmeng to spar until lunchtime, and Huang Lingmeng couldn't stop Huang Lingmen's fighting spirit. But Huang Lingmeng is really strong. Although Huang Lingmeng is also at the second level of transformation, Yuran thinks that she may be a little stronger than Lian, who is not in the beast state. Although Lian has one more Yuanmei than Huang Lingmeng, her skills are much less than Huang Lingmen's. The martial arts inheritance that Huang Lingmeng received in the Haitian secret realm is indeed very strong. During lunchtime, a group of people gathered around Yuran and chatted about all kinds of interesting things from all over the world, as well as their opinions on martial arts. Yuran was also very interested in these things. He could understand the entire Daxia martial arts system, and he would also shed light on martial arts doubts from time to time, which greatly benefited Huang Tian and others who had not yet developed their strength. What brings you to the military headquarters this time? Does it count to come here specifically to see you? Huang Lingmeng wanted to ask about business matters, but in the end, he was not able to do it properly, and instead attracted a lot of boos, which made Huang Lingmeng a little unable to bear it. He glared at Huang Tian and the others in anger, and then calmed down. It must be said that Huang Lingmeng was very good. Leadership qualities. Stop talking so much. If you don't tell me, I'll leave. Hey, no, I really came to see you. I can even say these things on the phone. I really just miss you. Huang Lingmeng looked slightly happy, although she knew in her heart that Yu Ran must have come because of something, but who doesn't like to hear good words? Yu Ran told the story about Liu Zitong. He originally wanted An Suandi to come with him, but Queen An was so arrogant that she directly rejected Yu Ran's invitation, so only Liu Zitong entered. This shouldn't be a big problem. Let's talk to General Huang this afternoon. In the army, Huang Lingmeng did not call Huang Yongsheng his father, but instead called him by his military rank. Yu Ran nodded, having no objection. Huang Yongsheng and Yu Ran met in a quiet room in the afternoon. I agreed to Liu Zitong's matter, and you don't have to pay anything. In fact, our military department owes you a lot. Just like what Huang Lingmeng said, Yu Ran just wanted a secret realm to break through and transform his energy, so it wouldn't be a big problem to say so. Did you blame our military for not doing enough in the previous battle? Huang Yongshen's tone could be heard to be very serious, referring to the battle between the Yu family and the Dragon King Palace. Yu Ran also put away his smile and answered seriously. No wonder, I still understand these rules. It's just a little sad to have 12 brothers die. Huang Yongsheng also sighed. 12 Anjin warriors died. Even if it is placed in the military department, the loss is not small, let alone a family like the Yu family. It is inevitable that the military department cannot contribute, otherwise the impact will be too bad. If you add a little fuel and jealousy, the military department's intrusion into other families and killing people will be infinitely magnified. This was also the reason why Yu Ran didn't bring the weapons back. Bringing the weapons back would only bring some trouble to the Han family. If they couldn't fight, it would be better to use something practical. However, the superiors are very angry about the matter of Dragon King Palace and agreed to the plan to eradicate the problem. All 4 kings died and the master of Dragon King Palace was trapped. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity only lacks the location of Dragon King Palace. When Lian became Yu Ran, she turned a blind eye. Lian originally had no conflict with Daxia, so she naturally gave Yu Ran some face. Cutting out the roots. This is something Yu Ran has been thinking about. Chapter 217 My father-in-law's request. Ye Chen is different from Lin Fan. Ye Chen is powerful. If you want to kill Ye Chen, you'd better kill everyone behind Ye Chen. Otherwise, it would feel bad that someone was always watching in the dark, so Yu Ran naturally wanted to root out the problem. Daxia also wanted to eradicate this notorious organization, but unfortunately it could not find the location of the Dragon King Palace. But Yu Ran knows where it is. Although it is just a rough sea area, it can definitely be found through search. I know your news. I will have someone check it out. You are such a freak. You know all kinds of news. Huang Yongsheng had no doubts and thought that Yu Ran had pried it out from the members of the Dragon King Hall. Well, there's no rush for the other things. Ye Chen must not let him get away, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Huang Yongsheng stood up and patted Yu Ran on the shoulder. Don't worry, you boy. This is what our military can guarantee you. If Ye Chenfei doesn't leave Jinling, he has been locked up by us. If he dares to sneak across the border, he will die. Although Huang Yongshen's strength was average, his voice was as loud as a bell, his eyes were bright and sharp, and he gave off a strong sense of oppression. Since they have decided to destroy the Dragon King Palace, Ye Chen naturally cannot escape. Jinling is the headquarters of the southern military region. The previous Yu family case was a crime against the emperor. Do you really think the military can just laugh it off when a terrorist attack occurs suddenly in a city that has been peaceful for so long? Many old masters even planned to take action to capture Ye Chen, but Huang Yongsheng temporarily stopped this situation on the grounds of catching them all in one fell swoop. The statement that Daxia is a forbidden area for mercenaries is not just a casual remark. Yu Ran was naturally relieved, but he would not give up following Ye Chen. This was the biggest bonus. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. Ha ha ha, of course. We'll contact you after we destroy the Dragon King Palace headquarters. Huang Yongsheng said this to show goodwill to Yu Ran. Taking the Yu family to the Dragon King Palace was tacitly allowing them to have a share of the pie. How many good things could a master with decades of accumulation have? Yu Ran's relationship with the military was closely linked by the previous events. Besides, given the relationship between Huang Lingmeng and Yu Ran, even the old guard in the military had no objection. But what you said about the transformation of humans cannot be taken lightly. I hope the Han family can be smarter, otherwise. Huang Yongshen's tone suddenly became serious again. He certainly knew about cyborgs. It was a product of the Americans' lack of martial arts background and their desire to use technology to replace it. It is extremely inhumane and has been openly banned by the world. This kind of modified humans not only has a high mortality rate, but also has extremely serious sequelae if the transformation is successful. It is also a factor of social instability. All countries hate it, but it continues despite repeated bans. If the Han family really dares to get involved in this, they will be exterminated soon. This is a bottom-line issue. In the past, the Han family was on the edge of the law and the military was too lazy to pay attention to them. If it really involves the bottom-line issue, even the 5 major families in the imperial capital will be finished. Yu Ran and Huang Yongsheng talked for a long time and set a tone for major events, which was like a dragnet for Ye Chen to fall into. When the sun was setting, Huang Yongsheng also stood up. Now that we've finished talking about business, let's talk about some personal matters, about Riemu. Yu Ran's heart skipped a beat, and he almost forgot that this was his old father-in-law. Seeing Yu Ran's somewhat nervous expression, Huang Yongsheng felt happy in his heart. Young man, you are scared sometimes too. Thinking of this, he said with a straight face, Lingmeng is my only daughter. She has been the proud daughter of heaven since she was a child. I heard that there are many warblers around you. What should she do if she is wronged? Yu Ran was relieved after hearing Huang Yongshen's words. In the book, Huang Yongsheng didn't say much to Ye Chen's group of women. The higher up the hierarchy, the more common it is to see this kind of thing. Huang Yongsheng is worried that Huang Lingmeng will be wronged. In fact, it means that it is obvious that my daughter wants to be the boss. Lingmeng, I will not let her suffer any injustice. Please rest assured, uncle. I mentioned this matter to Lingmeng. Lingmeng said that I am still young and we will talk about it in a few years. Yu Ran's answer was also very clear. It wasn't that I didn't let it go, but that Huang Lingmeng didn't want to do it. And it was true. Huang Lingmeng had no interest in this kind of title, and she was not someone who could adjust the family atmosphere. Besides, in Yu Ran's heart, everyone is the same. I give all girls a home, there is no advantage or disadvantage. Huang Yongsheng choked Yu Ran and coughed twice. Damn it, I forgot that this kid is only 22, a few years younger than Lingmeng. Moreover, Lingmeng didn't live up to his expectations. He didn't seem to want to compete for the top spot. Naturally, he also asked about it. Everyone around Yu Ran was not simple. That daughter's senior sister, Ansuindi, whom she had never dealt with since childhood, the eldest daughter of the Chu family, the second daughter of the Lu family, the eldest daughter of the Yun family in the imperial capital. They are all powerful masters. Huang Yongsheng is really afraid that Huang Lingmeng will suffer. He only has a daughter and does not want her to be wronged. At the beginning, he did not even go to the Jinling family for help for the sake of his daughter. His daughter is the first priority in his heart. However, he has also examined Yu Ran's character. He is indeed very good and a good person. He does not care about one thing or the other among a large group of people around him. He has high martial arts talent and high IQ, and he has a close relationship with them. The most important thing is that my daughter also likes him. It seems that apart from being a playboy, there is nothing wrong with him. Moreover, his father's evaluation of Yu Ran was that he would definitely become a master. This level of martial arts was not bound by any common conventions. There is really no shortcoming in picking and choosing, so Huang Yongsheng cannot suffer a loss. Boy Yu, I heard that you have a prescription that is very helpful to dark strength warriors. Why didn't you think of using it for Riemu in the first place? Yu Ran suddenly couldn't hold back his laughter. Huang Yongshen's attack was too lame and he couldn't be more deliberate. But after all, he kidnapped someone else's cabbage, so Yu Ran still had to hold on. I got the prescription relatively late. When I was with Riemu, she had already lost her strength and couldn't use it. However, my uncle can choose some key members of the military and I will help them prepare it for free. Huang Yongsheng was very satisfied. It was nonsense to ask Yu Ran to hand over the medicated bath formula to the military. He couldn't do anything by force, so it was not bad to get some places. After all, it was someone else's background. In fact, Yu Ran really didn't care. He was about to become a Grand Master, and Anjin's background was nothing to the military. I won't take advantage of you. You can help configure the Riemu team. Sooner or later, they will go to the battlefield. It's better to be stronger. As the saying goes, the good news does not go to outsiders. This is the face of his daughter, so he naturally gives the spot to his daughter's team. After Yu Ran and Huang Yongsheng discussed it, Huang Lingmeng also brought his team directly to Yu's house the next day to prepare for the baptism. While preparing for the baptism, another piece of secret information was delivered to Yu Ran. It's still Han Su's information. Chapter 218 Lu Family Meeting. Han Su's information is also very simple. The plan to transform humans begins, and the Lu family undergoes changes. Yu Ran frowned slightly. How did the Han family know about the changes in the Lu family? But Han Su had no reason to lie to him. The Han family had contacted people in the Lu family. Han Su is currently relying on Yu Ran to stabilize the economy and confront Han Li, so he should not spread false information. Now that Han Su mentioned it, we can't take it lightly. Bai Yuan went to check on the recent situation of the Lu family. Yes, Master. The plan to transform humans has begun, and the Han family has entered the abyss. Ye Chen is now eager to leave Jinling, and this big network is about to be closed. Yu Ran thought for a moment, and when he went out, he saw Lu Zitong preparing a medicinal bath. He was now the royal pharmacist of the Yu family, so he was naturally responsible for such matters. It would be better to add more points, but the materials are a bit short. Forget it, if Qing Yi adds it alone, the difference won't be big. Lu Zitong muttered something while configuring. Yu Ran ignored it and went to watch the battle between Lian and Huang Lingmeng. The two were of equal strength and the fight was quite enjoyable. Why are you tearing your clothes off like this? It's too cruel. But the tearing position is wrong. It would look better if it is slightly downwards. Yu Ran muttered as he watched from the outside. The fight between the two beauties was very beautiful, and the clothes on their bodies were also damaged. The looming pink appearance combined with the messy clothes is really a beautiful scene. Master, this is information from the Lu family. Bai Yuan placed the latest information about the Lu family next to Yu Ran. Yu Ran glanced at it and found nothing unusual. Now Lu Qingxiu can be said to have an invincible advantage. The other lineage of the Lu family is at a disadvantage from warriors to economics. It is estimated that the winner will be decided in another month. What will happen? It has been a surprisingly peaceful month. Except for the turbulent Lu family, everything seems to have been put on pause. Lu Qingxiu rubbed her brows, looking indescribably tired. Miss, it's time for you to rest. The maid next to her, Xiao Hu, gently reminded her that her young lady only slept 4 or 5 hours a day during this period. She worked extremely hard and her body became much weaker. Lu Qingxiu is not even a warrior now. For an ordinary person to work such a high-intensity job, he is still dealing with important matters of the Lu family. The fatigue is obvious. Soon. Lu Qingxiu murmured, and then started to work again. Everything is ready for tomorrow's Lu family meeting. Don't worry, miss. I've given all the orders. Tomorrow, miss will be the official talkative person of the Lu family. Congratulations, miss. Lu Qingxiu nodded. According to the past rules of the Lu family, she will be the head of the Lu family from tomorrow on, but why is she feeling a little uneasy in her heart? After the maid left, she carefully thought about all the procedures and what would happen tomorrow. No matter what happened, nothing would go wrong. Where was the source of the uneasiness? As she thought about it, she unconsciously walked to a cabinet and opened the door. Inside, there were a lot of gift boxes, lipsticks, high heels, clothes, simple greeting cards, and handmade pottery. The handwriting on greeting cards and such is clear. Happy birthday to my lovely girlfriend Lu Qingxiu. The corners of Lu Qingxiu's mouth rose unconsciously. These were all gifts that Yu Ran had given her. She used to discard them like worn-out shoes, but now she regards them as treasures. I heard that Chu Qingkai had completed the unification of the Chu family, so she couldn't lag behind. She, Lu Qingxiu, was never weaker than others. It's just that I used to be a little too arrogant. I always felt that I could rely on myself for everything, and I lost something very precious. People, it's always like this. Only when you lose can you know how to cherish. It can be summed up in one word. Closing the cabinet door, Lu Qingxiu walked out of the office and locked it. I heard that Chu Qingkai was rescued by Yu Ran in the end during his actions in the Chu family. Stupid woman. Lu Qingxiu Shiran returned to the room, waiting for the arrival of tomorrow. The Lu family meeting will be organized as usual today. The content of today's meeting is the selection of the next head of the Lu family. Now everyone can conduct the first round of voting to select candidates. The elder of the Lu family organized the meeting of the Lu family without any emotion, as if electing the head of the family had nothing to do with him. In the first round of voting, Lu Qingxiu received 138 votes, and Lu Xian received 92 votes. Both of them won candidate seats. The election of the Lu family is divided into 2 votings, one is a universal suffrage. All the serving children of the Lu family can vote, and the top 2 advance to the finals. The second time was the selection, with a total of 12 votes, voted by the Lu Elders Association, with each accounting for 50%. In the second round of voting, Lu Qingxiu received a total of 7 votes, and Lu Xian received 5 votes. Based on the 2 results, the final head of the family this time was determined to be. Everything went smoothly. Just when the dust had settled, an energetic voice called the meeting to a halt. Wait a minute. Lu Qingxiu's uneasy feeling suddenly appeared. Is there really a spoiler? Lu Fengting, the only martial artist of the Lu family, had been missing for many years, but suddenly returned today. If he said that he had no connection with today's Lu family meeting, I'm afraid no one would believe it. Lu Qingxiu glanced at the expression on the opposite side of Li Xian, who was also looking at her with a smile, as if the defeat just now had nothing to do with him. I wonder what Grandpa Ting has to say. Everyone present was quiet, even the great elder who organized the meeting did not speak at this time, but Lu Qingxiu was very calm and asked questions. Zioxu has grown so big in the blink of an eye. The last time I saw you was when you were 4 or 5 years old. As for the head of the family, you can't be reckless, you better be more mature. Although Lu Fengting smiled and talked to Lu Qingxiu, he did not take Lu Qingxiu seriously in his words and pointed out that she was a junior. Grandpa Ting, I haven't seen you for a long time. They say that talented people have emerged from generation to generation, and each has been leading the way for hundreds of years. New talents may not be bad. Lu Qingxiu was also calm and counterattacked extremely cleverly. It doesn't matter how old she is, now is my time. The Lu family has been in a state of semi-loss since 10 years ago, and its strength is getting worse day by day. People say that there are 5 major families in Jinling. Which other family can we compare to? There are many people behind us waiting to share our flesh. After innovating with the old and bringing forth the new, the Lu family's performance can be considered to be booming. Except for a few old industries that are still relying on their laurels and are still falling behind, the others are on the rise. This is proof. What's wrong with Grandpa Ting's new talent? Lu Qingxiu first honestly talked about the pros and cons, and then changed her tone and pointed out her own performance. By the way, she also pointed out the excellent performance of some old-fashioned people over the years. The people from Lai Xian's lineage glared angrily. Lu Qingxiu's revelation was a slap in the face. Otherwise, how could he have directly controlled the Lu family in such a short time? Lu Fengting has been practicing martial arts for a long time. In terms of talking skills, there is no comparison with someone like Lu Qingxiu in the mall. When Lu Qingxiu said it, he was speechless. He thought about this opening sentence for a long time. But he's not here to reason. Shuiyetu, you are still too young and you still need to practice hard. It is better to let others help you with the affairs of the head of the family for another 2 years. Lu Fengting was so confused that he simply forced Lu Qingxiu to give up his position. Chapter 219 Lai Xian's Trump Card. Lu Qingxiu didn't expect Lu Fengting to reason with him. It was obvious that Lu Fengting was colluding with Li Xian, and Lu Fengting was Li Xian's uncle. Otherwise, how could such an idiot have been able to remain the head of the family for so many years? She had already dealt with this situation. Now that we have thought of various situations, how could we not think of Lu Fengting being the one causing the obstruction? Grandpa Ting, what I mean is that those who practice martial arts should practice martial arts well. It's better not to worry too much about family affairs. When Shui'er is here, you will not be missing a bit, only more. The Lu family is different from the Chu family. There is no saying that you can't use your energy to engage in politics, so even if Lu Fengting disappears for many years, Lu Qingxiu will also think of this situation. There is no other way to deal with it, just be tough. Although there may have been some troubles before, now I feel confident. Shui'er, your wings are stiff, why are you talking to Grandpa Ting like this? Lu Fengting was also unambiguous and directly released a powerful aura to intimidate Lu Qingxiu. Lu Qingxiu felt suffocated, and several guards nearby quickly stood in front of Lu Qingxiu to help Lu Qingxiu share the pressure. A pure threat of force, Lu Qingxiu's expression did not change at all, she just said coldly. Grandpa Ting, your era has passed. Now is the era of cutting-edge people. Just as Lu Fengting was about to say something, a pressure stronger than his came from the door, causing him to take a step back. Don't even think about bullying my sister. Lu Qingxiu's ice-cold face showed a rare smile. She looked at Lu Qingjian at the door. This was the most important woman in her life. Lu Fengting was frightened by Lu Qingjian's momentum and took 2 steps back. Then he felt that something was not good, which affected his identity, so he stood forward with his chest raised. How dare you talk to me like this? It's just that anyone can hear the fierceness in her voice. Lu Qingjian is better than him. It was Lu Qingjian who entered Huajin in the Yu family before, and Lu Qingxiu also knew that Lu Qingjian would be more likely to win if she entered Huajin. Lu Qingjian is at the first level of Huajin, and he is at the second level of Huajin, but Lu Qingjian is at the 6th level of spiritual veins, and he is only at the 2nd level. What's more, Lu Qingjian had Yuran's careful training. Bah, he taught her. Lu Fengting was just unlucky, and his combat prowess was even worse. In a real fight, he might not be able to go 10 rounds in Lu Qingjian's hands. At this time, he just pretended to be calm. Martial arts, those who are masters come first. You think I'm just a girl, go out and fight. Lu Qingjian is rare and tough, she will never compromise when it comes to her sister. What's more, Yuran didn't even call her Yeta Pianzi, why should this old man do it? Humph, I bullied a little girl like you at such an old age. Wouldn't it be embarrassing to tell you about it? Everyone could feel Lu Fengting's retreat, but Lu Fengting still did not give up, and seemed to insist on letting Lu Qingxiu give way. Lu Qingxiu also began to be puzzled. Lu Qingjian was standing beside her. Lu Xian had lost his last trump card, but he still didn't give up? Why should he intervene in this kind of battle if he is a Huajin? Lu Qingxiu, as the head of the family, cannot give up on a Huajin warrior like him. Even discerning people know that Lu Qingxiu's talent and ability are higher, and the Lu family will be more prosperous. Lu Fengting also felt a little bitter in his heart. He didn't want to think about why he supported Li Xian. He was not Li Xian's uncle. He is Li Xian's father. Even if it was a warm and bright night, then, his sister-in-law insisted on letting him clean the house, and he couldn't help it. This was not a momentary mistake, and the result was Li Xian. I really don't blame him for not being human, I blame my sister-in-law for being too charming. How could he, an old bachelor who devoted himself to martial arts, rival the charm of his lonely and empty sister-in-law? The same goes for his eldest brother. There were a lot of wives outside who ignored his sister-in-law. They didn't touch her for so long, and as a result, her sister-in-law became pregnant. He became even more furious and never went home again. Finally, he died in the woman's belly outside. This matter has nothing to do with him. He is only responsible for protecting his sister-in-law's safety. So if Lu Xian, this BD, wasn't his son, he wouldn't care about him. Now, even if he was facing Lu Qingjian, he couldn't be a coward. At worst, he could just pretend to be lost later in the fight, and Lu Qingxiu wouldn't kill him. Lu Qingxiu glanced at Lu Xian again. Lu Xian was no longer as calm as before, but his expression was not one of frustration or fear, but rather of confusion. Lu Qingxiu's brain was spinning frantically. Could it be that Lu Xian still had another trump card? The great elder looked at the confrontation between Lu Qingjian and Lu Fengting and understood the situation on the field better. If there are no objections, the current head of the family is. Wait. The announcement was interrupted for the second time, this time by Lu Xian. The great elder is really upset this time. He can't do anything to Lu Fengting, the Huajin warrior, and you, Lu Xian, interrupted him. Does he have no face? Li Xian, this is an important meeting place, no noise allowed. Lu Xian continued speaking regardless. Everyone has seen my contribution to the Lu family over the years. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. It would have been better if Lu Xian hadn't said anything, but when he did, people on Lu Qingxiu's side rolled their eyes. Don't you have any idea how much the Lu family has lost? Even the people from Lu Xian's side rarely chimed in. This is really hard to explain. Although I, Lu Xian, have made some small deviations in economic development, I am now focusing on cooperating with the Han family, and the development will definitely be better in the future. Not only that, I, Lu Xian, have also trained a large number of martial arts talents for the Lu family. Before Lu Xian finished speaking, the people around him couldn't stand it anymore. Master Lu, you said to cooperate with the Han family? Have we ever cooperated with the Han family at all? Cultivate warriors? Have the warriors of the Lu family made any progress over the years? Lu Xian is simply here to make people laugh. Doesn't he have any idea of how bad the Lu family's current situation is? If the Han family is willing to take care of them, how can the Lu family be so bad? Otherwise, why would he try so hard to get Lu Qingxiu to get close to Yu Ran, the big fish? As for the warriors, Lu Qingjian is quite powerful, but does she have anything to do with you, Lu Xian? Many people below were laughing secretly. Lu Xian really had no idea what was going on. Lu Xian remained calm. He had been scolded so many times over the years that he was used to it. He just clapped his hands calmly. A row of men in black walked in. There were 10 of them in total. Each of them wore a mask with patterns of various ferocious beasts on the masks. They looked extremely creepy. What a nasty taste! Lu Qingjian had a special physique and could sense that these 10 men in black were not only violent, but also extremely dark and cold, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. Each of them has the combat power of the peak of dark energy. This is the secret trump card I cultivated for the Lu family. Lu Xian's words made everyone below start to whisper. The aura of these men in black was not particularly strong, but they were actually at the peak of dark energy. Humph, Lu Xian, stop pretending. Let me try. After receiving the signal, a guard beside Lu Qingxiu who was in the late stage of dark energy punched the nearest man in black, trying to test his strength. The man in black didn't even turn his head and punched the guard, who was in the late stage of dark energy, and flew backwards and hit the wall, leaving a big hole. No one cheered, and everyone was trembling in their hearts. They clearly saw that the black-clad man's arms became huge when he exerted force, and strange hairs appeared on his stretched clothes. It doesn't look like a human hand, but like a wild beast. Chapter 220 The Han family intervenes. What kind of monster is this? Before Lu Qingxiu could say anything, the organization's great elder couldn't bear it anymore. He banged his cane on the ground, his expression becoming extremely angry. Lu Xian, please explain to me what kind of monster this is. There is no such monster in my Lu family. Li Xian just glanced at the great elder lightly. Elder, you have to open your mind and open up the world. What kind of monster is this? This is the latest technology. The great elder is an extremely stubborn old man who upholds the immutability of the ancestral law and points at Li Xian with a trembling voice. You unworthy descendant, dare to lead outsiders into the Lu family. You are rebelling against the family. Lu Xian sneered. He knew that no one would believe these monsters when they said they were cultivated by him. A stubborn person like the great elder would never agree, but he had no intention of letting them agree so easily. Humph, what does it mean to attract outsiders? This is what I have trained. Great elder, you have worked hard organizing the meeting. Let's take a rest first. Forced by naked force, several of Li Xian's diehards instantly arrived behind the great elder and held him in his seat. You. The great elder was so angry that he couldn't speak. One of Lu Xian's men pressed hard on the great elder's shoulder. As an ordinary person, how could the great elder withstand the strength of the warrior? He wailed and covered his shoulders, but still raised his fingers with difficulty, wanting to accuse the BD Lu Xian. Lu Xian no longer looked at the situation on the elder's side, and stared at Lu Qingxiu with a pair of venomous eyes. Lu Qingjian stood in front of Lu Qingxiu with a solemn expression. Just now Lu Qingxiu asked in a low voice, Qingjian, are you sure? It's okay to protect my sister. Lu Qingxiu looked a little solemn after receiving the answer. Lu Qingjian meant that no one else except her could do anything. The room itself is not big. If two Huajin fight to control the aftermath, the remaining 10 orcs who are comparable to the peak of Anjin will have no one to check and balance them. Schwer, in fact, we are not enemies. The Lu family is in a mess now. I have a better place for you to go. The Han family said that as long as you are willing, you can marry the young master of the Han family, Han Li, immediately. Han Lu. The two families will always be friends with Qin and Jin, and you can also show your talents in the Han family, wouldn't you get the best of both worlds? Although Lu Xian's words were for Lu Qingxiu's sake, anyone could feel the threat in his words. Lu Qingxiu did not hesitate, her words were filled with frost. Is Han Li worthy? She knew that Han Li liked her when you ran and she were boyfriend and girlfriend. Even then, in Lu Qingxiu's heart, he was not as good as you ran, let alone now. The toad wants to eat the swan meat and has not given up yet. Lai Xian's expression suddenly became sinister. How dare you speak ill of young master Han Li? You better not leave today. Lu Fengting immediately took action to entangle Lu Qingjian, and Li Xian's other men, including the orcs, all jumped up to stop Lu Qingxiu from leaving. But Lu Qingxiu had expected it, and almost instantly asked Lu Qingjian to abandon everyone and rush out with her. Don't leave. Lu Fengting is chasing after her. Once Lu Qingxiu runs away, it will be all over. Today, I am determined not to let Lu Qingxiu leave here. Boom! A house not far away was exploded, debris flying. Lu Xian also walked out at this time, his eyes fierce. Lu Qingxiu, you are ruthless enough. You give up when your own people tell you to, and you blast the Lu family to attract attention. Do you think you can succeed? Lu Qingxiu didn't say a word, she just hugged Lu Qingjian tightly to prevent her from falling. She had already thought about Lu Xian's need to use external force. However, the situation that emerged was still not optimistic. She could not defeat the external force she used, so she could only use the last resort to attract attention. This place is far away from the downtown area, but the sound of the explosion is just a signal. It is not to attract other people's attention. It is just to tell people to contact the authorities. Kill him quickly, don't be afraid, I have already blocked the Lu family's signal. Lu Xian yelled crazily, and Lu Fengting also cried. He was not as strong as Lu Qingjian. If Lu Qingjian hadn't protected Lu Qingxiu, he wouldn't even be able to catch up. In order to protect Lu Qingxiu, Lu Qingjian did not dare to fly at full strength. Lu Qingxiu's ordinary body could not support such a high-intensity flying speed. She had to fight Lu Fengting from time to time, and the aftermath of the explosion was basically blocked by her. Even so, Lu Qingxiu's face was still pale. It looked extremely uncomfortable. Sister, are you okay? Don't worry about me, just go out. I can still hold on. Lu Qingxiu's tone was still calm, but she lowered her head and tried to swallow the blood in her mouth. At this time, all she could do was not to cause trouble to Lu Qingjian. What Lu Xian thought of, how could she not have thought that her people were not at the Lu family at all, otherwise why would she have to make such a big move as blasting a house to send out a signal? It can be said that all this is still in her calculations. As long as the official arrives, neither Li Xian nor the group of orcs will be able to escape the sanctions. Just when everything was going as planned, an uninvited guest still appeared at the door. Han Li, holding a cool fan, intercepted him in front with 3 or 5 people. Miss Lu, Han Li has been waiting here for a long time. Han Li was accompanied by his clan uncle Han Ji and 3 bodyguards who were at the peak of their dark strength. Another transformation. Dead end. The worst-case scenario still occurs. The outsider hired is stronger than Lu Qingjian and cannot escape. He may not be able to wait for the official arrival. Lu Qingxiu lowered her head and patted Lu Qingjian gently. Let's go down. Lu Qingjian nodded. When landing, Lu Qingxiu staggered and almost fell. Lu Qingxiu's body was just struggling under the supersonic flight just now, and now the sequelae are coming directly. Lu Fengting and Han Ji stared at Lu Qingjian one after another. Lu Xian showed a proud smile, young man, if you fight with him, you're just one move away. Although Lu Qingxiu was in a desperate situation, her expression remained calm. She wiped away the red traces on her mouth and looked directly at Han Li in front of her. Han Li looked at Lu Qingxiu and smiled like a handsome young man. Miss Lu, I sincerely marry you today. You decide on the betrothal gift yourself. The Han and Lu families will always be friends with Qin and Jin. Sincerity? Do you think you are worthy of being my, Lu Qingxiu's man? That's right, you are not worthy of my sister. Lu Qingxiu and Lu Qingjian sang together, which made Han Li's veins riot for a moment. At this time, he could no longer tolerate anyone who dared to confront him. Looking at the approaching people, Lu Qingxiu let out a long sigh. She had never thought about this situation, but the chess piece she finally placed was withdrawn by her. She didn't want to use him as a chess piece, and never would. Han Li felt extremely proud when he saw Lu Qingxiu surrendering without any help. Qingxiu, I will treat you well. Am I not much better than your previous boyfriend? Lu Qingxiu raised her head and stared coldly. It's just you and him, Ying Huo and Hao Yu. Han Li's originally calm mood became angry again. You actually said I'm not as good as him. Before Lu Qingxiu could answer, a chuckle came from the sky. Of course you can't compare to me. Chapter 221 Yu Ran comes to the rescue. A chuckle came, and Yu Ran floated to the ground, standing firmly in front of Lu Qingxiu, like an immortal descending to earth. Yu Ran, it's you again. Han Li was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. It seemed that Yu Ran had left quite a shadow on him. No one noticed the flash of shock in Lu Qingxiu's eyes. Yes, the last chess piece she thought of was Yu Ran, but she gave up. It's not that she thinks Lia Xian can't find such a powerful warrior, but that she doesn't want to treat Yu Ran as a chess piece, or that Yu Ran is no longer a chess piece in her heart. She wouldn't plot against him, just like she wouldn't plot against Lu Qingjian. Brother Yu, you are here, they all want to bully my sister and me. Lu Qingjian looked very happy, hugging Yu Ran's arm and shaking it left and right. Qingjian is so smart and powerful. She successfully protected her sister. Hey. Lu Qingjian didn't look like a warrior in front of Yu Ran, she looked like a child who hadn't grown up yet. That's right, Yu Ran was contacted by Lu Qingjian. Almost nothing Lu Qingxiu did was hidden from Lu Qingjian. Lu Qingjian had been protecting her and naturally knew all Lu Qingxiu's actions. But she saw Lu Qingxiu hesitated in the final decision, so she contacted Yu Ran. In her heart, Yu Ran was the most powerful. And didn't Maraquan say that both he and his sister were married to Yu Ran? It should be no problem to help his wife. Anyway, Lu Qingjian thought it was okay, and Yu Ran thought it was okay when he thought about the actions of the Han family. If the Lu family was in control, they would kill the Han family. In this Jinling world, he wants 99. Han Ji stared at Yu Ran. He knew that he was not Yu Ran's opponent, and he was not here to deal with Yu Ran. However, there was secret news that there was a mysterious power around Lu Qingxiu. Han Ji was worried that Han Long couldn't handle it, so he came over by himself. If the Lu family can be swallowed up, the Han family will deserve to be number 1 in terms of size and can compete with the prosperous Yu family and Chu family. What he didn't expect was that Yu Ran would come. Didn't Lu Qingxiu break off the engagement with Yu Ran? Yu Ran took the initiative to break off the engagement. The engagement was broken off, how could Yu Ran come to help Lu Qingxiu, so they didn't even think of it. If it was just Lu Qingxiu, Yu Ran would not come, but he couldn't ignore Lu Qingjian's request, not to mention that the enemy of his enemy was his friend. He didn't care about the civil war between the Lu family, but it was different when the Han family intervened. He doesn't want to see the Han family grow, even though he doesn't take the Han family seriously now. Yu Ran, do you really want to fight with me and the Han family until death? Han Li was a little hysterical. Every time his actions were sabotaged by Yu Ran, from Lin Fan to Ye Chen, all his achievements were ultimately sabotaged by Yu Ran. A boundless anger rushed from the solace of his feet to Tianling Gai, causing him to say the words "I will fight until death." Yu Ran was also speechless. You are always with the protagonist. If I don't mess with you, who will you mess with? I still say the same thing, can you represent the Han family? If you can, then we will fight to the death. When he said the last sentence, Yu Ran's aura suddenly changed, and Han Li was a little breathless under the pressure of his powerful breath. Han Ji waved his hand to help Han Li block Yu Ran's breath. Han Li gasped for air. Yu Ran's casual wave just now seemed to be strangling his throat, suffocating him. What a terrifying strength! Of course Li. Han Ji interrupted Han Li's speech, why are you so crazy? If you say this, they will all die here today. He was definitely no match for Yu Ran. He felt Yu Ran's unfathomable aura and his body was refusing to fight. I'm afraid only the ancestor of the Han family could fight Yu Ran. Han Li was stunned for a moment when he was interrupted, and then he could only lower his head feebly. Young Master Yu, my Han family will not interfere in this matter, please do as you please. Han Ji made an invitation gesture, winked at several people in the Han family, and was about to leave. Stop! Who allowed you to leave without explaining what happened to the group of orcs behind you? Yu Ran pointed at the man in black robe behind him, and Han Ji slowly backed away and remained calm. This is a matter of the Lu family, how do my Han family know? Yu Ran sneered, and with a slight wave, all the black robes fell off, revealing the true colors of the people in black robes, each in a state of animal transformation. Or ape arms, or elephant legs, or eagle eyes, or tiger hands, the characteristics of various beasts are extremely obvious, as if they were directly transplanted. The most terrifying thing was that their eyes were all blood red and their bodies were shaking constantly, as if they were having convulsions. But these people are not Daxia people. 8 of them are typical foreigners. The remaining 2 may be Daxia people or other Asian races. Roar! This group of beast-like people was exposed by Yu Ran, which shocked Lu Qingjian. Even Li Xian next to the beastman trembled and moved away unconsciously. After the orc was unmasked, he rushed towards Yu Ran regardless, as if he wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Court death! Yu Ran was as steady as a mountain. He tapped his fingers lightly and thrust out 1 yang finger and 5 fingers. Almost instantly, the orcs' chests were shattered by the fingerprints, and they fell to the ground with more air coming out and less air coming in. A few of the weaker ones died immediately, and the scene was very quiet for a time. The orcs, who seemed unstoppable to them just now, only saw Yu Ran point his finger, a flash of light, and they all fell to the ground in an instant. The place was extremely quiet, and the sound of swallowing could not be heard. It was the first time for many people to see the Huajin warrior take action. No wonder Lu Xian had Lu Fengting's support and occupied the family head for such a long time without anyone objecting. Han Li was trembling all over, he was invincible and invincible. Han Ji was more calm. He could do this kind of thing, but it was difficult for him to be as calm as Yu Ran. At this time, he had already led Han Li and others out of Liu's house, but heard a loud shout at the door. Don't even move! Huang Lingmeng was the first to jump out, followed closely by Huang Tian and Qing Yi. In addition to Huang Lingmen's special team, there was also a group of armed soldiers who surrounded the Lu family. Han Ji didn't dare to move at this time, but he didn't react much. He just stood there and waited for the matter to end. Hey, Brother Ran, you are here again. Huang Tian scratched his head, why did he see Yu Ran every time he went on a mission? What a coincidence! Huang Lingmeng looked at the 10 orcs underground with a serious expression, examined them carefully, and shook his head at Yu Ran. The dead man committed suicide by taking poison. Then she pointed her sharp eyes at Han Ji, and Han Ji spread his hands. Officer, what do you think I did? It was done by the Lu family. What does the Lu family have to do with my Han family? Yu Ran was vaguely surprised. Compared with Lian, these orcs looked like defective products, especially with their red eyes and trembling bodies. It was obvious at a glance that there was something wrong with them. Dead soldiers from outside? Is it worth it just for the Lu family? Just as he was thinking, an urgent call from Lu Zitong came through the headset. Master, Ye Chen wants to sneak across the border. Chapter 222 Ye Chen sneaks across. Ye Chen wants to sneak across the country. These words seemed like thunder in Yu Ran's heart. Yes, if these 10 dead soldiers were just for the Lu family, it would definitely not be worth it. But if for the sake of the master of the Dragon King Palace, it would be an extremely cost-effective deal for a master to escape safely. All of these are connected together. Ye Chen may have been sincere in cooperating with the Han family for the first time, but after the other members of the Dragon King Palace were killed, Ye Chen definitely became suspicious. Even if the Han family didn't cooperate with him, Yu Ran definitely had an insider, so there was a high probability that he was the one who initiated the Lu family's matter. The Han family didn't know the relationship between the Lu family and him, but Ye Chen knew everything about it. He knew about Yu Ran's rescue of Lu Qingjian, but the rest of the Han family might not know. Han Li was actually used as a pawn again, and was used by Ye Chen to attract Yu Ran to come to the Lu family. No matter whether Yu Ran was for the power of the Lu family or for Lu Qingjian and Lu Qingxiu, Yu Ran would come here. He, Ye Chen, had never been afraid of being rounded up by the military. He was only afraid of Yu Ran. Ye Chen's attempt to overturn the entire Jinling failed. He felt that there was an invisible network that predicted his actions in advance, leading to a complete collapse. After calming down, he analyzed it carefully. Found that all the core points point to Yu Ran. The death of the Blood King, the fall of Lin Hua Company, the failure of the military, the failure of occupying the underground forces, and the failure of plundering the Chu family were all related to Yu Ran. Ye Chen is not stupid, on the contrary, he is very smart. Do you really think he can be the master of the Dragon King Palace without any brains? It's just that Yu Ran has the ability to predict the enemy first, so this completely unequal information makes him frustrated everywhere. So he knew in his heart that if he wanted to leave Jinling, he must lure Yu Ran away, and the Lu family was the lure. As long as you leave Jinling, you will be like a dragon entering the sea and a phoenix flying into the sky unstoppable. Yu Ran was very calm at this time and gently turned on the intercom headset. When did Ye Chen leave? What method was used? Master, Ye Chen used a cover-up trick. On the surface, he was waiting for the Han family to sneak across, but in fact, he jumped directly into the sea and left, so we just found out. Jump into the sea and leave. This certainly cannot be blamed on the lack of supervision by the military and subordinates. The scope of jumping into the sea is too wide, and it is absolutely impossible to fully monitor it. But one thing was that Ye Chen couldn't swim across the sea even if he used his energy. He couldn't have that vitality to support him, not even Yu Ran. But soon Lu Zitong in the headset explained this. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. An American yacht was parked off the coast of China. Ye Chen swam in the direction of the American yacht. There was someone outside to help, which made Yu Ran think about transforming people. Ye Chen also had some secrets that were not even revealed in the book. What's the attitude of the military department? The inability to fire involves diplomatic issues between the two countries. Yu Ran understands this. The yacht on the opposite side is following the rules. Opening fire without saying a word will cause diplomatic problems. You said it was to chase criminals, but they were all reduced to scorched earth under heavy firepower. The United States will not accept this reason. The impact of the hostility between the two countries is much greater than killing Ye Chen. It was expected that the military would not open fire. Ye Chen's problem cannot be solved officially, but we can solve it privately. Personal hatred has nothing to do with the diplomacy between the two countries. Huang Lingmeng apparently also received the news of Ye Chen's escape and came over to discuss countermeasures with Yu Ran. Yu Ran casually pointed his right hand and hit Lu Fengting directly on the chest with a high-speed yin finger. Lu Fengting was seriously injured and fell to the ground in an instant, bleeding from his mouth and nose. Lu Fengting remained silent. This was the inevitable price for a loser. He knew in his heart that Yu Ran had no time to take care of him now. Lu Zitong, inform Lien, let's go. In this battle, Huajin is no longer able to participate in the battle. If they want to catch up with Ye Chen before Ye Chen boards the ship in the vast sea, they must fly, and engine is useless. I'm with you. Huang Lingmeng stood beside Yu Ran and held Yu Ran's hand tightly. Yu Ran had a legitimate reason to kill Ye Chen. To avenge his parents, filial piety comes first. Even the United States would have nothing to say about avenging his parents. Good. Yu Ran didn't hesitate, he jumped into the air and said, Qingjian, please help Kingsu handle the rest of the matter, I have to take one step in advance. Lu Qingjian nodded obediently. She actually wanted to help Yu Ran, but her sister couldn't leave. However, helping her sister also helped Yu Ran in another way, which was also good. Lu Qingsu said nothing, but when Yu Ran stood in front of her just now, a certain mechanism in her heart slowly loosened. The most critical key had been inserted into the keyhole, and now she only needed to turn it. Huang Tian is responsible for cleaning up the affairs of the Lu family, especially the matter of transforming people. The Han family can get out. Huang Tian also quickly agreed, saying that they couldn't help the elder sister and brother Ran, so they should take care of these small things. Bring these people back. Huang Tian swept his fingers across the people in Li Xian's lineage and said mercilessly. Lu Xian's face turned pale and he did not dare to resist, so he could only surrender and be captured. He knew that he was finished. Lu Qingsu straightened her clothes, her voice cold. Organize a meeting. Lu Qingjian stood beside her. At this time, no one dared to disobey her opinion. After the chaos, the Lu family's operations became smoother. Feeling refreshed, like cutting off a long-lost cancer. When Yu Ran rushed to the beach, besides Lian and Lu Zitong, there was an unexpected person, Ansuandi. Brother, don't forget me, I am also transforming my strength now. After Ansuandi finished speaking, she glanced at Huang Lingmeng, as if to demonstrate. Huang Lingmeng's eyes also had a hint of fire, and the struggle between the two was everywhere. Set off. Yu Ran acted as if he didn't see it and walked directly in the direction of Ye Chen. Huang Lingmeng and Ansuandi are both people with general knowledge. They know what is important and follow closely. 5 flashes of light cut across the sky in a perfect arc, flying together towards the same target. Yu Ran, Ye Chen is still in the sea, but he may be able to leave the sea and fly in 5 minutes at most. 5 minutes later, Ye Chen was very close to the American ship, and airstrikes could no longer be launched at will. This was a diplomatic issue between the two countries. How long do we have until Ye Chen? The current speed is still 8 minutes. Yu Ran was silent for a second. Fly at full speed and act separately. After saying that, Yu Ran's speed increased sharply, like a meteor streaking across the sky, instantly throwing the 4 people out of sight. Ye Chen must die here. Once he returns to the Dragon King Palace, it will be extremely difficult to kill him. This is the cemetery he chose for Ye Chen. No matter how fierce the battle at sea is, it doesn't matter. Although there were some surprises during the process, he believed that the result would not change. Let's each do our best. Huang Lingmeng said a word, accelerated suddenly, and followed Yu Ran's back. The other 3 looked at each other and increased their speed to the extreme. Yeah, it's ready, get on the boat. Ye Chen's headset came with broken Chinese, but it was the most pleasant voice he had heard in a while. Damn Jinling, goodbye. No, never again. The moment Ye Chen soared into the sky, a sense of crisis that stood on end ran through his body. A sword shadow followed him in the sky. Ye Chen didn't even have to look at it, he just roared. Yu Ran. Chapter 223 Ye Chen gets on the boat. Ye Chen knew without looking that this was Yu Ran's attack. He only had the last chance to leave Jinling, but Yu Ran still came to kill him. Without any hesitation, a shield appeared in Ye Chen's hand. The shield instantly became 5 meters in size, helping Ye Chen block Yu Ran's murderous blow. The moment the shield shattered, Ye Chen used the force of the shock to quickly fly towards the ship, and then stopped suddenly. Yu Ran stood quietly on the sea with Hong Yao sword in hand. The waves under his feet hit his shoes regularly, but there was not even a drop of water on them. Powerful and invincible. Ye Chen panicked inside, really panicked. In Jinling, he never panicked even if it was a behemoth like the military department, but he really panicked the moment Yu Ran blocked him from boarding the ship. The painful experience of being beaten by Yu Ran still appeared in front of his eyes, his body began to tremble unconsciously, and his whole body was resisting the fight. It is clear that there is only one last step left, only one step left, and the sky is as high as birds can fly, and the sea is as wide as fish can jump. It's just that this last step is blocking him, like a natural chasm, making him somewhat powerless. He could no longer see through Yu Ran's cultivation, but he knew that he would definitely die with his third-level strength. His trump cards have basically been used up. No matter how strong his trump cards are, it is impossible for him to advance from the early stage of Huajin to the late stage of Huajin, so he has no chance of winning against Yu Ran. Qin, I agree to all your requests, save me. Ye Chen's heart surged when Yu Ran stopped him, but in fact, only a second passed before Ye Chen's hoarse shouts were heard outside. Oh, yeah, happy working together. A man dressed like a sailor stuck his head out. At this time, Ye Chen was only a few hundred meters away from the ship, and he was about to fly onto the ship in an instant, but Yu Ran was stuck there, and Ye Chen knew that he couldn't do it. Yu Ran did not take action rashly. The first thing he had to do was to prevent Ye Chen from returning to the ship and waiting for Huang Lingmeng and others to attack him. Secondly, his energy was consumed a lot, and he was also observing his recovery. 8 minutes was shortened to 5 minutes. It seemed that it was only shortened by less than half, but the energy consumed was more than twice. Yu Ran didn't calculate it, but he estimated it was about 10 times. Before, their flight was almost at the ultimate speed. The price of doubling the speed can be imagined. Hello, friend of Daxia, I am David Dennis, and my Chinese name is Qin. Please give way. I am an envoy from the United States, and yet is my friend. Taking action here will affect the relationship between the two countries. Roll. Yu Ran didn't even bother to look back, he just stared at Ye Chen, and Ye Chen's heart sank. He felt that he was being stared at by a venomous snake. It was targeting him as its prey. If he didn't move, he would be killed. He was waiting for himself to reveal his flaw. Ye Chen's body was very tense, and he was staring at Yu Ran's movements with all his attention. He was also waiting for Yu Ran's mistake. As long as Yu Ran made a mistake, he would be on board. Once on the ship, Yu Ran wouldn't dare to take action no matter how bold he was, right? Seeing his words being refuted by Yu Ran, David Dennis was not angry and was still smiling. Oh, my friend, if you want any price, I can pay it for you. Why bother to fight and kill? This time Yu Ran felt a more dangerous aura coming from behind, as if a new warrior appeared next to David. But he still didn't look back. It was enough to sense the other person's aura. If the other person dared to make a move, he would let him know why the flowers were so red. Friend, how about the life of Ye for 500 million yuan? Don't worry about my credibility. My credibility, David Dennis, is known to the world. Dennis's endless chatter did not receive any answer from Yu Ran, and his broken Chinese seemed a bit noisy on the calm battlefield. Qin, stop talking nonsense when you step on the horse. There is still breath behind you. This kid has support. Ye Chen roared angrily, his body still trembling, and he was extremely frightened. Yu Ran stood still, and suddenly an extremely sharp weapon attacked from behind his head, and Dennis's men took action. There is no warning, one blow will kill, and you can't even feel a breath. The perfect killer, Yu Ran suddenly appeared behind him without even feeling his aura. Sparks flew between Hong Yao's sword and the dagger, and the sea under Yu Ran's feet was shaken by the aftermath and shunted to both sides. The sea water that was originally at Yu Ran's feet was suddenly several meters away from him. The intensity of this blow can be seen. While Yu Ran was blocking, Ye Chen appeared behind his head at the same time, a perfect kill. At least that was the case in Dennis's eyes. He touched the mustache he had grown specially with a contemptuous smile on his face. If he didn't use his voice to cover up Monipa's actions, why would he need to talk so much nonsense to Yu Ran? Monipa does an excellent job of concealing her breath, but there must be subtle sounds when moving, which will be infinitely amplified in this extremely quiet environment. Monipa is the assassin who fought with Yu Ran. He deliberately talked loudly to confuse the sounds. It was true that Ye Chen's body was trembling, but who said that trembling must be fear? It could also be excitement, which is the characteristic of soaring adrenaline. Ye Chen was really scared at first, but as a veteran of the battlefield, he quickly judged that Yu Ran's current condition was not good and his energy was being consumed too much. So he was trembling all over. This was his best chance to kill Yu Ran. He and Dennis had a tacit understanding and perfect coordination to kill Yu Ran with this move. When Ye Chen's sword was about to penetrate the back of Yu's head, two sword energy appeared out of thin air without any warning. Ye Chen instantly understood that he had been tricked. He quickly switched from attack to defense, spinning the bloody sword in his hand. Blood rotation. Two green lotus sword techniques stabbed Ye Chen's sides fiercely. Even though part of the damage was removed by the blood wheel, Ye Chen was still seriously injured and fell into the sea. How is this possible? Dennis's eyes were as wide as copper bells when he saw that the fatal situation was easily resolved by Yu Ran. Dennis was forced back by Yu Ran's sword, and blood began to appear on his right arm, which was unexpectedly injured by a move. The two of them coordinated the sneak attack perfectly, but Yu Ran instantly defused it, injuring both sides. Dennis didn't know how Yu Ran did it. Yu Ran, this young-looking boy from Daxia, far exceeded his expectations. Only Yu Ran knew in his heart that he should restrain his aura. It's not like he didn't know how to control shadow. Although shadow was only at the peak of Xian level, it was true that the products produced by the system must be high-quality products. He knew all about it and restrained his breath, so he was naturally wary of Dennis's actions. He thought Yu Ran couldn't see what was behind him, but in fact Yu Ran knew what was going on behind him. Instead, Yu Ran seriously injured Ye Chen this time, and Ye Chen couldn't escape. No. Yu Ran suddenly noticed that Ye Chen's breath was quickly heading towards Dennis' ship. Ye Chen was knocked into the sea and he dived directly to swim over. Ye Chen knew that he was caught in a trap and actually took advantage of it. Monipa, stop him! Get away! No matter how strong Yu Ran was, he couldn't defeat a warrior in the middle stage of transformation in just a few seconds. Ye Chen climbed onto the boat and even gave Yu Ran a smile that wiped his neck. Ye Chen thought he was safe and wanted to say harsh words to Yu Ran, but he saw Yu Ran stepping on auspicious clouds, crossing the waves, and attacking him directly. Yu Ran is crazy. He doesn't even care about diplomatic relations. Chapter 224 The End of the Road. Yu Ran, you are crazy. You are provoking a diplomatic issue. Ye Chen panicked. He really panicked this time. He thought that everything would be fine after boarding the ship. How could you, Yu Ran, be more ruthless than the state machine? But he neglected a very important issue. What is the diplomatic issue? I am a member of the Yu family in Jinling. You intend to kill my parents. The hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. You have nothing to do with the country. You will be killed today. Yu Ran's words were faster, and his sword was faster. Just for a moment, Ye Chen was so frightened that he rolled back and dodged the sword. Ye Chen rolled twice on the ground and glanced at Yu Ran's position. Yu Ran directly stabbed him through the original position. The sword marks were so deep that even a yacht made of top-grade materials could not withstand it. This was a sure blow, and Yu Ran was here to kill him. Dennis, this kid is crazy. Ye Chen evaded while calling for help. Dennis himself didn't react. Is Yuran really not afraid of causing diplomatic problems? Yuran felt like a mirror in his heart. Huang Lingmeng told him when he came that this was a family issue of the Yu family, and killing Ye Chen was revenge, and the United States had nothing to say. As long as Dennis is not killed, it will be fine, but if Dennis dares to take the initiative to attack, that is another matter. Dennis clenched his fists and did not even take the initiative to attack. He knew his position very well. It was important that he stay still and the officials did not dare to touch him. But if he makes a move, these people in the southern military region are not easy to mess with. They are much more difficult to deal with than the 5 major families. The 5 major families still have a lot of differences in interests. The southern military region has nothing, so just do it. Monipa. Dennis finally loosened his clenched fists. Monipa could join the battle, but at worst, she would be abandoned immediately afterwards. At this moment, Lien was the first to arrive and landed without saying a word. Monipa was suddenly kicked up and kicked away before she could support her. FK. Dennis punched the railing. What happened today? Do these people treat their boats as buses? Come and fight whenever you say. He is the ambassador of the United States. Is he really not afraid of causing diplomatic problems between the 2 countries? Lien didn't think about these things at all. She saw Yuran fighting and wanted to help, that's all. She is a mercenary, what does diplomatic issues have to do with her? What's more, she is a blonde foreigner and you blame Daxia on her head. Do you really think that Daxia is a good person and accepts everything? Dennis is slightly stronger than Lien. After all, Dennis is in the middle stage of energy transformation. Lien is at a disadvantage without turning into a beast, but it is more than enough to hold him back. Swords sweep across the entire wasteland. Blood sword slashes violently. On the other side, Ye Chen had already begun to fight with all his strength, throwing out various martial arts desperately, attacking and escaping at the same time. It was just that the huge bloody sword energy was instantly shattered by an Aaron-car hit the moment it touched Yuran. It seems that the sea has not welcomed such a guest for a long time. The waves are rough and the waves are monstrous. The waves of 20 meters high jump up and want to swallow the yacht. Bang! A violent sound came. No matter how strong the yacht was, it could not withstand the aftermath of the 2 Huajin. Ye Chen is really strong in his desperate efforts, perhaps due to the aura of the protagonist. At this time, Ye Chen is powerful and crazy but with a hint of calmness. Yuran had been looking for an opportunity to kill with one strike, but Ye Chen's battle in this minute was impeccable, and his only result was that a sword energy shattered Ye Chen's arm. Ye Chen's frantic fighting style actually consumes a lot of energy. In 5 minutes at most, his energy will be exhausted and he will die. Ye Chen is also a top-notch martial artist. He is in the middle stage of 6 Yuan vein transformation, and his fighting strength is naturally extremely terrifying when he fights hard. Especially since Ye Chen has no way out now, he seems to be a level stronger than the previous battle as he lives towards death. Yuran's heart is like a mirror. This is actually a special plug-in for the protagonist. Every time he is in a desperate situation, his strength doubles. This is the case for Lin Fan and the same for Ye Chen. If he didn't have an absolutely crushing attitude, he might not be able to win. But it's a pity that he is in the late stage of 9 Yuan vein transformation and will be absolutely crushed. Huang Lingmeng, Lu Zitong, and An Suandi arrived at almost the same time. They all have 6 Yuan veins, so there is not much difference in strength. Lu Zitong, go help Lien. Huang Lingmeng spoke lightly, and Lu Zitong joined Lien's battlefield with a whoosh, helping Lien relieve the pressure. Huang Lingmeng did not take action, but just stared at Dennis. Dennis seemed to have anger in his eyes, and his tone of voice increased by 3 points. Ms. Huang, is this how you treat your friends? I will tell the American people about your hospitality in Daxia when I go back. Dennis naturally recognized this young lady from the military region, and he and the military region were considered old friends. Laugh. Huang Lingmeng smiled disdainfully and dismissed Dennis's official statement. You go ahead. Ye Chen is a wanted criminal in Daxia. You are protecting the criminal and I haven't given you any trouble yet. How dare you talk back? Huang Lingmeng was aggressive, and Suandi stood quietly beside her, and the two of them stared at Dennis. There is only one Huajin warrior left on the ship. As long as he doesn't interfere, killing Ye Chen is like killing a chicken. Humph! Your people invaded our ship and caused damage. This matter is endless. Dennis avoided Ye Chen's affairs and only talked about his ship's problems, intending to avoid the topic of criminals. It's a broken ship. It's your misfortune that it was destroyed. You harbored a felon. I suspect that you colluded with him to destroy the stability of our Daxia. Dennis, please come back to Daxia with me. Huang Lingmeng naturally knew that Dennis would not go back with her. She also knew that the two of them were just arguing, and she didn't care. This was the effect she wanted. If Dennis is held back from providing support, as long as Dennis does not die in Daxia's hands, the United States will cry out to no avail. Strength is the basis of diplomacy. Toot toot. The sound in the distance attracted Huang Lingmen's attention, and another American-flagged yacht was heading this way. Her eyes became solemn. Since she was able to drive over, it meant that the procedure was legitimate and she could not stop him recklessly. Dennis, I'm right here. If you ask this ship to come for support, don't blame me for taking action, you know. Facing Huang Lingmen's threat, Dennis just snorted and didn't care. Humph, if you destroy my boat, I will have to find another boat and go back. The ship was getting closer and closer. Dennis jumped up and went directly to the new ship. Everything seemed to be normal, but Huang Lingmeng felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell it. Just when she felt something was wrong, Ye Chen and Monipa flew towards the new ship at the same time. How could Yu Ran let them leave? Following closely behind, just when Ye Chen entered the range of the ship, a formation suddenly rose up to isolate Yu Ran and the others. Array! Huang Lingmeng sneered, is this a backup move? How many seconds can a mere formation stop Yu Ran? With a click, the formation disappeared, and the broken formation cone in Yu Ran's hand flashed away. To him, the formation was nothing more than a toy. It only took a blink of an eye for the formation to break apart, but within this blink of an eye, Ye Chen had an extra syringe in his hand. Yu Ran, you forced me to do this. Chapter 225 Ye Chen turns into a beast. Ye Chen's roar spread throughout the entire sea area, and countless creatures began to dive downwards. I don't know if it was because Ye Chen's voice was too penetrating to disturb them, or because they were afraid of the aftermath of the battle. Or maybe they are worried about the birth of a powerful creature. The syringe was inserted into Ye Chen's arm. In an instant, Ye Chen's face became extremely ferocious and countless blood mist erupted from his body. His limbs began to grow crazily, and his face began to swell. Yu Ran will not wait quietly for your transformation. That is what a stupid villain does. He wants to kill Ye Chen directly. Green Lotus Sword Technique. The four soaring sword tactics are in the shape of lotus flowers, and finally merge into one, the final form of the Qinglian sword technique, Qinglian Yujian. Yu Ran had been preparing this move for a long time, waiting for Ye Chen to reveal a flaw. Now that Ye Chen was a moving target, it was the best time to take action. The sword technique formed in the sky. Between the blue sky and the sea, the cyan sword technique was so dazzling. Ye Chen's consciousness was still very clear. He could see Yu Ran's actions, and he was still roaring, but his voice became extremely rough and he couldn't hear what he was shouting. There were only two vague words that were very clear. Yu Ran. The huge green sword energy slashed towards Ye Chen, trying to smash the ship together. The hull of the ship where Ye Chen was directly split into two and fell to the bottom of the sea. At this time, Dennis no longer cared about the damage to the ship. Instead, he stared at the bottom of the sea, as if expecting something. Yu Ran frowned and looked at the bottom of the sea. He clearly felt Ye Chen's breath disappearing. Suddenly, a black shadow emerged from the bottom of the sea and hit Yu Ran at super high speed. Yu Ran stepped lightly and left his original position in an instant. The black shadow refused to let go and seemed bound to smash Yu Ran into pieces. Thousands of swords pierced the heart. The Zhuyuan technique formed an overwhelming sword energy around Yu Ran, and pierced towards the black shadow crazily. Facing this overwhelming sword energy, the black shadow finally slowed down and made a defensive posture with his hands. Thump 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 thump. The sound of sword energy colliding with the black shadow came out, making a crisp sound, like hitting a copper wall. Only then did everyone have the opportunity to see the full black shadow. Black scales cover the whole body, the arms are as thick as 3 adults stacked on top of each other, and the soles of the feet are thick and completely out of proportion to the body. In addition to the black scales on the body, the black blood vessels inside the exposed flesh can clearly be seen still flowing. All kinds of strange symbols were spread on the face. If the facial features didn't have human characteristics, no one would even be able to tell that this was a person. A pair of black wings behind him flapped slightly, and a deep and ominous aura rushed towards his face. The evil dragon of the West. This is everyone's first impression. This is a shrunken evil dragon of the West. Gila Gala Las Vegas Uran. The evil dragon roared, and the power of the dragon made ordinary members of the ship lose their movements for a moment, as if they were witnessing something terrible. Dennis was very excited to see Ye Chen's appearance, but he felt dissatisfied when he heard Ye Chen's words. This dragon language is not very meaningful, but at this time, you can still call Yu Ran's name. How hateful is this? Hate, of course hate. How could Ye Chen not hate that Yu Ran sabotaged his actions and chased him with no way to the sky and no way to the earth, so he was forced to trade with Dennis to acquire the beast transforming potion. He knew that from today on, he was no longer a complete human being. How could he not hate him? This kind of hatred must be killed until Yu Ran is killed. Ye Chen shot out and must kill Yu Ran. Otherwise, his hatred cannot be eliminated. So fast. The eyes of Huang Lingmeng next to him were slightly focused. Ye Chen clearly had no use for any martial arts, but he was just so fast. Ye Chen didn't use his martial arts, or in other words, all his martial arts were useless. His previous martial arts were not as powerful as his current punch. I won't stop you from fighting in close combat. As soon as Yu Ran Hong Yao sword came out, he had top-notch combat awareness. How could he be timid in this kind of close combat? Pang! The crisp sound of Yu Ran's Hong Yao sword hitting Ye Chen's fist shocked everyone. Hong Yaojian failed to break Ye Chen's fist. Ye Chen's current physical fitness has exceeded the peak of the earth-level spiritual weapon? So scary. Yu Ran was in the center of the battle, and his brows were furrowed. The counterattack force just now was equivalent to a full-strength blow in the middle stage of energy transformation. So strong. At this point, he can still survive from PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Is this the protagonist of Tiandao? It's terrifying. Ping 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 pong, Yu Ran had inadvertently played hundreds of rounds with Ye Chen, and there were sparks all the way. When the two separated, Ye Chen's face was really scarred, but it healed quickly. Yu Ran already knew in his heart how terrifying Ye Chen's physical condition was now. For the first time, the Green Lotus sword technique failed to kill the enemy when it hit it. The Hong Yao sword could not break through Ye Chen's strongest defense. But if it attacks Ye Chen's fragile abdomen or head, Ye Chen still can't resist it. The hardest thing on Ye Chen's body are his hands or claws and the dragon scales on his chest, which are difficult to cut even with the Hong Yao sword. While Yu Ran and Ye Chen were fighting, Dennis took out a special satellite phone. Boss, this Ye Chen's strength has reached the peak of transformation after taking our third version of the original solution, but it is much stronger than the normal peak of transformation. Yes, he can speak dragon language but not completely, and his consciousness is very clear. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, as if making an important decision. Bring him back at all costs. This is our epoch-making significance. Yes. Dennis understood the importance of Ye Chen, but he never thought that the importance attached to Ye Chen from above could only be stronger than weaker. At any cost, including war. Superior. Dennis gave an order, and Monipa rushed directly towards Lien and Liu Zitong. Another person flew out of the ship and followed Monipa. Huang Lingmeng was also reporting the news to the military headquarters at this time, while the other 3 people were secretly blocking the ship to prevent them from supporting them. They were temporarily unable to support Yu Ran and Ye Chen on the battlefield and were too weak, so what they had to do was to prevent people on the ship from supporting them. Yu Ran said he would win without help. They all believed it. The 2 sides originally formed a stalemate, but it was broken with Dennis's order. What Huang Lingmeng didn't expect was that Dennis also rushed up, with fierce eyes that revealed murderous intent, and curses in his mouth. Baby, your father doesn't even dare to talk to me like that. Bat wings appeared behind Dennis, and his hands turned into sharp claws, attacking Huang Lingmeng fiercely. Huang Lingmeng moved his spear and faced Dennis directly. Ansuandi frowned slightly and followed Huang Lingmeng directly. Dennis's sharp claws directly forced Huang Lingmeng back. The aura of the mid-stage energy transformation on his body was revealed. Ansuandi's long whip flashed, blocking Dennis's attack path. Huang Lingmeng, Ansuandi, and Dennis. The battlefields were fought like crazy. Yu Ran was concentrating on fighting Ye Chen, and the various uncertain factors in the final battle finally turned into a state of equal strength. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred, and when the peripheral vision swept to another battlefield, Lien turned into a beast. Chapter 226. A drop of water penetrates a stone. Yu Ran was shocked. Lien's beastly state was her top secret, and Yu Ran had always kept it a secret for her. Even before every battle, Yu Ran would tell her that she didn't need to transform, as he was confident. Because he knew in his heart that this was the greatest pain in Lien's heart. Today, the situation was still at a stalemate, but Lien's sudden transformation shocked Yu Ran, as well as Liu Zitong next to him, Huang Lingmeng and Ansuandi in the distance. They had never seen Lien in such a state before, but they soon came to their senses and concentrated on their own battle. On the contrary, Lien's opponent Jones was looking at Lien's condition with great interest. So it's you, little Ye Long. I didn't expect that you are still alive after running away from the island. Interesting. Lien's eyes were blazing with fire. She recognized him. She recognized him. This person was the mastermind behind turning her into a beast. He was the manager of Paradise Island where Lien was at that time. Lien's rage soared to the sky. She was determined to kill this beast that had affected her life even if it meant exposing her own beastly identity. Jones looked at Lien's murderous eyes, but he didn't care. Xiao Yelong, you should thank me, otherwise how could you have such strength? Jones' tone was frivolous, but scales had already appeared on his arms. This escaped half-dragon girl was once their best masterpiece, and he dared not underestimate her. Yu Ran's eyes calmed down immediately, and he understood the unreasonable parts of the book. Why didn't Ye Chen help Lien to get revenge in the book? It's not that I can't find it, but I don't want to. Ye Chen knows this notorious experimental organization. If you think about it more carefully, could it be that Ye Chen picking up the lotus was also a conspiracy? Yu Ran didn't think any further. Was he a villain? FKU. Compared to these inhuman beasts, he was simply a messenger of justice. Without the protagonist's halo, what good can a notorious mercenary organization be? How could they have recruited such filthy people as the Blood King and the Poison King as their subordinates without having experienced those dirty deals? System, you say I'm a villain? I think I'm the scavenger of the world, cleaning up all these beasts. Host, you are the villain, but they are not qualified to be your opponent. The system rarely argued with Yu Ran. Instead, it told him a secret that was not really a secret. These so-called protagonists were not qualified to be his masters. In fact, Yuran also discovered that the system rarely spoke after he transformed his energy. It basically only appeared when he asked questions, as if it was afraid of being stared at. A protagonist who is more terrifying than the system? Yuran shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Once he thought about it, he would feel a strong sense of despair. Yuran looked at Ye Chen on the battlefield. He must die today. Even Jesus can't stop him. Yuran, said so. Ye Chen saw Yuran's behavior and showed a strong sense of sarcasm. How dare he take the initiative to attack? He was not afraid at all and punched Yuran. Yuran fought back with the Hong Yao sword in his hand and flew backwards dozens of meters. Is this all your strength? Ye Chen opened his mouth wide, mocked wantonly, and laughed heartily, pouring out all the grievances he had suffered in the past few days, feeling indescribably refreshed. Yet, Yuran also revealed a hint of a sneer, and his Lingzi step accelerated extremely quickly, while the Hong Yao sword continued to be unsheathed. Yuran flew backwards for dozens of meters again, and he reached this distance in an instant. The sword flashed again. In an instant, the two of them fought for hundreds of rounds, each time using Yuran's inverted flight, accelerated attack, and then inverted flight again. Ye Chen went from feeling happy at the beginning to feeling unspeakably aggrieved. He was clearly the one who knocked Yuran away, so why did he seem to be on the defensive all the time? This is the power of Lingzi Bulletin. In the world of martial arts, only fast ones can't be defeated. Mastering speed means taking the initiative. The afterimages of Yuran and Ye Chen's battlefield were flying, the sword energy was permeating the air, and other battlefields were intentionally or unintentionally kept away. The aftermath of the battlefield here was really terrifying. Yuran, I don't believe that your energy is infinite. If you drain me, you will be drained to death. Ye Chen didn't know whether he was frustrated and trying to cheer himself up or whether he was really confident in speaking out Yuran's problem. As he said, Yuran's energy consumption was definitely not small. Lingzi step was used almost all the time, and Yuran went all out every time he struck a sword. Ye Chen, on the other hand, just stayed still and passively defended, which consumed much less energy. Yuran didn't say anything, otherwise it would affect the consistency of his attacks. He used Lingzi steps to attack Ye Chen from all directions. Ye Chen remained unchanged in response to all changes, and kept blocking with a pair of iron fists. Ye Chen felt very aggrieved. It was true that he became stronger after transforming into a dragon, but his martial arts skills were useless and he couldn't keep up with his current state. He was like a sandbag who could only be beaten. In fact, when he flapped his dragon wings, his speed was unparalleled in the world. However, the Lingzi step was faster, and it suppressed him as if he was standing still, which was extremely uncomfortable. Pang! After another confrontation, Yuran fell back again, but this time a smile appeared on Yuran's lips. The next time the sword struck, Ye Chen blocked it as usual, but couldn't help but scream. Ah! The sound was so loud that it attracted the attention of the whole audience and spread to all directions along with the sound of the waves. Yuran's sword wounded him, not at a weak spot, but at his most proud iron fist. His left hand was cut off directly by Yuran's Hanjiao sword, and the blood mixed with it into the seabed, leaving no trace. When you look closely, you can see that there are already gaps in a piece of dragon scale, which are caused by Yuran's hundreds of attacks. The strength of the spiritual weapon is comparable to the peak of the earth level. Hong Yao sword can be broken even if it is struck at the same part thousands of times. A drop of water penetrates a stone. The dragon scales were broken, but there was still mortal flesh inside. How could it block the power of Hong Yao's sword and chop off his left hand with one sword? A heart-pounding pain instantly spread throughout Ye Chen's body, and his whole body began to twitch, revealing the shortcomings of the human-modifying potion. The dragon scale was one of the most important parts of his body, and the backlash from being chopped into pieces was equivalent to the pain of having his limbs crippled. The four symbols sword chi revived, the green lotus sword technique took shape behind you, and the huge lotus combined the four sword chi together. This move will crush the living beings. The green lotus sword technique slashed at Ye Chen with unrivaled force. Ye Chen's body was still twitching, and there was no way to dodge the sword light. The sword light flashed, but Ye Chen was still not dead, but his current posture was very strange. He wrapped his whole body with wings and scales, turned himself into a ball, and used the strongest defense to receive Yu Ran's move. Then the black ball didn't even look back and fell crazily towards the sea. This was his only chance of survival. Yu Ran, 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years to the west of the river, today's hatred will be avenged in the future. Ye Chen didn't forget to say harsh words before leaving. In this state, his defense had reached its peak. He was full of confidence, but he couldn't break through his defense. Yu Ran strokes the sword, has high physical defense? Slay the spirit. Chapter 227 Lian's Revenge. An attack like a sound wave struck Ye Chen like lightning. Although the speed of the black ball was fast, it was not even half as fast as the sound wave. There were no gorgeous special effects or the aftermath of the explosion. What was being chopped off was the soul. The huge black ball instantly turned into Ye Chen's original animal form. It's just that the soul in his head has been extinguished. With the sword, the soul is extinguished. From now on, there will be no more Ye Chen in the world. The system in his mind has already settled points for Yu Ran, but this is not the time for Yu Ran to check. He quickly took off Ye Chen's storage ring. As soon as the green lotus sword technique was released, Ye Chen turned into powder. If he wanted to study it from Ye Chen, go ahead and study it. Dennis also noticed Yu Ran's behavior, and his blood instantly surged, and Dennis yelled angrily. You! How dare you destroy Ye Chen's body? After the anger, there was fear. The superiors asked him to bring back Ye Chen at all costs, but they didn't say life or death, which meant that it didn't matter whether he was dead or alive. But now Dennis was dumbfounded. No matter whether they were dead or alive, the powder had all drifted into the sea and could not be found. After he went back, he thought about the punishment of those people, and he couldn't help but feel fear in his heart. It was a real hell on earth. Huang Lingmeng and Ansuandi also stopped. Their fight was the least intense, regardless of Huang Lingmeng or Dennis's special status. It's okay to be injured, but if you die here, it will be a diplomatic issue. Yu Ran flew to the two of them, and Dennis's roar continued. Do you know who wants him? How dare you, how dare you! Pfft! Yu Ran didn't want to listen to his nonsense, so he punched him directly on the board of the ship, making the squeaking sound annoying. Ye Chen was already bruised and ashes. Do you think this is of any use? Besides, he's not afraid of other people making trouble for him. Is he really the breadwinner of the Great Xia military headquarters? He was not far away from the master. Maybe he could upgrade this time when he returned. However, Yu Ran had a vague feeling that it was not that simple. From dark strength to transformation strength, there were obstacles. There was no reason for the master's upgrade to be so smooth. Keep an eye on him. Yu Ran spoke concisely, and flew towards the battlefield on the other side of Lian. Huang Lingmeng understood instantly, and went straight down and destroyed all Dennis's communication equipment, tied him up and left him there like a dumpling. The voice from the headquarters sounded in the headset, and Huang Lingmeng looked serious. Yes, I know how to deal with it. Huang Yongsheng nodded. He believed in his daughter's wisdom, and then hung up the phone with disdain. Chief, what did those people say? The secretary next to him couldn't help but ask. He knew that it was the phone number from the north. TCH, you're not talking about those bullshit things about things that can't cause international disputes. They're creating diplomatic problems and asking us to apologize. They're talking beautifully, so they want us to do these bullshit things? Don't bother with him. The secretary also asked doubtfully. I remember they were not so cowardly before. Now Dennis has come to our border with provocation. If his previous temper had already hit him, how could he be so rampant? Huang Yongsheng took a look at the photos taken by the satellite, and after confirming that Huang Lingmeng was fine, he told a secret. It's not that the Northern War God caused trouble before, and he was the master of it, but after being replaced, his subordinates became disobedient. The new one couldn't control it. The North lost 2 foreign wars, and now he doesn't dare to provoke powerful enemies casually. I see, these people are just cowards. They are engaged in private militia. They are just like our military region. How can their combat effectiveness decline? Huang Yongsheng was very disdainful of the behavior of the 5 major families in the imperial capital. His private soldiers were almost abducted by others. Now he can't lead his own private soldiers well. He is extremely stupid. If Yuran were here, he would even feel, isn't this a template for a protagonist? Northern War God? Yuran didn't expect that Huang Yongsheng might have information about the next protagonist in his mouth at this time. He was still watching Lian's battle. That's right, he just watched and didn't interfere. He knew Lian's anger and not. This battle must be fought by Lian himself. On Liu Zitong's side, he was the one who stopped the fight with one sword. Liu Zitong had already tied up Monipa like a dumpling and left her beside Dennis to heal her wounds. He had been fighting with Huajin middle stage for so long, but his injuries were not serious. Poison was indeed a wonderful weapon for the weak to defeat the strong. Monipa was restrained in fighting him, for fear of being poisoned by Liu Zitong, so she missed many good opportunities and only slightly injured Liu Zitong. Liu Zitong was also standing next to Yuran at this moment, watching Lian's battle, but he also looked a little surprised. Is Lian so strong after transforming into a beast? After he transformed his strength, he felt that there was not much difference between Lian and him, but now he felt that the difference was huge. Lian is at the 2nd level of Huajin, and Jones is at the 4th level of Huajin. They are also in the early stage of Huajin and the middle stage of Huajin. Lian fights extremely fiercely, almost head-to-head with Jones. From time to time, the two people's blood was splashed in the sea, obviously they were fighting for their lives. Jones was a little scared in his heart, this madwoman is so strong. She can fight beyond the level with her strength. If Lian can transform into a beast, he can too. He is a little stronger than the middle stage of general transforming energy, and he is no worse than Dennis. With Dennis, Huang Lingmeng and Ansuandi could barely fight together. He actually tied with Lian alone. Terrible strength. When Jones swept across Yuran and Dennis, he already wanted to give up. If Yuran joined the battlefield, he would definitely die. He doesn't have a death-free medal like Dennis, and the United States will not go against Daxia for him. Lian's style of play is all about exchanging injuries for injuries and lives for lives. Her beautiful body was covered with wounds and dripping with blood. Even in her beastly state, her body turned bright red. Jones on the opposite side was naturally not much better, as her beastly ape arms had been broken. The cruelty is evident. Even so, Lian did not defend herself in close combat. If you punch me, I will punch you back. Liu Zitong was frightened when he saw this. He secretly vowed in his heart that he could not fight Lian. Who the hell could withstand this? Who can withstand it? Jones can't withstand it anyway. With Lian's style of play, he can't even run away. You want to use a feint to let Lian's defense take the opportunity to slip away? But Lian doesn't defend you at all, how can you sneak away? There is no way. Jones looked at Yuran with more and more eyes, as if he was about to intervene in the battlefield at any time. Yuran wanted to untie Lian's heart, but he didn't really want to see her die. So if Lian couldn't hold on any longer, he would definitely intervene. Lian's injury was even more serious than Jones's, but Jones didn't dare to continue. I saw him suddenly turning around on the battlefield, swallowing the power of Lian's punch, using his body skills and punch power to travel 1,000 meters in an instant, and he was still accelerating to escape from the battlefield. He knew where there was an American spare yacht. As long as he got there, he would be there. Can live. Seeing Joan's behavior, Lian's feet suddenly accelerated. This step looked very familiar to Liu Zitong. Isn't this the Lingzi step used by the young master? From the beginning to the end of Lian Zhang's Lingzibu move, this is the moment that he has been waiting for. With his agile steps and the high speed of his wings, Jones was just rejoicing that he was out of danger when a fist suddenly popped out of his stomach. And the English language that carries death. Where do you want to run? Chapter 228 Pirates are rampant. When Jones was thrown in front of Yu Ran was silent for a second. I thought you were going to kill him. Yu Ran really didn't expect that Lian would capture Jones alive. This was the person she hated the most in her life, no one. Lian lowered her eyes and said nothing. She didn't know what she was thinking. She saw the hatred in Jones' eyes beside her. Jones, who was already crippled, curled up into a ball and shivered. He was very afraid of death. He was very afraid that this woman would kill him after listening to Yu Ran's words. Do you hate him? If you hate him, kill him. Let alone him. Even if the leader of the United States is your enemy, you will still kill him. Diplomacy is not something we consider. Lian's originally hateful eyes suddenly calmed down. She no longer looked at Jones, but looked at Yu Ran, with little stars in her eyes. Yu Ran kicked Jones away, and Liu Zitong threw him to Dennis, leaving space for the two of them. Yu Ran pulled Lian into his arms and poked her dragon horn. Cry if you want. The original atmosphere disappeared as Yu Ran poked the dragon's horn. Lian laughed out loud and buried her head in Yu Ran's arms, her voice muffled. Why are you crying? I am very happy to kill the enemy with my hands. Why are you crying? Why are you crying? I am really happy. After saying this, Lian stopped talking and didn't move. She lay in Yu Ran's arms and didn't know what she was thinking. Under the blue sea and blue sky, the talented man and the beautiful woman seemed to be the only two people left between heaven and earth. Soon, Lian laughed out loud again. Yu Ran, I love you. Westerners always express their emotions passionately and clearly. Compared with Easterners who are implicit and euphemistic, they like to express their feelings directly. This is the first time Lian said I love you. It didn't happen before, but now it does. The so-called love means mutual love and mutual consideration, which is simple and beautiful. Yu Ran wanted her to kill her enemy with her own hands, but Lian was worried about the trouble it would bring to Yu Ran. Is this a dilemma? No, the outcome has already been decided. Lian didn't occupy Yu Ran for too long. In just 10 minutes, she flew towards Huang Lingmeng, leaving Yu Ran with 2 lines of tear stains on her clothes. Yu Ran looked at Lian's back and followed him with a smile. His heart was healed and he was reborn. It was nothing more than this. Hey, Lian, have you transformed into the 3rd level of strength? Can you advance to the next level while fighting? Huang Lingmeng immediately saw the difference in Lian. As a martial artist, she was very concerned about this kind of information. Lian was also stunned for a moment, and then smiled. Yes, I have reached the 3rd level of transformation and have just advanced. That's good. Let's talk more when we get back. I feel like I've made progress this time. Okay. Ansuandi was listening. She was not very familiar with Lian, but she felt that Lian talked more than usual today. Yu Ran, you're back. When Huang Lingmeng saw Yu Ran returning, he also took his good sisters with him. Ansuandi wanted to break away, but Huang Lingmeng's hand was stronger. How's it going? Is everything going well here? It went very well, everything was ruined, but Dennis has a special status, and it was said above that he must be let go. Yu Ran nodded, as if he was not surprised by the military department's choice. He didn't know Dennis' identity, but someone who knew Huang Lingmeng and dared to be arrogant would not be too lowly. Okay, let them go. Huang Lingmeng was ready to persuade her, but Yu Ran agreed to give her the treatment. Ah? Don't you ask why? Do we need that between us? Huang Lingmeng smiled, like the winter with 100 flowers blooming, gorgeous and pure. She flew to the ship to prepare for the rest. Sister Dai, congratulations on your transformation. Ansuandi also smiled beautifully, but the beauty in her smile made Yu Ran shrink slightly. I've been holding it in for more than a month. I want to be on top next time. Ahem. Ansuandi started talking about tigers and wolves, which almost made Yu Ran's mood incoherent. Ansuandi licked her lips, stretched out her jade finger, and gently placed it on Yu Ran's lips, which had a unique flavor. Why, little brother, do you disagree? Fairy. Looking at it, Yu Ran wanted to execute her on the spot. They have already let them go. Dennis ran so fast. Huang Lingmeng flew into the sky, and the yacht below cut an afterimage across the sea at high speed. The engine roared like thunder, which was a sign that the horsepower had reached its limit. What's next? Yu Ran looked at Huang Lingmeng and asked gently, while Huang Lingmeng spread his hands. What's the next step? We will send him away. In another 50 miles, they will reach the high seas. Pirates are rampant there. We have captured a pirate ship there before. Following the direction of Huang Lingmen's finger, there was a pirate ship parked about 1 kilometer away, intact. Yu Ran grinned. Could he still know the personality of the military region? He could let him go after being slapped in the face by Dennis like that. Huang Lingmeng would probably be scolded to death when he went back. The reason why he didn't kill was just to take advantage of it. If you die in the hands of pirates on the high seas, what does it have to do with me? You said that I, Daxia, was pretending to be a pirate? Where is the evidence? Oh, I have something else to do and I need to tell the person on the other side that I am not chasing Dennis. Huang Lingmeng smiled and landed on the military ship, and Yu Ran also grinned. Let's go, my crew. Dennis didn't dare to stay at all, and drove frantically in the direction of the spare yacht. He didn't want to stay in this ghost place at all. Although you will be punished like hell when you go back, you will definitely not die, and that's enough. Dennis was driving at full speed when suddenly the yacht began to vibrate, and then the speed began to decrease, getting slower and slower. A hole. Dennis knew what was going on without even looking. As a captain for many years, there was something wrong with the yacht's engine. Damn the Daxia people, the damn Daxia military had actually tampered with the engine. Want him to die trapped at sea? Humph. I have already contacted the backup yacht. We can meet up in half an hour at most. Just as Dennis was imagining it, the ship's hull shook violently, and then an explosion sounded. He rushed out of the captain's room and saw the pirate ship not far away at a glance. Where did the pirate ship come from here? Lu Zitong, UFG hit me wrong. Go, let me do it. No, Lian, you do it. Lu Zitong experienced the thrill of artillery. Although he missed the hit, he was very satisfied with the experience. What man wouldn't like this? Lian knew that this was an opportunity for Yu Ran to take revenge with her own hands. She was originally a member of the Dragon King Palace and was extremely skilled in operating artillery. Facing a stationary target like Dennis and the others, Lian fired the cannon. Before Dennis could figure out where this pirate ship came from, the second shell hit the hull squarely, and the yacht's defense was very poor. The people and the boat were all blown into powder. The target is determined to be dead, prepare to return. Huang Lingmen's voice sounded in the headset. Although Dennis and the others were seriously injured and could not fly, Huang Lingmeng and the others would not be negligent and must ensure the death of Dennis and the others. Not long after, a third cannonball came out of the chamber, but this time it hit a pirate ship. Chapter 229 Preparing to kill the Dragon King Palace. Hey, what are you talking about? What did we do? We are escorting sincerely. We are 50 miles away for fear of being misunderstood by you. Who would have thought of the pirates who came out of the blue? We even destroyed the pirate ship to avenge you. You are not, should you be grateful to us? Don't give us too many gifts. I heard that your genetic warriors have achieved good results, can you show them to us? As soon as Yuran came in, he heard Huang Yangshen's strange voice, but when he thought of the person opposite, he felt refreshed. Cool. Roll. After holding it in for a long time, the other person ended the call with the word scroll, and Huang Yangsheng laughed. Roosevelt put down the phone, his face full of gloom. Dennis, one of the most outstanding warriors of his family's generation, died like this. Although their technology is advanced, there are not many warriors who are sincere, and even fewer who are strong. With the cheating of technology, not many can calm down and practice martial arts. In addition, there is no inheritance at all in North America, which is nowhere compared to Bactria, which has a profound foundation. If bacteria had not suffered frequent defeats in foreign battlefields in recent years, Dennis would not even dare to go to the waters of Bactria. That is to say, Daxia has been declining in recent years. The United States feels that it should test Daxia's attitude and also want to improve its own status. The southern military headquarters is still as tough and sinister as ever. He used his pig brain to figure out what was going on with the pirate ship, but what could he do? The last picture of the yacht being damaged was of a pirate ship, and the pirate ship was blown to pieces by Daxia's cannon. There is no human or material evidence, and he died on the high seas. There is no reason to cause trouble. What made Roosevelt most irritated was Yechen, the orcs who finally appeared at the peak of their power. They were called genetic warriors in the United States. This was simply the best test product, and not even a single hair was brought back. If Yechen can really help the United States become more mass-produced, it will only be a matter of time before it unifies the world. Why? Roosevelt sighed. Can the mid-level and 6th version genetic medicines be used to create peak-level warriors? It remains to be tested. Compared with the gloom and gloom on Roosevelt's side, Huang Yangsheng was simply happy today. Yechen is dead, Dennis is dead, and the United States is still in trouble. Is there any better news than this? Boy, you have made a great contribution this time. Huang Yangsheng patted Yuran on the shoulder with a smile, and glanced at Lian behind him from the corner of his eye. But they didn't say anything. Everyone had a tacit understanding and didn't mention Lian's matter. Since Lian is Yuran's person, his identity as a genetic warrior doesn't mean anything. They won't lose big because of small things, because this kind of thing will create a gap with Yuran. Even Huang Lingmeng, Lu Zitong, and the others never mentioned the Lotus Beast transformation, pretending they didn't know anything. Uncle Huang, I have made great achievements so many times, but you reward me verbally every day, but don't give me some practical rewards. FKU, my girl was kidnapped by you, what more reward do you want? Yes, the grand prize has been taken away. It's almost time to drink some soup and water. Huang Lingmeng in the back blushed visibly. Why were they discussing her in public? Dad. Yuran, what are you talking about? There are so many people here. The consultants next to me are very sensible. Oh, we don't know anything, we haven't heard anything. Why don't you go out for a drink? Okay, let's have a barbecue and beers tonight. We won't come home until we get drunk. It's okay not to say it, but it makes Huang Lingmeng even more shy. There is no serious person in the room. Huang Yangsheng smiled, but he did not forget about business. Yuran, the headquarters of the Dragon King Palace has been found out. The coordinates you gave are very useful. We plan to surround it on all sides. The east side will be left to you and Riamu's team. We plan to set off in 3 days. After these days of continuous investigation and starting from all aspects of signal materials, we finally found the headquarters of the Dragon King Palace. The headquarters of the Dragon King Palace is wrapped in a magic array plus a maze, and you may not notice it even if you pass by its door. It can be said that Huangyang has put a lot of effort into this matter. The hatred between the Dragon King Palace and Daxia has always been high. Daxia has been in a bad situation outside the country in recent years, so it wants to win over Ye Chen. If Ye Chen had dared to enter Daxia a few years earlier, he would have killed him. But Ye Chen is dead, and the Dragon King Palace has been completely pushed into the opposite direction. Naturally, the two enemies have no face to speak of. The coordinates provided by Yu Ran gave the military an excellent opportunity to annihilate the Dragon King Palace in this battle. After Yu Ran returned to the Yu family, he immediately summoned all the Yu family's secret guards and told them that he had made a major decision. This time he really went to drink soup with the military headquarters. The huge Dragon King Palace could really make the Yu family full. No other family has ever had such treatment. It can be said that Huang Yongsheng really considered Yu Ran as his son-in-law before making such a decision. Of course, the relationship between Yu Fu and the military department is inseparable. The relationship between the two generations of the Yu family and the military department made the military department decide to have a good relationship with the Yu family. It's not to win over, but to build a good relationship. Yu Ran is too young and will definitely become a master in the future. He may even spy on the masters. None of the warriors in the military department is wrong. Yu Ran will look at him differently. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. After Yu Ran announced the news, it caused an uproar in the entire Yu family. Even Yu Fu, who had never asked questions, came to inquire. This was the first time that all the Yu family's secret guards had gathered. From Mingjin to Anjin, there are 528 people in total. Yu Ran didn't announce what he was going to do to avoid leaking the news, but people like Cao Bing and Su Huang who had been following Yu Ran knew it well. Dragon King Palace, they are coming. In the next 2 days, Yu Ran's life was very monotonous. He rode in Suandi, and even dragged Lian and Bai Yuan in between. This witch was so damn powerful. On the third day, after Yu Ran defeated them all, he had time to see what he had gained from defeating Ye Chen. Congratulations to the host for killing Ye Chen and gaining 10,000 points. Since Ye Chen's hatred towards the host reached 100, he was awarded the title of Big Villain and an additional reward of 10 draws in a row at the intermediate level. The reward is the same as killing Lin Fan. It seems that there is no inflation in the system, and the points are still valuable. Yu Ran. Martial Arts Level, 8th level of Huajin. Physique, Great Sun Yang Body. Skills Mastered, Iron Mountain Reliance, Tiger Roar, Yi Yang Finger, Green Lotus Sword Technique, Lingzi Step, Shadow, Yuan Gathering Technique, Crazy Thunder Fist, Spirit Cutting. Currently receiving information, the Miracle Doctor comes down the mountain and Urban Crazy Soldiers. System Points, 12,900. Mall, click to open. Lottery Pool, expanded, 10 consecutive draws in the middle to be used. After looking at it, Yu Ran decided to upgrade his strength to the 9th level of energy transformation first. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to the 9th level of Huajin, with 9,900 points remaining. Insufficient points, failed to improve the realm. Sure enough, 9,900 is not enough to be promoted to Grand Master. System, how many points do you need to upgrade to Grand Master? It depends on what kind of master path the host chooses. There are 3 levels, 10,000, 20,000 and 30,000 points. Yu Ran didn't expect the system to answer, but he didn't expect the system to help him clearly answer the question of how to become a master. 3 different roads? Chapter 230, The Road to Grand Master. This actually made Yu Ran interested. He also learned about the path of a master in the book, which involves cultivating energy and cultivating the pulse, and master cultivating the domain. The Grand Master can use his own spiritual veins to create a field around him, and the strength of the field can basically represent the strength of the Grand Master. In Hwajin, the number of spiritual veins is the most important, and 3 of them are nodes because the Grand Master's domain structure uses 3 as the formation I structure. The domain constructed by the 3 nodes is the small domain, the 6 spiritual veins are the medium domain, and the 9 spiritual veins are the large domain. This is also the reason why the 6 spiritual meridians in Hwajin are much more powerful than the 5 spiritual meridians, and it has something to do with the subsequent path to becoming a master. Of course, in the small realm, the 5 spiritual veins are definitely much more powerful than the 3 spiritual veins, but they are much worse than the 6 spiritual veins in the middle realm. Why is the field formed by 3 spiritual veins? Do you know the stability of the triangle? The field composed of the nodes of the 3 spiritual veins is the most basic. If you have less than 3 spiritual veins, you can't even think about the path to becoming a master. It's much more difficult to transform your energy even one step at a time. There are also many types of fields for a Grand Master, and the fields are the prerogative of the Master. For example, in the most common elemental realm, such as the fire realm, once the enemy enters, they will feel a burning sensation and become physically uncomfortable. The power of their own fire attribute martial arts will be greatly enhanced, and the power of other martial arts will be weakened. Another example is the gravity field that most physical practitioners like. In the gravity field, the pressure you experience increases countless times. Some people describe it as equivalent to fighting with a mountain on your back, suppressing your speed and physical strength. There are also some weird fields, such as the hidden field, where you can't see him at all. Another example is the forbidden realm. In this realm, your vitality is blocked and you can only use physical power. These areas are ineffective for me and will only provide bonuses. The Grand Master has a saying, "In my field, I am invincible." It is not unreasonable that all the masters are ants. Hwajin can rely on the number of people to kill them, but the master cannot do it. Once the domain is released, the number of people is ineffective. Of course, the domain is not truly invincible. When your strength is really strong enough to counteract the influence of the domain is considered broken. Or do you not enter the area of the domain, use martial arts to attack outside, ignore the influence of the domain, and beat the master against the wave? Transforming energy is difficult to achieve, and even if you encounters the weakest Grand Master, his winning rate is only 20% at most. In Grand Master battles, domain collisions are also very common, but most of them use their own domain to offset the influence of the enemy's domain. You won't really compete in the field head-on, unless it's a life and death battle. Fighting in the field head-on will be detrimental to subsequent practice. There are 2 ways to practice in the field. One is strength. For example, Yuran is a big field and is born stronger than others. In addition to the field strength of the spiritual veins, there are also the attributes and quality of the field. Fields also need to be filled in, and these belong to the practice of a master. The second is the range. Generally speaking, if the domain reaches a radius of 100 meters, it is the second level of the Grand Master, a radius of 200 meters is the third level, a radius of 800 meters is the 9th level, a 900-meter radius is a demigod, and a 1000-meter boundary is the god-breaking realm. However, the divine realm does not appear in either book, and I don't know if there are masters of the divine realm in this world. It seems that they all weigh 100 meters, but in fact the mass is completely different. It is simply calculated based on a circle with a radius of 100 meters. The range of 100 meters is 10000 pi square meters. The range of 200 meters is 40000 pi square meters. The range of 300 meters is 90000 pi square meters. The same range is increased by 100 meters. From the second to the third level of Hwajing, the area increases by 30,000 pi square meters, while from the third level to the fourth level of Hwajing, the area increases by 50,000 pi square meters. The further you go, the more exaggerated it becomes. Although they are both within 100 meters range, the difficulty is not the same at all. The strongest person in Lin Fan's book was only at the 3rd level of Grand Master. In the end, Lin Fan only finished the book at the 1st level of Grand Master. Ye Chen finally reached the 4th level of the Grand Master. He was the strongest in the book, and it was over. This shows how difficult it is to become a Grand Master. But Yu Ran is stuck, but as long as you have points, it doesn't matter. System: what are the differences between these 3 promotion methods? The first type of Grand Master promotion, the host can choose a domain with relatively ordinary attributes, such as the fire domain and the water domain. For the second type of 20,000 point Grand Master promotion, the host can choose a field with advanced attributes, such as the field of gravity, the field of darkness, etc. The third type is the 30,000 point Domain Master promotion. The advanced attributes that the host can choose are the most powerful space domain, power domain, etc. Yu Ran understands that you get what you pay for. The higher the points, the stronger the domain attributes and the better the initial attributes. System: how long will it take for me to advance to Grand Master? It can be 1 second, it can be half a year, depending on the host's choice. Now Yu Ran understood that long time meant that he had strong initial control and could become a master in a second, which could be used as a trump card. He now has 9,900 points. The points in the first stage of Grand Master are basically settled. This is his trump card when encountering desperate situations. But what he wants more is to advance to the Grand Master level with 30,000 points, the realm of space, and the realm of power. It sounds awesome right away, right? So what he lacks most now is points. Protagonist, where are you? Protagonist, I miss you so much. Yu Ran opened the system panel and took a look. What a guy. The system shows that there are still 3 months until the next book will be transferred. Suddenly, I can take a 3-month break? Is the system so kind? Host, please don't slander this system. This system is not a capitalist like you, it only knows how to draw cakes. Yu Ran is speechless. He is not a capitalist, he has no money, he is not interested in money. Forget it, let's beat the intermediate level 10 consecutive times first. Yu Ran didn't hesitate, clicked on the lottery panel, and silently said in his heart that the goddess of luck would bless her, and here comes the heaven level skills. Congratulations to the host for getting the upgrade stone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak earth level spiritual weapon, the Sky Spear. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak earth level skill 10,000 shots. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak Xian level skill Zushin Fist. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the earth level intermediate spiritual weapon Dragon War Gloves. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the earth level peak skills and body skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the continuous array Kirigakuer. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven level intermediate skill sword Dang Bawang. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the semi-god level skill domain kill. The semi-god level technique, holy shit, it exploded. Yu Ran jumped 3 feet high and almost broke the roof. Although they are all working hard, they still can't hold back after seeing such a powerful lottery. The first lottery system said that the elementary level may produce master items, which are heaven level items, and the intermediate level can be up to demigod level. But he had never seen the grand prize 5 or 6 times before, but this time he saw it, and it was a super grand prize. In contrast, Yu Ran was not so excited about the intermediate level skills. But after receiving the message, Yu Ran suddenly withered, oh, no longer wilted. Domain killing, as the name suggests, uses the domain as a killing move. But he has no domain. It's uncomfortable and painful. He can't wait to miss the next protagonist. Although the system initiation helped him realize it, it was of no use at all. Let's wait for the master to talk about it later. Yu Ran started to look at other items, I have to say. This time I really got lucky. Chapter 231 Brother Tong is awesome. Yu Ran thought the upgrading stone was the most rubbish thing, but he didn't expect it to be the most surprising item for Yu Ran. Upgrading weapon stone, it can upgrade the level of the spiritual weapon. A simple introduction, Yu Ran was ecstatic. System, can this upgrade tool Shi Hanjiao sword be used? The system rarely made any sound, and Yu Ran suddenly thought of something. Brother Tongzi. Can it be used? Can it be used? Today's lottery draw was so impressive, and Yu Ran's shout of Tong Ji was genuine. The host performed very well today and can be used. However, this system does not recommend the host to use it now. The system sucks, but what Yu Ran cares more about is the system's speech. The system is still very reliable on such important matters. Brother Tong, why? The upgrade tool stone can upgrade the Hong Yao sword, but the level to which it can be upgraded depends on the auxiliary materials. Only the upgrade tool stone can only be of the first level at most, which is a spiritual weapon in the early stage of the heaven level, and the auxiliary materials are enough to even be able to upgrade to the heaven level. Peak. Yu Ran immediately understood that the upgrading tool stone only talks about upgrading. Which level you upgrade to depends on the auxiliary materials. It can be the early stage of heaven level or the peak level of heaven level. Auxiliary materials are very important. Brother Tong, I understand. What auxiliary materials are needed? This time Brother Tong cheered up the system, and the responses became seamless. If you want to upgrade to the peak of the heaven level, you need 3 materials: Lingwei stone, Nongtian iron, and Qi Yuan pearl. These are materials that are still available in this world. If all materials are purchased from the mall, it will cost about 15,000 points to upgrade. According to the host's urine, this system recommends that the host find it himself. This time, the system might be really happy. The system didn't even encourage Yu Ran to spend points. It just told Yu Ran the materials and asked him to find them by himself. But Yu Ran knew in his heart that it was extremely difficult to find these materials. From the name, it can be seen that they are all heaven-level materials, and the auxiliary materials are like this. It is difficult to imagine what level this upgrade tool stone is. Okay, Brother Tong, I will try my best to find these materials. The second reason is that the host is currently at the peak of his strength. It is not cost-effective to upgrade heaven-level weapons now and cannot be used for daily use. The upgrade tool stone is a stepless material, and it is now extinct in this world, so it is better for the host to get it in place at once, and basically cannot find a second piece. Yu Ran understands the meaning of the system. Hong Yaojian, who has now reached the early stage of heaven level, is very strong, but cannot be used on a daily basis. He lacks a handy weapon. In fact, Hong Yaojian is really easy to use by Yu Ran, and he feels a little emotional when using it. This upgrade stone is quite good. Spiritual weapons below the intermediate level of the earth level can still be purchased with top quality spiritual stones, but spiritual weapons at the peak of the earth level are basically unavailable. Most of them are weapons at the bottom of the box, and there are even many masters who use weapons at the top of the earth level. Hong Yaojian's path to promotion was remembered by Yu Ran, and he went to see other gains first. 10,000 spear techniques, heavenly boxing techniques, and body volume Ju are 3 techniques, 2 at the peak of the local level and 1 at the peak of the Xian level. Yu Ran doesn't plan to specialize in the gun system. Kung Fu requires hard work to practice, and the system doesn't even provide a shortcut. He is very comfortable with the sword. As long as he masters the spirit-slaying technique, he will be invincible when using his strength. The intermediate lottery skills can be taken out, and they can be used as the foundation of the Yu family. It has to be said that the body training method is a bit abnormal. The body training method requires breaking the bones and recasting them, breaking the spiritual veins to cultivate the body, and then repairing the spiritual veins. You must know that spiritual veins are the basis for transforming energy. If you think about it, you will know the dangers of breaking the spiritual veins in cultivating the body. Not only that, you also need to use sword energy or knife energy to continuously cut your flesh and shred your own skin. After reshaping it, you will be invulnerable and your body will be comparable to the peak earth-level spiritual weapon. It's probably like Ye Chen transforming into a dragon, but it hurts just thinking about it. Yu Ran doesn't want to be abused just yet. But what Yu Ran didn't expect was that the system directly helped him get started. Ah! It doesn't seem to hurt. Yu Ran originally felt severe pain, but it suddenly disappeared. When he looked again, a light yellow coating appeared on his body. That's it for starters, then why do you write such horrible exercises? It turns out that the system helped me get started and even saved me pain? The worst pain was over, and the subsequent practice became much easier. Brother Tong, you are awesome. He has already finished saying this today. The dragon fighting gloves can be given to Lien. Liu Zitong doesn't use the gloves now. As a dual practitioner of medicine and poison, he needs to control the distance well, and what he needs more are spiritual weapons like shoes. The Ling Xiao spear can be given to Huang Ling Meng. Among the strong men he knows, Huang Ling Meng is the top marksman. Giving it together with the 10,000 spears art should unlock more postures. Drooling. Ahem, cough, I'm thinking wrongly. However, what troubled Yu Ran slightly was that the Ling Xiao spear was a spiritual weapon at the peak of the earth level, while the dragon war gloves were only a mid-earth level spiritual weapon, so there was a gap in level. They are all his own women, and Yu Ran is afraid that they will think that they treat her differently. Hey, it's so hard for a man to give every girl a home. It's not easy. The weapons produced by the system are much better than weapons of the same level. The system's Earth-level intermediate spiritual weapons may be as good as ordinary Earth-level high-level spiritual weapons. You can also give it to Lien. Kirigaku's array solved Yu Ran's immediate priority. It was just a maze and protective array, perfect for protecting his base camp. Yu Ran immediately arranged Kirigaku outside the training ground, but it looked normal both inside and outside, once it started. Huajin can also be trapped for hours. Of course, it refers to general energy, such as Yu Ran's 1-second breakthrough with a breaking cone. Let me go, this array is so advanced. Yu Ran's research found that things like face recognition and danger sensors can be set up on the array disk. There is no response when the whitelist comes in, but it starts instantly when others come in, and it can also automatically turn on when it senses danger. Awesome. Brother Tong is awesome. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. Yeah, the host is right. The system was praised inexplicably. Although I don't know why, it's just great. The last thing is the heavenly intermediate skill sword Dang Bawang, which is second only to Domain Killer. In the past, it was considered the finale of the exercise. Yu Ran closed his eyes, then opened them in less than 3 seconds and swallowed hard. What a powerful technique! After the system helped him get started, he felt the sharp sword energy just by demonstrating it in his mind. If he hadn't withdrawn it in time, he felt that he might be injured. What a heaven-defying technique! Yu Ran was also ecstatic. Needless to say, the intensity of this technique is awesome. As long as he practices well, it seems that he can't practice it. Getting started is already his limit. Just like when he used Qinglian's sword technique in Anjin, getting started is already his limit. The knock on the door interrupted Yu Ran's self-world. Young master, there is news from the military department. Liu Zitong's voice came, and Yu Ran knew it was time to set off. Chapter 232 Gift of Ling Xiao Gun. The people outside were already ready to go, and a group of people looked very excited. Fighting side by side with the military again may be the dream of many of them. Yu Ran originally wanted to give a long speech to encourage him. Going to war means casualties, which is eternal, but when he saw the group of excited people below, the long speech in his mouth condensed into one sentence. Departure and triumphant. Triumph. The Yu family's secret guards shouted in unison, and the collective voice of 528 people soared into the sky, diluting some of the tension before the expedition. Lien, this glove is for you. You won't be able to find a better one for a while. Although it is an intermediate level one, the quality is pretty good. When the dragon fighting gloves were handed to Lien, Lien was so happy from the bottom of her heart that she took them and checked the condition of the gloves over and over again. She liked the gift Yu Ran gave her. There are 2 black dragons tattooed on the dragon fighting gloves, which look like dragons swallowing the world. They look down at the world and are majestic. Lien was also very happy with the appearance of the gloves. She decided that these were the gloves that Yu Ran had put a lot of effort into finding for her. She liked them so much. Seeing Lien's heartfelt smile, Yu Ran also laughed. Without him, the smile is contagious. At this time, Lien was like a blooming lotus, beautiful and unique. When meeting Huang Lingmeng, Yu Ran was surprised to find that Huang Lingmeng brought only a small number of people, only 20 people, as if he wanted to take the lead. The helicopter is ready. Let Ming Jin's warriors change their equipment. The military department has borrowed it temporarily. Yu Ran waved his hand and saw that there were 220 Ming Jin in total. The weakest was the 4th level of Ming Jin. They quickly changed into individual combat suits, but the Dark Jin warriors did not change. It is not important for Dark warriors to use guns in hand-to-hand combat. After the plane took off, Huang Lingmeng handed Yu Ran a stack of information about the Dragon King Palace. Although Yu Ran knew it from the book, he still read it carefully. The main hall of Dragon King Hall has more than 5,000 people. In addition to task training, the permanent number of residents in the main hall is estimated to be 1,500 to 2,000. There are 4 large branch halls and countless small ones. It is already one of the most powerful forces. There are few forces in the world that can be enemies with it. The Dragon King Palace is a force left behind by the Grand Master. It contains the Grand Master's inheritance and is much stronger than ordinary forces. It was similar to what Yu Ran learned from the book, except that he underestimated the number of permanent residents in the main hall, which was about 3,000. However, not all of them are in the battle sequence. There are hundreds of people in the logistics sequence. The headquarters of the Dragon King Palace hides a special warrior called the Dragon Warrior, with 500 people in groups of 100. Inheriting the ancient battle formation, the hidden strength of 100 people can be used to defeat the enemy. This is also the foundation of the Dragon King Palace. It is not mentioned in the information, which shows how deeply hidden this warrior is. I learned from the remnants of the Dragon King Palace that there may be a strange army in the headquarters of the Dragon King Palace. It seems to be a battle formation soldier. Please pay more attention. Yu Ran didn't have the habit of cheating his allies, so he naturally told Huang Lingmeng the news, and Huang Lingmeng immediately conveyed it to the headquarters. As for why Yu Ran knew, everyone was very tacit and did not ask. By the way, Riemu, I haven't given you any gifts all this time, so I'll give you this gun. Yu Ran took out the Ling Xiao gun from the system space. The gun body was engraved with dragon and phoenix patterns and stuck straight into the sky, meaning Ling Xiao. As the little princess of the military department, Huang Lingmeng naturally had extraordinary experience. She could tell at a glance that this gun was a peak Earth-level spiritual weapon, and it was not the kind of spiritual weapon with extremely perfect workmanship. She didn't mean to refuse. Warriors love weapons. She played with this gun carefully and couldn't put it down. Nice gun. Huang Lingmeng couldn't help but sigh. Just as he was about to say thank you, Huang Tian started fanning the flames next to him. I'll go, this is a spiritual weapon at the top of the earth level. Brother-in-law, isn't this a token of love? As soon as Huang Tian opened his mouth, everyone on the plane started laughing, and the atmosphere was filled with joy, which made Huang Lingmeng feel a little embarrassed. Spiritual weapons at the peak of the earth level are considered valuable everywhere. Even though there are many masters in the military, this does not mean that spiritual weapons at the peak of the earth level are not precious. On the contrary, the spiritual weapons at the top of the earth level are quite precious. The military family has a great cause, but the number of people is also large, so it is difficult to distribute them evenly. Huang Lingmen's best spiritual weapon at present is only at the intermediate level of the earth level. She is already a leader in this generation, and this is still the case. What about other people? So Huang Tian's statement that he wasn't envious was a lie. When Huang Lingmeng held the Ling Xiao spear, he was full of gun spirit. Even Yu Ran on the side felt a strong fighting spirit. This gun was vaguely consistent with the inheritance of the word war that Huang Lingmeng had obtained. A good weapon is rare, and a well-matched weapon is even rarer. Of course it's a token of love. It doesn't hurt to give my wife a heavenly weapon. Ha 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 ha. Yu Ran's answer made everyone on the plane laugh happily. Huang Lingmeng just faintly felt the meaning of the gun, and then came back to his senses. He boldly kissed Yu Ran on the cheek. I like this spiritual weapon very much. Old husband and wife, there is no need to thank him. With this weapon, maybe she can still stand by his side when Yu Ran fights again. Kiss me, kiss me. Huang Tian must not be afraid of big trouble, he was making a fuss there, but kissing someone on the face was not enough. Huang Lingmeng glared at him, and Huang Tian smiled and did not dare to say anything. He was still very afraid of this cousin when he took her seriously. But what was unexpected was that when everyone was quiet, Huang Lingmeng kissed him again, this time on the lips. I kiss you because I want to kiss you, that's all. It's not the instigation of these people. Huang Lingmeng smiled so openly that Yu Ran was distracted for a moment. So beautiful. After the small episode, the serious atmosphere still prevailed. Most people began to check their equipment, and the war was about to break out. Yu Ran was responsible for the location to the east of the Dragon King Palace. This time, he was surrounded from all sides and wanted to completely wipe out the Dragon King Palace in the long river of history. The Dragon King Palace has its own formation protection, but the chosen island is on an isolated island. There are only waves of the vast sea within 100 miles around, and occasionally there are ships passing by. The east side has reached the designated location. The west side has reached the designated position. The south has reached its designated location. The north has reached its designated location. As the messages from the microphone are conveyed one by one, the war is about to break out. Master, everyone is here, why don't you take action? Liu Zitong asked in a low voice. It had been 2 hours since they arrived. He had never participated in this kind of war experience, and he was a little excited at this time. Not everyone is flying in a helicopter, and we still have to wait until the Dragon King Palace formation is broken. Yu Ran responded in a low voice. He did not take out the array-breaking cone this time. Heaven-level weapons were too precious and difficult to explain. The military also had its own way to break them. To crack the formation, you still need to wait for the arrival of a ship. Most Ming Jin warriors take boats, while Dark Jin warriors fly by plane. The two have different functions. Just when Yu Ran responded in a low voice, the scene in front of him suddenly changed, and a magnificent island suddenly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Dragon King Palace. Fire. Chapter 233 The battle begins at the Dragon King Palace. As the order was issued, various missiles carried by the helicopter began to rain down. In an instant, the magnificent island was filled with rubble from the missiles. The sudden attack made everyone in the Dragon King Palace stunned on the spot. They never thought that someone could attack the headquarters of the Dragon King Palace. Under the flying missiles, the personnel stationed on the surface of the Dragon King Palace were instantly reduced to ashes, and various magnificent buildings on the island collapsed one after another. A shrill siren spread throughout the island. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Warnings in both English and Chinese sounded in the Dragon King Palace, and the people in the Dragon King Palace panicked and began to gather to prepare for battle. Team members, enter! As the voice of command came, boat after boat of ordinary soldiers and Mingjin soldiers began to land. Yu Ran and others were extremely nervous as they watched the battle on the plain. Da-da-da-da-da. Soon the ordinary soldiers on both sides began to exchange fire, and each suffered casualties. Among them, Yu Ran saw a secret guard of the Yu family being shot in the head and died on the spot. Due to the bombing, the area from entering the island to the center has become an open space with no danger to hide. At this time, even if you use your strength, you will have to take a few bullets. When a helicopter enters the center, the height must not be lower than 300 meters. The command voice came from the headset, and Yu Ran and the others began to move, and the helicopter quickly flew towards the center. The center is the core of the Dragon King Palace. If the collection of the Dragon King Palace is directly bombed, it will be reduced to ashes. Therefore, the center needs to rely on manpower to fight, which is also one of the trainings. The Huajin warriors are preparing to jump out of the plane to create an opportunity for the Dark Jin warriors to land. Yu Ran, Huang Lingmeng, Lian, and Lu Zitong stood up and prepared to jump out of the plane. When the speed was suitable, Yu Ran took the lead and jumped. Huajin's body-protecting vitality shield lit up, and he dived downwards at high speed. Thousands of arrows pierced the heart. Yu Ran dodged the attack from the turret, and the vitality around him quickly condensed into thousands of sword rains, tilting crazily downwards. One person becomes an army. This is the horror of Huajin warriors, and of course it is limited to Yu Ran's abnormal Huajin. Thousands of sword rain fell below, and instantly the Dragon King Palace suffered heavy casualties. A large number of Mingjin and Dark Jin warriors were directly killed by the sword rain. Huang Tian and others above were stunned when they saw such a scene. It was not that they had never seen warriors participating in a battle, but this was their first time seeing such an exaggerated warrior like Yu Ran. Sword cultivator is so handsome. Huang Tian murmured and sighed. The rain of thousands of swords made the handsome man's scalp go numb. That is to say, Yu Ran's vitality reserve is extremely strong and dares to play like this. Other Huajin, even a peak Huajin warrior, can probably drain all the vitality with one move. The 9 Yuan veins can do whatever you want. Coupled with the stepless skill of gathering Yuan, the recovery is fast, the speed of Yuan gathering is fast, and there is no solution. Abuse of food has no solution. Don't look at Yu Ran's strike of 1,000 arrows piercing the heart, which is like a divine punishment from the sky. In fact, every sword rain is nothing more than an Jin's late blow. Fighting with Huajin can only be painless and painless, but fighting with an Jin and Shukai really only requires a good hand. Yu Ran landed first. The surviving warriors around him were about to attack Yu Ran when they heard a roar that penetrated people's hearts. Tiger roars. Yu Ran had not used the technique at the peak of the Xian level for a long time, but it was perfect when used here. In an instant, people within a radius of 200 meters stopped moving, covering their ears and feeling dizzy. What's more, his mouth and nose were bleeding and he died tragically on the spot. The spear intention breaks Ling Xiao. Huang Lingmeng also rushed to the battlefield at this time, and a dragon roar broke through the sky, crushing 3,000 enemy soldiers. Lu Zitong, who was also the holy doctor, began to look for survivors with the poison in his hands. In an instant, countless An Jin turned purple and was poisoned on the spot. Only Lian is more embarrassed. She can only eliminate enemies in various places with one punch. She rarely learns such mass destruction skills. After all, boxers need to concentrate. Yu Ran unexpectedly landed first. Huang Lingmeng sent a signal, and the Anjin warriors on the helicopter began to land one after another, and the battle entered a climax. I didn't expect this was our first time landing. Huang Lingmeng swung the spear, and the Ling Xiao spear fit her perfectly. She could feel the Ling Xiao spear's intention the first time she used it, and its power was unexpectedly powerful. Of the 4 directions, the east side where Yu Ran was located was the first to land. The reasons are complicated. First, the east side has the weakest defensive power. The area chosen by the military headquarters for the Yu family's secret guards was already the area with the weakest defense. Second, Yu Ran's attacks are unreasonable, and no other Hwajin warrior would dare to use skills like Yu Ran. Third, there are ordinary warriors here who have the strongest combat effectiveness. There are many ordinary warriors in the army, and all warriors here are Yu Ran. Well, don't be careless, Wang Hu. You should be cautious and lead a team of people to pick up the people outside. The others will follow me inside. Wang Hu took the order. This time, the Yu family's secret guard and Jin led only Wang Hu and Su Huang. Cao Bing was just an ordinary soldier now. Soon the Yu family soldiers divided into 2 groups and began to advance inward. There are many buildings inside, which is similar to street fighting. Guns will become a drag on Anjin warriors. This is why no guns are issued to Anjin warriors. Su Huang, please lead the team and rush with us. Yu Ran took a look at the pre-planned map. Their target was the martial arts pavilion in the Dragon King Palace. However, Huang Lingmeng and Lian suddenly accelerated and rushed to the martial arts pavilion to prevent the Dragon King Palace from jumping over the wall and destroying the martial arts pavilion. Liu Zitong stayed behind to ensure that the team cleaned up along the road and rushed to join them. The Hwajin warriors were so fast that ordinary warriors in the Dragon King Palace along the way could hardly catch their figures. Yu Ran had no interest in slowing down their own speed. Except for the occasional few unsighted people blocking the road who were casually removed, they were on their way the rest of the time. Arrive! As soon as they finished speaking, Yu Ran and the 3 of them saw 5 Hwajin warriors walking out from the opposite side. They were all bloody and ferocious people. They knew at a glance that they were murderers. It's been a long time since I've been active. I didn't expect so many young guys to come. These 5 people are the 4 kings of the previous generation and the master of the palace, King Bi, who is speaking. He has a male body and a female appearance, and his throat is like phlegm. You can tell he is ASE at a glance. The 4 kings of the previous generation were named A, B, Bing and Ding, and the palace master was named Xiao Feng. The palace master was at the 7th level of Hwajin. All 4 of them, A, B, Bing and Ding, were in the middle stage of Hwajin. Among them, A was at the 5th level of Hwajin, and the rest were at the 4th level. I didn't expect to encounter such a tough situation when I first arrived at the martial arts pavilion. It seems that the Dragon King Palace has placed heavy troops in these places where there are precious things. 1 for each person. Lian and Huang Lingmeng each nodded and ran towards B and C. What a handsome lady, it would be nice to be made into a puppet. King Bing laughed tenderly, but the laughter made people get goosebumps. Destroy you traitor! King Yi didn't say much, so he went straight to Lian. The traitor said that Lian's face was frosty, and he put on the dragon fighting gloves and wanted to be ruthless. Xiao Feng and the other 2 people looked at Yu Ran with their hands behind their backs. 1 against 3? I never thought that I, Xiao Feng, would be underestimated one day. Stop talking nonsense and come together. I hope you can be better than Ye Chen. He was tougher than you before he died. Yu Ran taunted, and the battle was about to break out. Chapter 234 Beheading the Former Palace Master. This is a deadly feud, so I can't say more than a few words. Xiao Feng dodged and came directly in front of Yu Ran, his palms lit up, an unknown aura was placed in them, and there was a faint dragon aura. 18 dragon subduing palms? Yu Ran's heart should have thumped, but he only heard a loud shout from Xiao Feng's mouth. Dragon covering palm. The sound of dragon roars rang out from both palms, oppressing Yu Ran with a dragon's power, intending to suppress it with blood, making Yu Ran unable to dodge. But Yu Ran had no intention of dodging. He clenched his hands into fists and the lightning flashed. Countless electric arcs flashed in it, making the air tingle slightly. Well done, Crazy Thunder Fist. Dragon Covering Palm vs. Crazy Thunder Fist, Dragon Roar vs. Thunder Flash, both are Earth-level intermediate martial arts, and should be comparable. However, the fight only took a moment to decide. Yu Ran was already at the peak of his strength, and he had also mastered the Crazy Thunder Fist. The Crazy Thunder Fist was produced by the system, and was stronger than ordinary Earth-level intermediate martial arts. Xiao Feng actually didn't expect that he would be knocked upside down by Yu Ran in an instant, and he could only see his incredible eyes in the air. At this time, King Ji and King Ding happened to come to both sides of Yu Ran. Their original intention was to cooperate with Xiao Feng and attack Yu Ran from a flank. Xiao Feng was knocked back by a punch, and they rushed forward as if they were directly seeking death. This was a life-and-death battle, and Yu Ran didn't like to play turn-based games with them. The Hong Yao sword appeared in his hand, and 4 green lotus sword energy stood instantly behind him. Kill with one move, this is Yu Ran's plan. King Jia and King Ding secretly screamed that it was bad at this time. As soon as the power of Qinglian sword technique came out, they already knew that they could not stop it. Resident Bronze Bell Shield. Wind Chime Shield Technique. The two people's years of fighting experience allowed them to use their trump card in an instant, blocking part of the power of the Qinglian sword technique and dodge directly to Xiao Feng's side. After only one meeting, the two kings were seriously injured. The power of the 9 spirit veins is evident. Puff! King A and King Ding each wiped the blood from the corners of their mouths. The blood in their bodies was already surging. They were seriously injured. They each took the healing elixir and looked at Yu Ran with some fear in their eyes. What kind of monster is this? They can't block even one move. Is the gap between their strength so terrifying? Xiao Feng's face was solemn, and his eyes were full of disbelief when he looked at Yu Ran. Such a young person at the peak of energy was not the kind of person who was piled up from jars of heavenly and earthly treasures. How terrifying! It's a bit boring. I thought you three could put some pressure on me. Yu Ran walked forward slowly with his sword in hand, and his aura had blocked the escape route of the 3 of them, like turtles in an urn. Yu Ran wanted to feel a little pressure. He thought that since Ye Chen was so strong, he would feel a little pressure if the former palace master and the second king joined forces. Now that I think about fighting against the protagonist all the time, I have forgotten what normal fighting power is like. Xiao Feng is really not weak. It is rare for him to survive a duel with Yu Ran in the late stages of his strength transformation. If the two kings have his strength, they may still have a 10% winning rate in a 3-on-1 fight. The two mid-stage Huajings are really too weak on this battlefield. Xiao Feng looked at Yu Ran's slow footsteps and felt as if there was a big stone being pressed down on him, making him breathless. The last time he felt like this was in the body of a grandmaster. What a scary boy! Full episode, The Power of the Holy Sword. The fear in Xiao Feng's heart became more and more serious. He simply gave up his defense and took out a small golden sword. The small sword instantly grew bigger after he injected vitality into it. The golden holy sword emitted a terrifying power that did not belong to Xiao Feng, causing Xiao Feng to almost lose control of it. Xiao Feng poured all his strength into it, with fanaticism in his eyes. This was his strongest attack ever. The sword energy released made the two kings nearby unable to resist. Blood marks from the sword energy appeared on their faces, and they moved away from Xiao Feng. They knew Xiao Feng was going to fight to the death. Dragon Gall Blasting Slash. Bloodsuit Heavenly Dream. They tried their best too. Strange lines appeared on their faces, and their auras surged. At this point, they no longer cared about the after effects and just dealt with the boy in front of them first. In an instant, a triangular formation was formed, wrapping Yu Ran inside. Each of them had an unmatched momentum and was determined to defeat Yu Ran. There was a violent explosion, which shattered the ground where the martial arts pavilion was located, and the plaque of the martial arts pavilion fell to the ground and spun around. The buildings nearby all collapsed, the ground shook violently, and the space was slightly distorted. The power of this move was so terrifying. Huang Lingmeng and Lian, who were fighting on the other side, were shaken by the earthquake and could not stand steadily. They hurriedly flew into the sky, and the fight between the two miraculously stopped in this way. Everyone's eyes were focused on this. Huang Lingmeng and Lian's eyes were filled with worry. This attack might have the power of a master. When the smoke and dust cleared, Xiao Feng and the two kings were in the center, while Yu Ran had disappeared, as if he had been beaten into heroic pieces. "Brother, good job!" King Yi and King Bing cheered in unison. Once Yu Ran died, this place would be theirs. But the strange thing was that Xiao Feng and the second prince did not respond to them, and still maintained their fighting posture, as if they were frozen in place. Yu Ran! Huang Lingmen's eyes turned red in an instant, and he flew towards this side frantically. In his mind, he still remembered the scene when Yu Ran gave him the Ling Xiao spear today. Lian didn't move. She stopped King Bing and asked Huang Lingmeng to go and check. She felt something was a little strange. Did Yu Ran just die like that? Huang Lingmeng was extremely fast and reached Yu Ran's battlefield in a few seconds, but her mind was entirely on Xiao Feng's situation, and she suddenly ran into a warm embrace. "I'm here, what's up?" Yu Ran's figure appeared out of nowhere and held Huang Lingmeng in his arms. Huang Lingmeng was stunned at first, but immediately burst into laughter. "It's good to be alive." Huang Lingmeng reacted promptly. Yu Ran was still alive, which meant that Xiao Feng and the others were dead. He immediately rushed towards King Yi and King Si. "The battle isn't over yet, it's not time to reminisce." Yu Ran chuckled and glanced at Xiao Feng and the others. "Do you really think he is a fool?" They were obviously life-threatening moves, but he still took them head-on. Only those protagonists were so stubborn that he would definitely dodge. Telepathic steps, fantasy dream. The Lingzi step in its fully developed state is so fast that you can't imagine. It not only leaves an afterimage, but can also instantly hide the body. Afterwards, Yu Ran used a soul-severing move, and the souls of the three people all dispersed, leaving only the empty shells of their bodies, maintaining the previous posture, motionless. Now is a state of war, Yu Ran naturally will not watch Lian and Huang Lingmeng fight. This is not the time to practice martial ethics. After two swishes of swords, the field became completely quiet. Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng looked at each other and both understood the importance of time. The two entered the martial arts pavilion and began to pack up all the martial arts to take away. Lian first cleaned up the aftermath of the battlefield, took down Xiao Feng and the others' storage equipment, and then kept watch for Yu Ran and the others. Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng were extremely fast and soon cleared out the martial arts pavilion, but just as Yu Ran stepped out of the martial arts pavilion, a sense of danger came straight into my heart. Where was the danger? Chapter 235 The Unexpected Master. The battlefield is going well. Lingmen's side has already cleaned up the martial arts pavilion. We must also hurry up and capture their treasure palace. The commander reported the latest battlefield situation to the military headquarters. The Dragon King Palace was defeated like a mountain, and it was almost a one-sided war. Yu Ran was the fastest, but Cao Bing and the others had not yet joined up with them, so the military headquarters adopted a steady plan. Pushing all the way to their treasure palace, these are the foundation of the Dragon King Palace. Be careful, it's not time to relax yet. In addition, there is no support from other directions, but you have to speed up a little. Yes. The Commander-in-Chief received instructions from the military headquarters and began to arrange things again. Hasn't that old immortal from Dragon King Hall shown up yet? A man suddenly appeared behind the Commander-in-Chief. This man was white-haired, but energetic. His face looked kind, but his aura around him was extremely strong. It was Huang Lingmen's grandfather Huang Xianlin. Yes, Grandmaster Huang. All the famous people in Dragon King Palace have appeared in the past few decades, but the one you mentioned has not appeared. When Yu Ran met Xiao Feng and the four kings over there, the other old immortals naturally faced him at the military headquarters, and the military headquarters also had their own abilities. It's just that he lacks Yu Ran's invincible level of energy and is still fighting. Is he really dead? Huang Xianlin murmured to himself. The man he was talking about was called Lang Yi. He was the master of the Dragon King Palace for more than 3 generations and was of the same generation as him. At that time, there was news that Lang Yi was seriously injured in a sneak attack and died. But Huang Xianlin didn't believe that a person like Lanja, who was good at calculations and full of tricks, would be seriously injured and die from a sneak attack. So he always felt that Lanja might not be dead yet. He might have broken through the master in retreat, or he might have broken through the master and hidden himself. He was also wary of Lang Yi's tactics and personally came to the front line to take charge. This was the area with the most intensive fighting. If Lang Yi was here, he would have come. Is he really dead? Just as Huang Xianlin was thinking, a breath filled the Dragon King Palace, and that powerful breath made many people tremble. Grandmaster. There is actually a Grandmaster in the Dragon King Palace. The Commander-in-Chief looked at Huang Xianlin in astonishment. Grandmaster Huang had guessed correctly that there was a master alive in the Dragon King Palace. Previously, he analyzed that the probability of having a master in the Dragon King Palace was very low, otherwise the Dragon King Palace would not have been able to keep such a low profile in its expansion over the years. Those with a Grandmaster and those without a Grandmaster are completely two different forces. Therefore, the Commander-in-Chief, including the military department, analyzed that there was no master, but Huang Xianlin insisted on coming to see it. He knew Lanja. Master Huang, please take action. The Commander-in-Chief clasped his fists. Although he was the Commander-in-Chief, the master was not under his jurisdiction. His attitude was also relatively sincere. The master cannot be insulted. Huang Xianlin nodded, and just as he was about to take action, he suddenly realized that the aura was getting farther and farther away from him. What's wrong? He went east in the direction of Riemu. Huang Xianlin was horrified and sped towards Huang Lingmeng at a crazy speed. The Commander-in-Chief was also stunned. In terms of combat effectiveness and importance of the battlefield, this side was far better than Yu Ran's side. How could Lanja go to Yu Ran's side? Yu Ran had just left the martial arts pavilion, and the sense of danger on his hair made him grab Huang Lingmeng and run Lingzibu at high speed, covering 1,000 kilometers in an instant. Boom! With a loud noise, the martial arts pavilion has been razed to the ground. Sand and dust are flying. Taking a closer look, I saw a middle-aged man walking in the courtyard with his hands behind his back at the damaged part of the martial arts pavilion. The appearance is not clear, and there is a faint fog blocking it. It seems like walking in the clouds, but it is 1,000 meters in one step. There was no aura on his body, he just looked like an ordinary person. Grandmaster. Absolute Master. Yu Ran was horrified. Where did the Grandmaster of the Dragon King Palace come from? When Ye Chen became the Grandmaster, the Dragon King Palace did not have a second Grandmaster. Now that Ye Chen is dead, where did the Grandmaster of the Dragon King Palace come from? Lang Ye's eyes were fixed on Yu Ran. He had been in seclusion for a long time. There was no hope of breaking through. How could the master break through so easily? But today, his heart was so throbbing that he suddenly had a breakthrough. He felt that an inexplicable force was helping him. Before he could thank him, he found that the Dragon King Palace had been invaded. Just when he was about to go to the main battlefield to kill everyone, he found that there was a guidance in his heart that led him to come here. There seemed to be someone who must be killed. He raised his eyes and saw that Yu Ran was extremely attractive to him. It seemed that this was the person who must be killed. He didn't know Yu Ran, but if his heart told him to kill Yu Ran, then he would kill him. Maybe the person who helped him wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife, but so what? He has become a master, and the transformed ant is not worth mentioning. Yu Ran looked at Lanja and instantly understood in his heart that this person's target was him. Host, you can't lose, don't die. The system rarely spoke when he was fighting, but the words seemed a bit dull. Ling Meng, take Lian and leave here. Yu Ran pushed Huang Ling Meng away, but Lang Yi didn't seem to care about this, even when he passed above Lian just now. How could he take such an ant in his eyes, and only stared at Yu Ran? Huang Ling Meng gritted her teeth and hurried down, quickly informed the commander of the matter in special language, took out the stone her grandfather gave her and crushed it. I hope Grandpa can catch up. Lanja didn't seem to care about Huang Lingmen's little actions. All the masters were like ants, and all he had to do now was to repay the favor of the breakthrough. Young man, you should kill yourself. Although I don't want to do anything to this junior, someone asked me to kill you. Lanja put his hands behind his back and spoke in a calm voice, seeming to have confirmed Yu Ran's death date. Is this how villains are treated? Yu Ran murmured that Lanja's breakthrough was obviously unreasonable, and it was even more outrageous to find him. With the system's prompts, he understood that this was a punishment from heaven. But wanting to kill Yu Ran? How could it be that easy? With a stern look in his eyes, he took 3 temporarily improved elixirs and didn't care about the side effects. If he didn't have enough points, he would have directly entered the Grand Master and fed him to death. Looking at Yu Ran's movements, Lang Yi laughed hoarsely. A master cannot be humiliated. Since you don't want to show dignity, then let me do it. Yu Ran laughed ferociously. A master cannot be humiliated? If you are considered a Gaoba master, I will FK you if I want to. Before Yu Ran finished speaking, Lang Yi had already arrived in front of Yu Ran, and with a gentle palm, Yu Ran's body was shattered in an instant. Hey! After image. I saw that the environment in the field suddenly changed drastically. I saw a green light piercing the sky in the east, and a green dragon winding towards me. The dragon scales shone with bright green light, as if they were carved from jade. The dragon's whiskers are floating like smart blue flames. To the south, a red light instantly illuminated the darkness. The Suzaku flapped its wings and flew high, with flames burning all over it, as if a scorching sun had descended on the world. From the west, a white tiger comes through the air, its body is strong and powerful, and it is unparalleled in power. The white hair on the white tiger's body flutters in the wind, like white snowflakes. The roar of the white tiger is like a mountain collapsing and the earth is cracking, which makes people feel frightened. In the north, black water surges, and Suanwu slowly emerges. Its turtle back is like a mountain and its snake head is high, exuding an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. The lines on the turtle shell seem to contain the mysteries of heaven and earth, and the snake's body twists and exudes an icy chill. The 4 divine beasts gathered in the sky, and their breaths intertwined with each other, forming a powerful force field. The wind and clouds were stagnant, and the thunder was silent. The 4-symbol formation, Yu Ran's trump card against Ye Chen, is out today. Chapter 236 The Power of the 4 Symbols Formation. Interesting, do you think you can trap the Grand Master by bringing out a few bluffing beasts? Lang Yi walked indifferently, not taking the 4 symbols array seriously at all. Yu Ran also looked at Lang Yi nervously. The 4-symbol formation could theoretically trap the Grand Master, but in reality he didn't know how, as he had never actually used it. Lang Yi reached the edge of the formation in a flash and flicked his finger. The result formation. Not moving at all. There was a look of astonishment in Lang Yi's eyes. Huajin could actually use the formation to stop the Grand Master? I thought it was just a bluff sample, but I didn't expect it to be quite powerful. Just when Lang Yi was about to get serious, he saw the green dragon roaring, the Suzaku circling, and a large array of phantoms swooping towards him. During the 4-elephant formation, they were trapping and killing one body, using a double formation. Yu Ran was adjusting his position outside, staring at the wolf cliff inside with a burning gaze. Huang Lingmeng had sent a message just now, and her grandfather would arrive soon. This also eliminated his idea of escape. If the formation was broken, he might not be able to escape if he failed to escape back to Daxia. Even if he escaped back to Daxia, a Grandmaster would be watching secretly. It's also chilling. Now that Huang Xianlin is coming, a bold idea slowly emerges in his mind. Kill Lang Ye here. To avoid long nights and many dreams. Lang Ye's figure flashed slightly, not wanting to get too entangled with the murderous intent in the four-elephant formation, but when he saw the green dragon roaring, Suzaku quickly followed him without any intention of letting him go. A look of impatience suddenly appeared on Lanja's face, and silvery white energy fluctuations appeared in his hands. He threw his hands and collided fiercely with the vermilion bird blue dragon. The Suzaku Qinglong also turned into ashes in an instant. Lanja once again focused on the formation, this time he was much more serious. The sound came through the air, and the fist in his hand made Yu Ran's heart palpitate outside the formation. The terrifying fighting power. He can't be allowed to attack the formation. This thought immediately came to Yu Ran's mind. Being able to trap the Grandmaster doesn't mean that the Grandmaster will be trapped for a lifetime. Lang Ye can break the formation in 3 moves, the host can stop him. Yu Ran no longer understood the system's initiative to speak, and the Hong Yao sword in his hand was already glowing blue-white. He had been adjusting his position before, just to find an angle from which he could attack outside the formation. A holy lotus appeared behind him, and the 4 sword energies merged into one. Qinglian sword technique, the final form. The roaring sword energy attacked the front door of Lanja at an unparalleled speed. The surrounding air was once evacuated by the terrifying pressure, forming a vacuum zone along the way. Yu Ran had taken the violent blood pill, the burning blood pill and the qi blood pill before, and now this sword was already the strongest green lotus sword technique he had ever used. The roaring sword energy brought with it tremendous pressure, causing Lang Ye to change his expression for the first time, with a slight arc between his eyebrows. Moonwolf White Fang. Lanja felt the boundless pressure brought by Qinglian's sword technique and used martial arts for the first time. 2 snarling white wolves appeared on both sides of him, baring their fangs, and rushed straight towards the green lotus, intending to tear the lotus into pieces. The moment the fangs of the 2 white wolves collided with Qinglian, a series of explosions occurred in the surrounding area. If there was not a large formation to resist the aftermath of this collision of vitality, even Yu Ran would be dead or injured. Lanja took a rare step back, dozens of steps, and his face became ugly. Looking at the collision location, a lotus-like black hole emits penetrating black light, making people extremely heart-stopping. Not even the Grandmaster dared to move forward. What Lanja didn't expect was that he was actually repelled by Huajin. Yu Ran also discovered that Lang Ye had just become a master, and the martial arts skills he used were only Earth-level advanced martial arts, and they were not even as high as him. You can still fight with your own formations. Most formations cannot attack targets within the formation if they are killed, and even if they can, their power will be greatly weakened. But the products produced by the system must be high quality, and the 4-image formation will not weaken Yu Ran's attack. The system is awesome. Although it is difficult to defeat Lanja, it should not be difficult to drag it down. The long-lost bitter gourd face once again showed a smile. The Grandmaster is nothing more than that. At this time, Lang Ye saw Yu Ran smiling, but his face had turned darker than a black pot. At this moment, the white tiger's claws and Suanwu collided from behind, and the killing array will not stop because of your situation. Lanja's hands fiercely formed fists, and the 2 fist seals smashed the white tiger Suanwu shadow into pieces. You have angered me. I was asked to kill you, but now I will slowly crush every bone of yours. Lanja's eyes glowed with a dark glimmer, and his expression was terrifying. Yu Ran was not frightened, but just smiled disdainfully. They all came to kill him and they were talking nonsense. I didn't expect you to be so weak that you were trapped by me. Yu Ran took the initiative to ridicule. Huang Xianlin was still not far away, and he also hoped to consume more of Lanja's strength. Lanja revealed a penetrating figure, and an afterimage flashed through the air, arriving at the edge of the formation in an instant, where the formation's eye was. Green Lotus Sword Technique. Yu Ran's Qinglian sword technique came out again, and Lang Yu reacted quickly. He took out a ruler with his left hand, and a faint white flame attached to it. Huoyu's sealing ruler slash. The ruler flew directly towards Qinglian, and the ghost fire attached to it made Yu Ran feel the heat wave hitting his face through the formation. What kind of fire is this? Qinglian collided with Yu Huo ruler, and the power that erupted on the spot was not weak. However, Lanja had already taken precautions and remained motionless. When the aftermath disappeared, he reached the center of the formation with a quick step. The eye of the four-elephant formation is not difficult to find. After all, it relies on the power of the four-elephant formation. The strength of the four-elephant formation is that you may not be able to break it if you find the eye of the formation. Lang Yu punched down, and cracks appeared in the formation's eyes, but it did not shatter. Instead, it caused the formation's anger, and all four elephants came out. The green dragon roared, the white tiger had sharp claws, the red bird circled, and the Suanmu neighed. All four elephants came out and slammed into Lanja. Yu Ran had already launched his move when Lanja reached the formation's eye, killing the spirit. An undetectable spirit-slaying move secretly penetrated Chenking under the guidance of the formation, and the sudden attack of the four elephants just helped to cover it. Boring. Field of Fire. Although Lang Yu said it easily, the Grand Master's iconic domain appeared next to him. This was the first time Yu Ran saw the domain in reality. I saw a transparent shield-like formation instantly appearing next to Lanja. The area was not large, with a radius of about 2 meters. There are blazing flames burning within 2 meters of this radius, intending to stop all incoming enemies. As soon as the flames came out, the attached ghost fire became excited as if seeing its ancestors, and its power became more powerful. The attack of the four elephants hit the flame field, and its power was greatly weakened. The head was easily smashed by the ruler, and the four elephants disappeared between heaven and earth like moths to the flame. Yu Ran's spirit-killing weapon that secretly attacked Chenking was also smashed to pieces with a ruler. At this time, Lang Yu actually still had the energy to continue attacking the formation. The second attack array I could no longer support it. The energy in the array was consumed rapidly, and even the four images could not be condensed. One more move and the formation will be broken. Yu Ran took a deep breath and couldn't help but hesitate. A power of heaven and earth spreads in the headquarters of Dragon King Palace. Swords sweep across the entire wasteland. Chapter 237 The Grand Master can also be killed. In an instant, the sky and the earth turned pale, the sun and the moon lost all light, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered crazily. Huang Xianlin, who was about to arrive, looked horrified. Heaven-level martial arts. The people in the military headquarters who were fighting fiercely with the soldiers over there were frightened by the sight that blocked the sky and the sun, as if it was the end of the world. If the earth-level exercises can draw on the power of heaven and earth, then the heaven-level exercises are the power of heaven and earth. It is no exaggeration to say that the difference between the heavenly level and the earthly level is a huge difference in power. Yu Ran felt the deepest feeling at this moment. The energy in his body was condensed crazily and almost drained out. The Yuan gathering technique was activated to its limit at this time. Tishan relied on concentrating all his strength on Yu Ran's hands. Yu Ran's whole body was trembling slightly, but the ones who felt the most profound were Huang Lingmeng and Lian not far away. The two people were stunned by this power of heaven and earth. Is this Yu Ran's true strength? A sword thrust straight into the sky slowly formed behind Yu Ran, and then continued to shrink until it was 20 meters in size. This is already the limit of the sword energy that Yu Ran can condense at present. This giant sword that covered the sky and the sun bared its fangs at Lanja with the blessing of the power of heaven and earth. The feeling of desolation and oppression made Lanja tremble all over. Facing the general trend of the world, even a master is like a drop in the ocean, like a small boat in the sea, swaying and struggling. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how do you know heaven-level martial arts? This sense of oppression made Lanja almost unable to breathe, and he screamed hoarse after using all his strength to break through. He was angry, he was jealous. How could a junior Hwajin possess heaven-level martial arts? The most incredible thing is that he even learned it. How is this possible? It's just that this overwhelming awe-inspiring power cannot be faked. No matter how angry Langya is, it won't help. Yuran couldn't say a word at this time, and he slammed the big sword with the meaning of desolation towards Lanja. Below the Grand Master are all ants. I am the Grand Master. Lanja roared angrily, and as soon as his domain opened, the fire ruler in his hand burned with boundless light, as if he was going to burn the Dragon King's palace to ashes. Go! Yuhuo Dingtian Zi! He flew towards the fallen desolate sword, and the realm of fire around him seemed to be roaring. There was actually a mortal who dared to challenge his majesty. During the collision, the sky and the earth lost color, a strange light suddenly appeared, the formation shattered instantly, and the crazy aftermath spread towards the surroundings, destroying everything around it like an out-of-control virus. Lian and Huang Lingmeng flew away crazily, and there was no chance for them to survive in the aftermath. But Yuran had no strength to run away, so he could only block Hong Yao's sword in front of him, and was swallowed up by the aftermath. Cough cough cough. Yuran coughed violently and bumped into a destroyed house, with sawdust and dust still flying around. Master! Only a sound was heard coming from far away. The aftermath made Yuran suffer from temporary tinnitus and blindness. He could no longer tell where it came from. Master, Master, don't scare me. If you are going to die, I won't be able to live either. Yuran's blurred eyes were finally able to see the scene outside. A man whose facial features could not be seen clearly was crying next to him, stuffing various pills into his mouth desperately. Lu Zitong, stop stuffing it, I'll choke you to death before I'm dead. Even though Yuran couldn't hear or see clearly, he knew it was Lu Zitong's voice. This brat dared to curse him and deduct his salary. Okay, Master, it's great that you're okay, Master. Lu Zitong was comforting him just now, but suddenly he stood up, his alchemy cauldron appeared in his hand, and he stared straight ahead. Yuran's vision gradually returned to normal, and he could only see a person in front of him, but he could no longer identify him. The face was bloody, with only white bones left on his hands and feet. It looked like someone had opened a big hole in his chest, which was extremely terrifying. If it weren't for the boundless hatred in his eyes, Yuran wouldn't even remember that he was Lang Yi. The Grand Master is really hard to kill. But he seems to be at the end of his strength. Yuran sighed a little. In fact, he had never thought of killing Lanja alone before. The power of heaven-level martial arts exceeded his imagination. He had previously thought that his martial arts skills should be stronger than those of the earth level. Really strong 100 million points. If he could kill the Grand Master alone, he should be the veritable number one in transforming energy. Compared with Lu Zitong's nervousness, Yuran was very calm. The Grand Master's life is really tough. You won't die even if you don't. Lu Zitong looked at the opposite side nervously, and suddenly froze when he heard Yuran's words. Is the Grand Master opposite? Is it the Grand Master he knows? Ever since he entered the martial arts, he has heard that a Grand Master cannot be insulted, and that all masters are ants. Being beaten like this by the young master today? The Grand Master is nothing more than this. No, it seems that the young master is too strong. You're still in the mood to provoke me. Do you think you can stop me with this little effort? Lanja's speed was much slower than before, walking towards him step by step. Lu Zitong's face was dark, but his steps did not move at all. The little poison also wants to hurt me? Just practice for another 100 years. Langya waved his hand and waved away all the toxins Lu Zitong secretly used, as casually as eating and drinking. You are really noisy. I don't understand why you, a dying person, talk so much. Yuran dug his ears and wanted to stand up, but failed. Not a drop of vitality or strength was left in him. He had just absorbed all the surrounding energy, and the Yuan gathering technique couldn't even gather the energy anymore. Ha ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Will I die? How many seconds do you think you can survive? 3,2,1. Yuran counted down calmly, and Langya was about to make a mockery. But he suddenly stopped, and an imperceptible thin red line appeared on his neck, which was not clearly visible on his bloody body. But when he wanted to open his mouth to speak, he found that he had lost his voice. Then he saw his legs and feet that had turned into bones. Langya's skull rolled 3 times on the ground, and his body fell straight down as if he had just reacted. Thank you, Grandpa Huang. Yuran clasped his fists in the air, and Huang Xianlin also appeared, looking at Yuran with more and more profound eyes. It's not easy for Yuran to find his figure so quickly. But the power of the martial arts explosion just now has verified this. This kid is full of secrets. 2 piercing sounds and neat footsteps sounded at the same time. Huang Lingmeng and Lian had already arrived, as had Su Huang and others' team. A group of people quickly surrounded Yuran and looked around cautiously. At this time, Huang Xianlin had disappeared. He had many things to ask Yuran, but not now. I'm sorry, Huang Lingmeng lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. This was the first time Yuran saw her shed tears. Even when she was dying and leaning on a wheelchair at the first sight of her death, or when she was caught by the extremely vicious Shang Huajing in a secret realm and her life and death were unknown, there was never any weakness at all. Today, she shed tears for Yuran, which touched Yuran's heart slightly, and he took the initiative to reach out and gently wipe away the tears on her cheeks. Thanks to you this time. Don't think about the ones that are there or not. Look, I don't have any wounds on my body. It's just overdraft. Yuran also had to thank his entry-level physique skills, which combined with his great sun flame body, helped him block most of the damage. He only had tattered clothes and a few scratches. The injuries were really not serious. Young master, I got this person's storage ring. Chapter 238, The Dragon King Palace is destroyed. Liu Zitong cleaned the battlefield and placed Lanja's storage ring next to Yuran, but Yuran didn't pay much attention. To put it bluntly, Langya has become a grandmaster today, and the accumulation inside is just the foundation of energy transformation, which he may not value. Host, there is Lingwei stone inside. What? Yuran hurriedly opened it and found a colorful stone filled with vitality, the Lingwei stone. Legend has it that the colorful stones were left behind by Nuwa to mend the sky, so strange. Lingwei stone, also known as colorful Yuan stone, was born from the interweaving of 7 different kinds of Yuan qi. As for why it is called Lingwei stone, Yuran doesn't know. This thing is rare. The colorful Yuan stone has not appeared for many years. It is one of the raw materials for heaven-level weapons. Huang Lingmeng was also well informed and called out the names of the colorful yuanqi. Huang Lingmeng looked around, no one else noticed, and lowered his voice. Yuran, if you need it, just keep this thing, no one will see it. Yuran couldn't help but burst out laughing. To get this thing, he still needed corruption? And who said no one was watching? Mr. Huang was also holding his forehead in the air. He didn't want to stay in college, so he started thinking about Yuran even before he got married. It's okay, just report it truthfully. My Lingmeng shouldn't learn this kind of thing. Yuran gently scraped Huang Lingmen's nose, stood up and kissed Huang Lingmen's cheek. Huang Lingmeng stood up suddenly and her face turned red. She didn't expect that in full view of everyone, Yuran actually kissed her directly. However, no one else seemed to see the scene, and Lian turned around silently. Okay, I'm almost recovered, Liu Zitong, keep moving forward. Yu Ran didn't have to worry too much about what was going to happen next. There was nothing to be afraid of when the remaining soldiers were defeated. There was no pressure on his side. Instead, he was distracted and started chatting with the system on the battlefield. System, but has Heavenly Dao discovered us? Yes and no, the situation is more complicated. This time it is just a special case. The host does not need to worry. Don't worry, he used all his cards today and almost died, so there's no need to worry. The host was actually not injured, so just treat it as a test, a test. The system talked a little more today, and seemed to be intending to reveal to him something about the way of heaven. Yu Ran had a headache when he heard it. The system was a bit of a riddle, and how could he be in conflict with the way of heaven? It gave him a headache. He rubbed his brows and stopped thinking about it for the time being. Tiandao might be paying attention to him, probably. But he shouldn't take action directly, otherwise if Lanja hadn't just become a master, he would definitely die today. But who says he wasn't injured? It's obvious that the skin was bruised, but the sun's yang body is indeed strong enough, and all the side effects of those elixirs are offset, so I can take drugs unscrupulously. This can also be regarded as a trump card for me in the future, taking drugs in public, and then pretending to be in decline to seduce the enemy? Well, this kind of conspiracy is becoming more and more like a villain. The palace-destroying battle of the Dragon King Palace lasted for 5 hours. All the forces in the main palace were wiped out. The military was so ruthless that no one was left alive. As for the allocation of resources, Yu Ran first took the Lingwei stone and asked about the situation of Nong Tiantai and Qi Yuanzhu. He just asked casually, but it turned out that the wealthy military department actually had a plan to get Tiantai and told him the whereabouts of Qi Yuanzhu. Yu Ran really understood what it meant to lean against a big tree to enjoy the shade. The military department also settled the accounts with their brothers and gave Yu Ran a quarter of the resources and skills. In fact, Yu Ran got 20% at most. Huang Xianlin gave him 0.5% more because Yu Ran defeated the Grand Master. The commander did not object. After all, the number of troops who could kill the Grand Master with less loss was more important than this part of the resources. There is also a sign of goodwill from the military towards Yu Ran, which has never happened before. Huang Xianlin is extremely optimistic about Yu Ran. Master, this time we obtained a total of 213 copies of human-level skills, 72 copies of Xian-level skills, 18 copies of Earth-level skills, and human-level materials. Bai Yuan reported the income this time to Yu Ran. Lu Zitong was currently busy, so Yu Ran handed over the statistical work to Bai Yuan. Just the harvest from the exercises made their trip worthwhile. From today on, the Yu family can truly be regarded as the first family in Jiangnan. The shortcomings and foundation of martial arts were made up by Yu Ran, and Jinling was no longer unbeatable. When going back, Huang Xianlin walked out from the side. Follow me. An exclusive plane was waiting nearby. Huang Lingmeng wanted to follow when he saw this, but Yu Ran stopped him and shook his head at her. Huang Lingmeng could only nodded and looked at Huang Xianlin. Grandpa, please don't bully Yu Ran, or I will pluck out your beard when you go back. Oh, okay, okay, my eldest granddaughter. Huang Xianlin's old face smiled like a flower. Huang Lingmeng snorted and returned to the original plane. There were only 2 people on the plane, Huang Xianlin and Yu Ran, and Huang Xianlin arranged arrays around them to prevent eavesdropping. Boy Yu, tell me honestly, do you have a master? Huang Xianlin didn't seem to have any thoughts of chatting, and went straight to the topic with a very serious expression. No, but I have received some inheritance. It's not convenient to say this. Yu Ran knew in his heart that Huang Xianlin was worried about his connection with some hidden family. Yu Ran had such a good relationship with the military. Once he became a knife of the hidden family, the consequences would be disastrous. Yu Ran didn't lie, the system is equal to inheritance, right? Huang Xianlin nodded, not sure whether he believed it or not. It's okay if you don't have one. Your father once said that you have a master before, but I later investigated and found nothing. I believe what you said personally, but I also think what kind of master can cultivate a freak like you? There was a faint threat in Huang Xianlin's words, which meant that I believe you don't have a master, but if you did, the military would be ruthless. Yu Ran was calm, he really didn't. Actually, after you became famous, many people in the military investigated your past experiences and found that your turning point started with the breakup of your engagement. From then on, you were out of control. You went from an ordinary person to a powerful warrior in 1 year. This kind of martial arts attainment is too scary. The scariest thing is that you have almost never been out of Jinling. Huang Xianlin seemed to sigh that he didn't hide too much from Yu Ran. Yu Ran was on good terms with the military, so it would be strange if he was not investigated like a sieve. Maybe this is genius. Yu Ran shrugged, feeling ripples in his heart. He felt that he was almost invisible in front of the state machine. But yes, although he inherited Yu Ran's memories, his essential personality has changed, and clues can naturally be seen in how he handles things later. I'm not threatening you. After all, this matter is very important to the military. A Huajin who can kill the Grand Master is too terrifying. Huang Xianlin sighed, that Langya only had 1 breath left at that time. If he reaches the peak of energy again, Langya might definitely die. But there is one thing I must say. Chapter 239 Huang Xianlin's Warning. Yu Ran listened carefully to Huang Xianlin's words, not daring to miss anything. This is about Ling Meng. I am her grandfather. To be honest, your boy is a perfect match for her, but your beauties, hey. Huang Xianlin was actually a little unhappy. The granddaughter he loved so much was about to be taken over by Yu Ran. The main reason was that Yu Ran was not devoted to her granddaughter. Ahem, cough, cough, I will be good to Riamu. Naturally, Yu Ran wouldn't mention anything about beauty at this time. Huang Xianlin was considered his elder, so he should be respected. Anyway, you have to have some conscience. I know Ling Men's temperament, and there are some things she won't argue about. But as a grandfather, I have to say that you have to give Ling Meng an honorable name. Huang Xianlin has actually made a big step back. If someone had told him a few years ago that his granddaughter ran away with a woman with many beauties, he would have had to skin him. But in this matter, it was her granddaughter who took the initiative. As soon as Ling Meng said she wanted to find Yu Ran, she protected him. He never had a chance to chat with Yu Ran. Until today, Ling Meng didn't want him to see Yu Ran just now. He was so angry that his head hurt and his elbows were turned out. He also knew what kind of temper his granddaughter was, a martial arts idiot, and she never talked about the things she had done. If she just did things but didn't talk about them, she would definitely suffer in the relationship. His grandfather never wanted to see Riamu suffer in the relationship. Yu Ran remained silent and was not in a hurry to speak. You kid, don't be so worried. Anyway, you have to give the title of Ling Meng to you or not. As a grandfather, this is what I ask for. Otherwise, I will beat you out next time you dare to see Ling Meng. Is Huang Xianlin's request reasonable? It's very reasonable. It's so reasonable that Yu Ran is a little embarrassed. Yu Ran's silence actually doesn't mean that he doesn't agree, but he just thinks that Huang Xianlin is a bit beyond his expectation. He really wanted very little, and he thought Huang Xianlin must have asked him to stay away from other beauties. Who is Huang Xianlin? A big boss in the military, a master. A master cannot be insulted. The request he made was so simple, but Yu Ran felt a little sorry. The simpler his request was, the more Ling Meng had to pay later. Okay, Grandpa Huang, what else do you want? Seeing how happy Yu Ran was, Huang Xianlin nodded while stroking his beard. He was doing better than he expected. 2 requirements. First, you are engaged to Ling Meng when you return. This is your official status. Second, let me think about it and make a baby as soon as possible. Our Huang family and your Yu family are both very sparse, so this baby needs to be. Huang Xianlin behaves less like a master and more like a grandfather planning for his granddaughter. It's okay to get engaged, but is it too early to have a baby? How early? You will directly enter the Grand Master in 2 years. It doesn't matter whether you can have a baby by then. I don't care. Give me a great-grandson as soon as possible. Yu Ran also didn't expect that the dignified master would play rogue with him. Okay, but children are not something I just say I have. Anyway, if you work hard, I will send Ling Meng directly to your home when the time comes. Huang Xianlin's attitude of not giving up until he had a baby made Yu Ran helpless and had no choice but to nod in agreement. In addition, if Yu Ran has time, it's best to go outside and take a look. It's not good to stay in Jinling with your strength. You can go and learn about some hidden families and sects, including the prison Yuan Pearl you want. My family may not have a great reputation in the hidden sect, but my southern military department still has some respect. Huang Xianlin also regained his appearance as a master after seeing Yu Ran's promise, and what he was talking about was about Yu Ran's future path. In fact, there are very few Huajin left in the city. The city does not have the resources for Huajin to break through, and it is not known how Yu Ran, a freak, made a breakthrough. Thank you, Grandpa Huang, I understand. Whether Yu Ran can get out or not depends on the protagonist. He doesn't rely on chance to level up. But it can also be seen that Huang Xianlin cares about him. If he travels in the name of the Southern Military Department, at least his identity is guaranteed, and he does not have to act like a pig and eat the tiger all day long like some protagonists. Huang Xianlin didn't say much, and chatted about martial arts with Yu Ran. He was surprised to find that this boy had a really deep understanding of martial arts, and he even benefited a lot from some of his words. He is indeed a freak. Just kidding, Yu Ran has read 2 scripts, and his summary of martial arts is all about picking apples by standing on the shoulders of his predecessors. How can it not be profound? Yu Ran, Grandpa didn't embarrass you. If he did, tell me and I'll go find him. Before Yu Ran could say anything, Huang Xianlin came from behind, coughing crazily. Old man, you have to be taught a lesson by your granddaughter even though you haven't done anything. You can't be a female college student. You can't be a female college student. Yu Ran understood that if Huang Xianlin asked him to make a baby, Huang Lingmeng would definitely go back and make trouble. Grandpa Huang and I were talking about martial arts and the future. Don't worry, it's going very well. Huang Lingmeng glanced at Huang Xianlin suspiciously, and Huang Xianlin pretended not to notice and walked home. Huang Tian appeared out of nowhere at this time, smiled, and then suddenly became serious. Comrade Huang Lingmeng, the military department has ordered you to learn combat experience from Comrade Yu Ran. It will be implemented starting today. After saying that, Huang Tian also took out a token and handed it to Huang Lingmeng. Huang Lingmeng was stunned for a while and realized that it was really an order. But what kind of order is this? But as a soldier, Huang Lingmeng still saluted uprightly. Yes. Huang Tian also laughed after issuing the order. Brother-in-law, give birth to a precious son soon. If you have a precious son soon, I will definitely make your engagement party glorious. Huang Lingmeng is confused now. What is an engagement party and what is a baby? However, Huang Tian didn't give Huang Lingmeng a chance to ask, and disappeared with a whoosh. Huang Lingmeng became furious after following Yu Ran to understand the general situation. Damn old man, talking to himself again, I will pull out all his beard when I get back. Huang Lingmeng was clearly angry, but there was no hint of anger, and there was even a slight smile on her lips. The duplicitous little girl, Yu Ran chuckled. What's more troublesome now is how to explain to other women that people don't worry about scarcity but inequality. Now that Riemu has a status, what do other people think? Why do you feel vaguely like a Shura field? Yu Ran scratched his head, probably not, he had done pretty well before. Yu Ran didn't have time to think too much about this matter. The military department and his parents simultaneously announced the engagement party with Riyama 7 days later. This major event instantly ignited a heated discussion among the upper echelons of Jinling. Most families congratulated him one after another, hoping to establish some relationship with the Yu family or the military. The Jinling Li family also sent congratulations, but the other 3 major families were silent tonight in Cambridge. Yu Ran had a vague feeling that something big had happened, but the Chu family and the Lu family were surprisingly calm about this matter. Until the engagement day. Chapter 240 Engagement Huang Ling Meng. Congratulations! Ha ha ha, happy events in life, Mr. Li is here to invite you. One after another, the big shots in Jinling's usual dragons appeared one after another and began to congratulate Yu Fu. Yu Ran was supposed to stand at the door, but because of his special status and strong strength, Yu Fu did not let him entertain ordinary guests, and was specifically responsible for the military and the big family. Huang Lingmeng was dressing up at the dressing table. Today, she took off her military uniform and regular clothes and put on the wedding dress for her engagement. The style of the wedding dress was simple and elegant, but it revealed exquisite design everywhere. The slim tailoring perfectly outlines the graceful figure of the bride. The long skirt drags on the ground as lightly as clouds. With every step she moves, it seems to be telling a gentle story. Her hair was carefully pulled up into an elegant bun, with a few strands of curly hair hanging naturally on both sides of her face, adding a bit of playfulness and agility. The bun is dotted with sparkling crystal hair accessories, which are like the brightest stars in the night sky, exuding charming light. Under the sunlight, these crystals reflect colorful colors, adding a mysterious charm to the bride. Lingmen's makeup is fresh and natural, yet solemn. The delicate foundation is as smooth and flawless as a baby's skin, and the light blush adds a shy blush to her cheeks. Her eyes are bright and energetic, and her long eyelashes are slightly raised, as light as butterfly wings. The color of the eyeshadow is elegant yet profound, complementing her clothes perfectly. The delicate lip color is like a blooming rose, adding a touching color to her beauty. Wearing an exquisite diamond necklace around her neck, the bright diamonds shine dazzlingly in the sun, embellishing her beauty like stars. She wears a pair of simple and elegant diamond bracelets on her wrists, which echo the necklace and add a sense of nobility and elegance to her overall look. Huang Lingmeng looked at herself in the mirror and was confused. Is this really herself? She is so beautiful that she feels unreal. With her perfect appearance and a little bit of dressing up, she is enough to be proud of the world. Mistress, you are so beautiful today. Bai Yuan sighed slightly beside her, with a trace of envy hidden deep in her eyes, which quickly disappeared. Call me sister, it doesn't sound good to my mistress. Huang Lingmeng changed from her usual seriousness and her tone was much softer. Bai Yuan nodded lightly and said no more. Sister Lingmeng, you are so beautiful. I can't even imagine how charming you look in your wedding dress. Qing Yi opened the door and came in, her eyes full of love. She and Bai Yuan had one task today, which was to lift Huang Lingmen's skirt. Stop teasing me, how are you and Lu Zitong doing? Qing Yi suddenly hesitated and was speechless. Don't think that his status is low or his family background is poor. Our military department doesn't talk about that. Lu Zitong is now in full swing, young and promising, and he is motivated. That's enough. Huang Lingmeng thought that King Ai was worried about Lu Zitong's status. The Yu family's housekeeper had a much lower status in their circle. No, I haven't thought about that. Sister King Ai, I'm only 19 years old, I haven't thought about that much. Huang Lingmeng suddenly fell silent. He didn't know his age if he didn't mention it, and he felt very unhappy when he mentioned it. She is 25 this year and Yu Ran is 22. The so-called female junior is holding a gold brick, but she always feels a bit like an old cow eating young grass. Qing Yi felt that she was still young and wanted to be romantic for a few more years, so Ling Meng didn't say much. Today was his big event, so he didn't think about it anymore. Young master, you are really handsome. You are so handsome. Lu Zitong, guarantee that you are the most handsome boy today. After Yu Ran received a group of people from the military department, he went backstage to do the final touch ups. Today, he was wearing a crisp suit and looked handsome again. Yu Ran wanted to wear Hanfu and Tang dynasty clothes. After discussing with Huang Ling Meng, he decided to wear Western clothes for the engagement and Chinese clothes for the wedding. It has to be said that people rely on their clothes. Although Yu Ran is handsome, he is usually kind and easygoing, so Ye Chen and Lin Fan yelled at him to beat him and kill him. As soon as you put on this suit, you will instantly feel like a noble man. The time has come. The engagement ceremony began with the host's announcement. The melodious music sounded, and Yu Ran exuded an aura of calmness and confidence. His eyes were full of expectation and joy, quietly waiting for his bride. After a while, Huang Ling Meng walked slowly, accompanied by Huang Yongsheng. The bride is wearing a dreamy white wedding dress, and every step she takes seems to be stepping on the clouds. The skirt of the wedding dress swayed as lightly as waves, and was dotted with countless bright crystals, which shone charmingly under the sunlight. The bride held a bouquet of delicate flowers in her hands, which was composed of pink roses and white gypsophila, symbolizing their pure and passionate love. When the bride and her father walked up to the groom, Huang Yongsheng gently handed Huang Lingmen's hand into his. At that moment, time seemed to have stopped. In the solemn and warm words of the host, Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng exchanged engagement rings. The two rings sparkled in the sun, symbolizing their eternal love. They stared at each other lovingly, their eyes full of love and commitment. Then, Yu Ran gently kissed the bride's forehead, and the audience burst into warm applause and cheers. At this beautiful moment, the sun is shining brighter and the breeze is gentler, as if the whole world is blessing them. What a complicated engagement ceremony! When Huang Lingmeng came backstage, he couldn't help but complain slightly. Yu Ran felt the same way. He thought that the engagement was just for the two families to have a meal together, but he didn't expect that his and Huang Lingmen's engagement was no less grand than their wedding. In fact, for Yu Ran, it was already a marriage. An engagement was usually completed within a year, and things rarely happened in a big family. The protagonists in those novels who kidnap themselves are basically bullshit. Let's go and toast. Huang Lingmeng nodded, changed into casual clothes that were convenient for walking, and accompanied Yu Ran to toast. Along the way, there were blessings such as a talented man and a beautiful woman, a good match, eternal life and a child soon, and Yu Ran and Huang Lingmeng responded with smiles. Until the toast reaches the table of the four major families. Li Tianmeng toasted to Yu Ran generously, and Yu Ran responded with a smile. Once upon a time, Yu Ran thought she was the heroine, so he had a backup plan, but now he feels that she is no longer needed. And Han Li also got up reluctantly. These days, the military headquarters and the Yu family are happy, and blood is not easy to see. However, the Han family is closely monitored, waiting for the fall to settle accounts. After the Li family and the Han family ended, when Chu Qingkai and Lu Qingxiu stood up, Yu Ran suddenly felt the situation change. Let's talk more at the small banquet. Chu Qingkai smiled and toasted, and showed a smile to Yu Ran, but there was a knife hidden in the smile that made Yu Ran shiver. I will not suppress myself from today on. Lu Qingxiu's words were full of profound meaning, and her eyes were aggressive in a way that Yu Ran had never seen before. Chapter 241 Lu Qingxiu's Oath. Huang Lingmeng slightly protected Yu Ran behind her and clinked Lu Qingxiu and Chu Qingkai's wine glass. I'm 2 years older, so I call myself my sister. The two sisters eat well and drink well. Huang Lingmen's extremely aggressive answer made Chu Qingkai and Lu Qingxiu nod, and the Shura field was on the verge of breaking out. Huang Lingmeng has never had this idea before, but today is her engagement banquet. If she doesn't declare her sovereignty, wouldn't it look like she is cowardly? The atmosphere in the air became increasingly uncomfortable, but the three women were all sensible people. They each drank their glasses and stopped talking. Huang Lingmeng then took Yu Ran's arm and continued to toast. With the guidance of an expert, Riemu can do this. Chu Qingkai's eyelashes fluttered. Huang Lingmeng didn't make any move when he was at Yu Ran's house before, but today he seemed very aggressive. It seemed like there was someone guiding him behind his back. Well, Yu Ran, are you a little angry? Arriving backstage, Huang Lingmen's words made Yu Ran a little confused. Angry? Why are you angry? Today is our happy day, what is there to be angry about? It was me and Qingkai and the others just now, what? Huang Lingmeng was a little bit speechless. She was not good at this. Huang Tian's think tank studied for a week and asked her to do this. Huang Tian's exact words were, "Sister, I don't care whether you argue or not, today is your engagement, you must show your master's courage, otherwise won't you be looked down upon?" So today Huang Lingmeng showed a lot of strength in front of Chu Qingkai and the others, but in fact she didn't understand what it meant. Oh, it's normal for sisters to have a little fight. It's nothing. Yu Ran didn't care about this at all, he was just thinking about Lu Qingxiu's words. From what standpoint did she say this? After the wedding banquet, there will be a small family banquet. This is the rule, but the small banquet will be held at the Yu family. Yu Ran was sitting in the car, and Jinling was still so prosperous. There were no cheers posted all over the city in those novels. The whole city knew that such stupid behavior was only done by the nouveau riche. Yu Fu couldn't afford to lose that person. Today, Yu Fu and Zheng Mei were still smiling from ear to ear. When Yu Ran helped Yu get into the car, he was already drunk and looked like a rich man. It's just the joy of an ordinary father. There were not many people at the small banquet. Yu Fu, Zheng Mei, Huang Yongsheng, Huang Xianlin, and Yu Ran, Huang Lingmen's closest relatives and friends. For example, Huang Tian, Qing Yi, Liu Zitong, and others. There are also Yu Ran's beauties. Yu Ran actually didn't want to call them at this time, but Huang Xianlin insisted on seeing what his granddaughter's future sisters would look like. The old man was persistent, and Yu Ran had no choice but to call them all. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. On a table in the Yu family, everyone except Liu Zitong was there. It was not that Liu Zitong was not qualified to serve. It's true that he, the big butler, is too busy. Today, he and Bai Yuan are in charge of all the Yu family's gift bills. The converted value of the gifts alone is more than 1 billion, and there are many cherished items to sort through. Of course, it is impossible for the Yu family to make money from this. Although there is no publicity, the price of Huang Lingmenjian's custom-made wedding suit is more than 40 million, and the suit worn by Yu Ran is similar, and even adds materials of the lower class. Not to mention the dishes, the simple price is more than 5000 W, and there are a lot of edible spiritual animal meats in it, which are all provided by the military. In the true sense, it has a price but no market, and you can't even buy it. Liu Zitong was so busy today that he had no time to eat. Huang Xianlin is a master and has a high seniority. Even Lu Qingxiu was very well behaved during the banquet. It's just that Yu Ran is very strange. How did Lu Qingxiu get on the table? When did he and Lu Qingxiu have such a good relationship? Could it be Lu Qingjian's connection? He asked Zheng Mei, but Zheng Mei just said something with a complicated expression. She gave too much. Yu Ran. Su Jianqian was the most disappointed person at the table. She was obviously the first one to come. Yu Ran had comforted her for a long time before, but the effect was very little. Not bad, these little girls are not bad, but you have to work hard. Huang Xianlin laughed loudly, and Huang Lingmeng curled his lips. He was not shy at all. He was not much better than Yu Ran when he was young. I had a great time today. Next time, my parents-in-law, we will treat you to our place for a meal. Huang Yongsheng also got up, preparing to go back with Huang Xianlin. He was also a little drunk today. Like Yu Fu, he is the worst in martial arts, but he is particularly bold when drinking. Yu Fu and Zheng Mei naturally saw each other off, and soon there were only a handful of juniors left in the field. Then what? Should everyone go back or rest here? Yu Ran saw that the atmosphere in the venue was getting dull and realized something was wrong, and wanted to end the banquet quickly. Lian, Yunyi, and others were very supportive and stood up to prepare to leave. Even Ansuandi didn't say anything. Lu Qingjian also stood up, but Chu Qingkai and Lu Qingxiu did not move. Chu Qingkai had a bit of a bad temper, and Yu Ran actually understood it, but he was really puzzled when Lu Qingxiu didn't move. Chu Qingkai was a little dissatisfied. She had been rectifying the Chu family for a while, but then the house was stolen. She hated it. Then what, sister, let's go. Lu Qingjian pulled Lu Qingxiu's arm and whispered. Lu Qingxiu gave Lu Qingjian a lot of face and stood up. Yu Ran, are you curious why I'm sitting here and my uncle and aunt didn't chase me away? Yu Ran wanted to say, I'm not curious, I'm not curious. But Lu Qingxiu's appearance is clearly that of the Bingshan female CEO, even if you don't ask me. Isn't there someone who stays here shamelessly and refuses to leave? Chu Qingkai, who was already angry, was not polite. She was already unhappy with Lu Qingxiu. Lu Qingxiu smiled slightly, took out an option contract and sent a copy. Yu Ran, I know that I owed you a lot before, more than I can pay back. This contract is my compensation. Yu Ran took it and took a look. The most conspicuous characters on it made him tremble. Liujia Industry Total Equity Transfer Agreement. Yu Ran got 99%, Lu Qingjian got 1%, and Chu Qingkai also stayed where he was. What does this mean? The simple explanation is that the Lu family can now change their surname to Yu, and Yu Ran can take over all the Lu family's properties with this contract. It is also in line with the regulations to dismiss all the Lu family. The Lu family is the last of the 5 major families in Jinling, and it is also the 5th in Jinling. The total value of all the Lu family's properties is definitely more than 100 billion. Yu Ran looked at Lu Qingxiu with a complicated expression. What does this mean? Lu Qingxiu seemed to know what he wanted to ask. To me, the Lu family is just a tool for me to find Qingjian. The moment Qingjian comes back, it has no meaning to me. I give it to you today to repay your previous efforts. Is it enough? Yu Ran looked complicated and was about to refuse when Lu Qingxiu continued. Enough, but this is too much and I can't accept it. Lu Qingxiu smiled. She had expected it. She leaned forward slightly, almost touching Yu Ran's face, and uttered extremely offensive words. Whatever is more will be regarded as Qingjian's dowry and my future dowry. Yu Ran and we were clear before. From today on, I, Lu Qingxiu, announce that I will capture you. Seemingly echoing Lu Qingxiu's words, it can be seen with the naked eye that Lu Qingxiu's favorability value for him instantly increased from 50 to 100. Chapter 242 Battle Merits. Such a high-profile and arrogant announcement really resembles Lu Qingxiu's character, but the arrogant content is about courtship, which is completely inconsistent with her image of an iceberg female CEO. Yu Ran saw Lu Qingxiu's favorability soaring, which meant that Lu Qingxiu was really not joking. Lu Qingxiu's words, "It seems like something has been unraveled," are still vivid in my mind. The suppressed emotions were vented, and the outburst of emotions instantly overwhelmed Lu Qingxiu. She was not qualified to say this before. Lu Qingjian was imprisoned, and she had no capital, but now everything was enough, and she could get back the emotions that belonged to her. Lu Qingxiu said it sincerely, but Yu Ran's expression was extremely complicated. In fact, Lu Qingxiu should be the best match for him. Lu Qingxiu is the villain in both books, not the heroine. Neither of the male protagonists captured her body and mind. Yu Ran had an immature idea, did she really like him? The previously suppressed emotions exploded after Lu Qingjian was rescued? In fact, in Ye Chen's script, Yu Ran has always been a little confused about why Lu Qingxiu wants to be Ye Chen's enemy. You must know that Lu Qingjian already had feelings for Ye Chen at that time, and she had no reason to be his enemy. Could this reason be his Yu Ran? Yu Ran was silent, and the scene was also silent. Faced with Lu Qingxiu's attitude, Lu Qingjian was not surprised at all, but showed joy. This showed that the future she had seen before was true. I really married brother Yu with my sister. Only Chu Qingkai suddenly jumped up after being silent for a long time. I object. Liang Qing, why should you pay for the harm you caused him in those years? You think you can use money to make up for the inner trauma? Get out. Lu Qingxiu, who was originally proud of Chu Qingkai's sudden fierce words, lowered her head slightly. I know that some things cannot go away. I will follow your path again. I know you may not accept it, so let me experience your pain again. Lu Qingxiu spoke every word very seriously, and anyone could see that she was not lying. What happened today was beyond Yu Ran's imagination. His attitude towards Lu Qingxiu was extremely complicated, and it felt like something was being stirred deep in his heart. Lu Qingxiu said nothing more and left silently. She had to say something. Lu Qingjian hurriedly followed her sister, turning back to Yu Ran from time to time with a pleading expression. Except for Chu Qingkai, even Huang Lingmeng did not object. Huang Lingmeng was already very satisfied. Yu Ran was engaged to her and her status was established. She didn't want to fight for anything else, and she didn't know what to fight for. If his grandfather hadn't asked Yu Ran to get engaged, in fact, she wouldn't have thought about it at all. She may just want to go along for the ride. You are not allowed to agree to that woman easily. You know, I am already very unhappy about what happened today. If you dare to agree to that woman casually, just wait to be punished. Chu Qingkai bit her little tiger teeth fiercely and threatened him, which instantly changed the serious atmosphere. Yu Ran wanted to laugh but didn't dare. Chu Qingkai walked to the door and paused. I am not the only one who decides the Chu family. I can't do the same as Lu Qingxiu. I'm sorry. Yu Ran looked at Chu Qingkai's back and was confused. What is there to be sorry for? And Lu Qingxiu gave him the Lu family's property just like this? These people are too arbitrary. His head hurt, and he looked at the system countdown that counted down 2 months and 20 days. He wished that the next protagonist would arrive quickly so that he could divert the conflict. Protagonist, you are noble and awesome. Yu Ran had a good sleep at night, and there was no one around her. Bai Yuan, Statistics of Military Achievements. Many Yu family secret guards were seriously injured in the previous battle, so the celebration ceremony has been postponed until today. In the past, the marriage between the two families was also meant to be a happy occasion. A total of 28 people died in this battle, 2 with first-class merit, 3 with second-class merit, and 9 with third-class merit. Still paying homage to the dead first, 28 people died and took over the Dragon King Palace. This battle loss ratio was already surprisingly low, but it cannot be ignored that 28 lives were still lost. After doing a good job of comforting the fallen, the next step is to unify the merits. First-class merit Liu Zitong, killed 28 Anjin people, Huajin 2 people, first-class merit Cao Bing, killed 42 Anjin people. Yu Ran was slightly surprised. He was not surprised that Liu Zitong received first-class merit. After all, he was the leader of the team, and he had the greatest credit for charging forward. Cao Bing is indeed a bit fierce. It seems that he was stimulated a lot last time and was very effective. The second-class meritorious service Lien killed 12 Anjin people, the assistant killed 1 person Huajin, the second-class meritorious service Bai Yuan killed 28 Anjin people, and the second-class meritorious Wang Hu killed 21 Anjin people. Su Huang covered his face. His grandma was so embarrassed. Among the first batch of strong men, he was the only one with a third-class meritorious service. I was also unlucky. I was directly injured when I bumped into Hwajin at the beginning, and I could only achieve third-class skill. Even if the third-level meritorious service kills more than 5 people, there are a total of 512 people fighting, only 218 people have killed the enemy, and the others have not, but some auxiliary and investigation credits are among them. What surprised Yuran was Bai Yuan. This time Yuran didn't let her participate in the battle, but Bai Yuan insisted on coming. The results of the battle were beyond expectations. Bai Yuan was really strong. With her dual cultivation with Yuran, she was now the closest person to Hwajin. On the battlefield, her figure is elusive, and she is becoming more and more skilled in assassination. She does not look like the usual well-behaved maid. I have to say that the essence of Yuran brand, everyone says it is good after eating it. In addition to the reward for killing the enemy, the first-class skill will also award an additional 100 points, an Earth-level skill, an additional 50 points for the second-class skill, an intermediate Earth-level skill, and a third-level elementary skill. As Yuran finished speaking, many people showed happy smiles, and at the same time, a secret guard raised his hand. Report, can I change the Earth-level skills to the Xian-level peak skills and the Xian-level peak spiritual weapons? Can. Yuran nodded. The person who spoke was a Mingjin secret guard. He was the only Mingjin third-class martial artist. It really didn't make much sense to give him the ground level. He had to eat his food one bite at a time. In addition, 12 secret guards were cowardly on the battlefield and interfered with our own operations, causing 5 secret guards to more or less die and 20 secret guards to be injured. I will investigate them one by one. If it was done intentionally, then it is betrayal. If not, the punishment will not be capped. The punishment will depend on the situation. As soon as Yuran said this, a group of people below turned pale. This was something Yuran had never thought of. Not all of the Yu family's secret guards were veterans, but there were also a group of ordinary warriors. Wang Hu was so angry that he wanted to kill them all. They were no different from deserters on the battlefield. Only with rewards and punishment can it last long. Some people are happy, some are worried, some are sad, and some are angry. This was the most brutal battle the Yu family's secret guards had ever fought. They were not qualified, but Yuran fought for it. The Dragon King Palace was destroyed, and Yuran Shiji had a serious problem. The next step was how to deal with the Han family. But this matter is mainly led by the military, so he doesn't need to worry about it, but it's best to cripple the Han family. Just as Yuran was thinking about it, Bai Yuan bowed respectfully. Master, Miss Lu Qingxiu is here. Chapter 243 Lu Qingxiu chases her husband. Yuran smiled bitterly, but he didn't expect Lu Qingxiu to actually imitate him. This is the food I bought. It's the Zaihu Chunlu restaurant you praised before we had dinner together. Lu Qingxiu was very honest and upright. She placed the food one by one and then looked at Yuran with burning eyes. I don't know how to cook yet, but I can learn. Yuran had always half-bought and half-cooked the food he delivered before. After all, his level couldn't be better than those of real chefs. Actually, you don't need to do this. Lu Qingxiu opened all the lunch boxes and handed him the chopsticks. Look at him seriously. It's necessary. Yuran understood what Lu Qingxiu meant. He had done this in the past, and Lu Qingxiu thought she would do the same. But their situations are completely different. When Yuran took the chopsticks, he saw Lu Qingxiu's fingers were wrapped with band-aids and her hands were still slightly burned. It was clear what she was doing. Have you eaten yet? Yuran's voice was not as cold as before, with a little gentleness. No. Lu Qingxiu sat down generously and began to enjoy it with Yuran, just as Yuran did before. Even 2 people couldn't finish these meals. Well, I used to bring you food because you were too busy to have time to eat, but now I actually. Before Yu Ran could continue, Lu Qingxiu's hand holding the chopsticks paused. She was very smart and understood instantly. Yu Ran brought her food because she had no time to eat, and she seemed to be trying to imitate others. My name is Lu Qingxiu, you can call me Qingxiu, but not that. Seeing Lu Qingxiu speaking seriously in front of him, Yu Ran burst into laughter, half asleep and half awake. He seemed to see the persistent self from back then. My name is Yu Ran. If you don't want to call me that other person, you can call me Ran Ran or Xia Ran. After passing the future spring, Yu Ran already had a guess and would not separate him from his previous self. Okay, Qingxiu, do you understand what I meant before? I understand, but I actually didn't lack for this food at the beginning. This was just an excuse to see you. Lu Qingxiu was still serious, but Yu Ran suddenly wanted to cover her face and joke, really thinking that the novel president didn't like to eat. At that time, Lu Qingxiu had a secretary who specially ordered food for him, but Yu Ran stopped him later. He came to deliver the food just to see Lu Qingxiu. Now it is really a good reincarnation. So can you ask your secretary not to buy food at noon in the future? Lu Qingxiu is very straightforward, just like Yu Ran back then. Even without a system, he, Lao Yu, still likes to hit straight balls. Don't you have to be busy with the Lu family's affairs? Everything is stable, and it's your property, so you should be busy. Yu Ran almost forgot that Lu Qingxiu gave the Lu family to him, and he is now the person in charge of the Lu family's industry. I don't know what is going on inside the Lu family. Lu Qingxiu really dares to do such a thing. Yu Ran started eating in silence. He didn't know what to say. Is this what it feels like to be chased by a girl? Or is this what it feels like to be chased by your ex-girlfriend and ex-fiancé? He was a little confused in his mind. Even though he had so many women, they were all for calculation and points at the beginning. Even Chu Qingkai did it to deal with Ye Chen, but he gradually developed feelings for her later. But does Lu Qingxiu have points? Absolutely not. She is a villain. It is not natural for villains to be together with villains. What points can she get? In other words, this relationship suddenly becomes pure? System, I'm a little confused. Confused, eh? Do you know what a villain is? Have you forgotten what I taught you? Yu Ran was not angry after being scolded by the system. He suddenly thought of the Sujian incident. Cao, the villain just wants to do whatever he wants, I want to kill him so much. Yu Ran came back to his senses and calmed down inside. The rice in the lunch box has been eaten, and Yu Ran, who was thinking about it, was still picking up the rice without realizing it. Lu Qingxiu silently handed over her lunch box. Yu Ran was immersed in her own consciousness and didn't feel anything yet. When he came to his senses, Lu Qingxiu had eaten most of his meal, and he was stunned. Just when she looked at Lu Qingxiu and was about to say sorry, Lu Qingxiu spoke first. I'm sorry, I didn't calculate your appetite. I will bring more next time. That familiar feeling came back again. Was he so humble back then? The sentence "it's my fault" was stuck in the throat and was not uttered, only a single syllable was uttered. Although the food Lu Qingxiu brought was more than enough for 2 people, Yu Ran could actually finish it by herself, but under normal circumstances, there was no need to eat that much. Eating less and more flavor is just to satisfy his craving. Lu Qingxiu cleared the dishes on the table, and Yu Ran lay there with his eyes closed. He was a little unsure of how to treat Lu Qingxiu. Are you saying she hates her? Actually, she doesn't. If she really did, Yu Ran wouldn't help her find Lu Qingxiu and would go to Liu's house to help her. But love? It seems not. Yu Ran suddenly wanted to use the system to check his favorability towards Lu Qingxiu. He was in a mess inside. Lu Qingxiu cleared the table and called Yu Ran softly. Yu Ran opened his eyes and saw Lu Qingxiu taking out a figure like a magic trick. I remembered that you liked this character very much, so I gave this to you. During the gift-giving session, Yu Ran also gave a lot of gifts to Lu Qingxiu. There was a whole cupboard, ranging from high-end gifts to ordinary greeting cards. When he thought of this, Yu Ran suddenly realized that the light green dress Lu Qingxiu was wearing today and the crescent moon ornament hanging around her neck seemed to have been given to her by him. It's just that she never opened it before, she just threw it in the cupboard. Thank you, I like it very much. Yu Ran looked at the figure in front of him. He saw a very popular female character here, with white hair and red eyes. Hearing Yu Ran's voice, Lu Qingxiu smiled unconsciously. As long as you like it, do you want to go out together that afternoon? You can go anywhere. Lu Qingxiu looked at him expectantly, and Yu Ran was instantly unable to resist. Who is Lu Qingxiu? The top beauty in the two books, the gentle voice of the Bingshan female CEO, which man can withstand her? Yu Ran was distracted for a moment and gritted his teeth. I have something else to do in the afternoon, so I won't go. A flash of disappointment passed through Lu Qingxiu's eyes, but she just smiled warmly. Okay, let's wait until you have time. Without too much entanglement, Lu Qingxiu left, leaving him breathing heavily. No wonder they say that women chase men, but who can stand it if there is a veil between them? But if he is taken down by Lu Qingxiu on the first day, will he still have face? King Kai will also make trouble for him, which will be a headache. Bai Yuan. Owner. Bai Yuan came out from behind, still wearing a maid outfit. Let's go practice. Yu Ran didn't care if it was daytime or not, he had to practice hard. Chapter 244 Next stop, the Imperial Capital. Lu Qingxiu kept her word, and she had done this for 2 consecutive weeks. She brought a gift to Yu Ran every 2 days on average, whether it was high-end clothes, belts, or ordinary greeting cards. It's really the same as Yu Ran back then. There have been more injuries on her hands visible to the naked eye in the past few days, but Lu Qingxiu is indeed a genius and has learned to cook. Although the dishes she can cook are limited, they taste really good. Lu Qingjian secretly told Yu Ran that Lu Qingxiu hired several chefs to teach her how to cook, and she also taught herself online videos. Yu Ran understood what Lu Qingjian meant. Lu Qingxiu was sincere and was not the same as before. She hoped that Yu Ran could agree to Lu Qingxiu. In fact, you can still tell the difference between true and false intentions, even if there is no system, because he knows Lu Qingxiu too well. He understood Lu Qingxiu's mood and meaning with every movement, expression, and look in her eyes. Even after being rejected by Yu Ran for 2 weeks, she did not waver and had no other expression on her face. But Yu Ran found that some of Lu Qingxiu's habitual actions were blaming herself for not working hard enough. These habitual actions are the result of Yu Ran observing Lu Qingxiu for 3 years. Yu Ran feels that she is not doing it deliberately now. Or maybe this proud peacock would never lie in this way. Master, the matter with the Han family has come to an end. Within a month, the Han family's affairs finally came to an end, but it was not the collapse of the Han family as Yu Ran thought. The Han family was found to be involved in human experimentation, and a series of issues involving human life were ignored. Naturally, tax evasion were also not ignored. It was considered a comprehensive cleansing, but the Han family blamed all the problems on the Han family, and the Han family's masters, Han Long and Han Hu, were killed. Now there is only one Han family grandmaster left, Han Qiang, who is also the eldest elder of the Han family. Han Qiang has not been in the Han family for at least 3 years, so these things cannot be blamed on him. The Han family can be regarded as a strong man who cut off his arms and retained some vitality. But what is interesting is that Han Li is not dead and is still the young master. However, after the previous incident, the Han family is now divided into 2 factions. Han Li and Han Su. Han Su reported meritoriously before, and Yu Ran mentioned to the military department that they were not involved in those dirty things, so they would be fine. After the Han family was purged, the economic power of Han Su's faction became particularly important, accounting for as much as 60%, and they began to compete with Han Li in a real sense. Interesting, this Han aircraft is indeed a wonderful person. Although it did not meet Yu Ran's expectations, he was overall very satisfied. Even though Han Su was not purged, he still expressed his goodwill to Yu Ran. This Han Su is a character, he can endure it. Han Li did a lot of things to force him before, but he didn't move. He simply maintained his current position. Now I guess you are the only one who dares to call him Han Jiji, young master. Everyone outside calls him Master Han Su. Liu Zitong's words were very much approved by Yu Ran. Han Su was indeed a figure. There were many direct descendants of Han Su's faction. Now they all respected Han Su, a commoner, and he was indeed very capable. But they are much weaker than Chu Qingkai and Lu Qingxiu, and this generation of the Han family is indeed not good enough. Han Li is a complete idiot. He is not dead this time. He doesn't know what the Han family is thinking. The Han family just needs to continue to contact Han Su and pay attention to the lifeline issue. Liu Zitong nodded, understanding what Yu Ran meant. Han Su was used by them to split the Han family and control the Han family. They could not let Han Su become too arrogant, at least they had to control them. Master, Han Qiang is not simple. Mistress Ling Meng said that we are not far from the Grand Master, so we should be careful. Yu Ran nodded. Even if Han Qiang really became a master, he would not dare to retaliate against the military. That would be courting death, but it is not impossible to retaliate against his Yu family. He was able to kill Lanja last time, but that doesn't mean he really has the ability to kill the Grand Master. There is a big gap between Huajin and the Grand Master. I know, how many places in Jinling can we control now? In addition to the Li family, the Han family, and now the resources of the Chu family, Yu family, and Lu family, including the underground forces and the forces of Yunyi Huang Ling Meng, the entire Jinling has initially formed an iron barrel formation. About 70%. If Han Su's line is included, it may be 75%. We can't enter the remaining remote and government-controlled places. Don't worry about him, that's almost enough. Yu Ran is very satisfied. Jinling is now his base camp. As long as the protagonist comes out, he can monitor how long he goes to the toilet to urinate in a day. How can you play with this? What should the host do if the protagonist is not in Jinling? Yu Ran's joy suddenly froze on his face. What the system said was probably not false. If he's not in Jinling, he won't cause trouble for me, it doesn't matter. Having said that, Yu Ran's mentality has actually changed. He felt this way at first, but now he needs the protagonist's points and may have to take the initiative to attack. If we were not in Jinling, it would really be a lot of trouble. But it's not without its benefits. The base camp at the rear is stable, and he can easily deal with the protagonist. So, we need to find some connections outside. Yu Ran murmured to himself, and then thought of something. Liu Zitong, we were engaged before. Did the Qin family and the Yun family come to give gifts? Well, all the 5 major families in the imperial capital came to give gifts, but no one came. They usually come for weddings. Indeed, Huang Lingmeng is the eldest lady of the military department, and the 5 major families in the imperial capital come to give her gifts to show their respect. Yu Ran suddenly realized that he, the young master of the Yu family, seemed to have a bad reputation outside. I want to eat Lingmeng soft rice, hungry. Huang Xianlin said something right before, the Yu family really doesn't have a good reputation outside. Of course, this refers to the 5 major families in the imperial capital and the level of the hidden family. The reputation of the southern military headquarters is quite great. If nothing else, the 3 masters who entered the secret realm before are extremely powerful forces. Many hidden sects are weak and do not even have a master in charge, but not all hidden sects are incredibly strong. What are their gifts? It's a regular treasure of heaven and earth, but when the Yun family gave the gift, they said they hoped that the young master could go to the Yun family. Yun Yi is their eldest daughter. Yu Ran nodded, no, that's the excuse. He vaguely felt that his next stop might be the imperial capital. Oh, and the Qin family's trustee said that Qin Hao misses the young master very much, and asked you to contact him in the imperial capital. He will do a good job. He is making a breakthrough this time, otherwise he will come in person. Qin Hao is also a good reason. To be honest, Qin Hao is indeed a good friend. Yu Ran and him have known each other since the Haitian secret realm, and they have always maintained a good relationship. Okay, I'll get back to him shortly, and when I'm done with this period of time, I'll go to the imperial capital to play with him. This period of time naturally refers to the protagonist's affairs. The next protagonist will arrive in 2 months, and these 2 months are regarded as rest time. Master, Miss Kingxiu is here again, I'm leaving. Lu Zitong glanced helplessly outside the door and quietly stepped back. Chapter 245 Date with Lu Kingxiu. Lu Kingxiu methodically took out the food from the storage ring. Her storage ring almost turned into a canteen. Yu Ran didn't say much and started enjoying lunch, as if he was somewhat used to it. Yu Ran, I heard that you can help people become warriors. Can you give me a spot? It's okay to pay a small price. Yu Ran raised his head and looked at Lu Kingxiu. Lu Kingxiu had been looking for topics to chat with Yu Ran every day for the past 2 weeks, most of them deliberately catering to Yu Ran. This was the first time it involved herself. Yes, it's good to become a warrior. For girls, it can at least delay aging. The skin will become white and translucent, but you don't need to. When Yu Ran said the last sentence, he carefully looked at Lu Kingxiu's appearance. Full marks, really full marks, perfect marks for all aspects. Yu Ran was telling the truth. Even if he could remove some stains, he didn't think Lu Kingxiu would change. Lu Kingxiu smiled, which made people feel refreshed. Yu Ran's words were very useful to her. In fact, Yu Ran also liked to say these things before. But her mind was not on it at that time, and she was very happy to hear his praise. In the past 2 weeks, when she occasionally looked at Yu Ran secretly, she found that Yu Ran would be in a daze at her face. Although Yu Ran had repeated it countless times in the past 3 years, she could not feel that joyful mood until today. If you like it, you just can't help but watch it, right? Yu Ran didn't know what Lu Kingxiu was thinking, otherwise he would definitely deny it. It wasn't that, sometimes it was just pure lust. For example, when he saw a beautiful girl with black stockings on the street, he couldn't help but take a look. Do you have time in the afternoon? Lu Kingxiu would ask this question every day before leaving. In the past, Yu Ran would always find excuses to avoid it. Lu Kingxiu's pursuit of him is very relaxed now, even if she gives you meals, chats, and small gifts, the meals are always what you like. Yu Ran knew how much effort he put into it, because this was something he had done before. Lu Kingxiu is not the same as before. After all, he was Lu Kingxiu's boyfriend in name, so Lu Kingxiu did not refuse some physical contact. She held hands and sometimes hugged. Although she had never kissed, Yu Ran was still in Lu Kingxiu's eyes. Once when I was tired and fell asleep, I secretly kissed her on the cheek. Sometimes Yu Ran would ask Lu Kingxiu to accompany him to play and date. Lu Kingxiu didn't have time, but Yu Ran repeatedly asked Lu Kingxiu to choose a time to accompany him. In fact, thinking about it this way, Lu Kingxiu was not very cruel to him before, but Lu Qingjian's matter made her breathless. I was a second-generation dude back then, so what could I understand? The knot in his heart seemed to be really opened. Lu Kingxiu did not do anything to feel sorry for him. This was true. This is true even in the book, the knot in his heart seems to have been opened, and the love of 3 years seems to have surged into his heart again, and then suppressed by reason, but there is always a trace of love leaking out. Where do you want to go when you have time? The refusal on the tip of his tongue was not spoken out, but Yu Ran agreed by some strange coincidence. Accident seems inevitable. Old place. Yu Ran smiled. In the past, he didn't know how to date, so he would only take Lu Qingxiu to the mall, and in order to appear powerful, he would only go to Yu's shopping mall, Lingran Shopping Plaza. Lu Qingxiu didn't complain and went shopping with Yu Ran. Sometimes Yu Ran wanted to buy her something and she wouldn't refuse her, but she rarely bought anything for Yu Ran. But one time, Lu Qingxiu didn't know whether to be inspired or to return a gift, so she bought Yu Ran a bracelet for the first time. The price was not cheap, 6 figures. Yu Ran was so happy that he never took it off, but later he wore it for too long and got damaged. He almost cried. Well, then I'll pack up and go. Yu Ran spent 2 minutes changing into casual clothes and then followed Lu Qingxiu out. Lu Qingxiu burst into laughter. Boys can go out really fast. It would take about half an hour for her to go out even without makeup. Lu Qingxiu's car is not high profile, it is a Ferrari, but Yu Ran can't tell which one it is. It is not one of the top models. He has no interest in such ordinary sports cars. Arrive. Lu Qingxiu stopped the car after giving a prompt. Yu Ran pressed the car door but did not open it. Lu Qingxiu helped him open it from the outside, holding the edge of the car with one hand and reaching out to him with the other. Yu Ran was a little dumbfounded. He really liked doing this in the past, so he didn't refuse. He took Lu Qingxiu's beautiful hand and walked towards the shopping mall. This pairing of a handsome man and a beautiful woman immediately caused many passers-by to stop, and a little girl ran up to Lu Qingxiu, with her eyes wide open, and said in a sweet voice, "Sister, you are so beautiful." Lu Qingxiu was very happy. For the first time, she did not show an indifferent face to passers-by and touched the little girl's head. "You're beautiful too." Then he happily pulled Yu Ran towards the interior of the mall. Yu Ran was in a daze. Would Lu Qingxiu have such an expression? He had heard a saying before, "Don't persuade others to do good unless they have suffered," and he never felt anything. Today's Lu Qingxiu seemed to make him really feel that Lu Qingjian's incident in the past had suppressed her too hard. "This dress is nice, do you want to try it on?" Lu Qingxiu held a not expensive but exquisite shirt in her hand and asked Yu Ran's opinion. Yu Ran nodded, and when he looked in the mirror, he found that the dress really suited him well. The clerk next to him couldn't help but praise it. "Your girlfriend has really good taste. Of course, your face will look good with any clothes." Of course these people knew Yu Ran, but their admiration came from the bottom of their hearts. Lu Qingxiu paid the bill with a smile. "It's very nice. Although it's a bit cheap, it suits you very well." Yu Ran smiled gently. She still remembered the same words she said that year and today. "It seems that I really feel like I'm in love. I just buy whatever I find suitable, instead of deliberately asking for a gift on Valentine's Day. Gifts don't have to be expensive, but they should be appropriate." The same was true for Yu Ran back then. Greeting cards and handmade ceramics were 100 times different from what Yu Ran was worth at that time. But Yu Ran still gave it away. Why? Because he really thought Lu Qingxiu would like it. It was that simple. "Wrap up this Ultraman figure." Wandering around casually, Lu Qingxiu gave him another Ultraman doll. "You saw this next to me when you were bored before, and I thought you might like it." Lu Qingxiu stuffed Ultraman into Yu Ran's arms, making him dumbfounded. Is it appropriate for him to hold an Ultraman doll at his age? Wandering around, the other items seemed not to be in line with Lu Qingxiu's wishes, so she only bought these 2 items, but the 2 of them did not let go of their hands. It's like the 2 hearts that were originally separated are connected again. This feeling seems very good. Chapter 246 finally achieved success. Watch a movie. Lu Qingxiu asked softly, but Yu Ran had no objection. "Okay, I'm going to buy some popcorn." It was not a weekend, nor was it a blockbuster movie. There were only a few people in the cinema, so Lu Qingxiu chose a seat at the back. leaning sideways and watching an unreliable love movie. You ask why not go to a private cinema? Because I haven't been there before, a little fireworks is the most soothing thing for ordinary people. This actress is not very good. Let's replace her next time. Lu Qingxiu commented softly that Yu Ran had no impression of the entertainment industry, but at their position, it was very easy to decide whether an actor would live or die with just one word. Indeed, I'm far behind compared to you. I have no sense of empathy at all. Yu Ran looked at the woman on the big screen. To say she was ugly, she was definitely not ugly. Her appearance was extremely good, and she was rated 90 points for beauty according to the scoring standards. But compared with Lu Qingxiu, she was like a mortal compared to a fairy. The gap is too big. Lu Qingxiu has standard perfect appearance, but her score of 90 is only 90. Lu Qingxiu laughed unconsciously and leaned her head on Yu Ran's shoulder unconsciously. Yu Ran, I regret it so much. Lu Qingxiu murmured. Yu Ran didn't reply, but she knew Yu Ran could hear her. You think if I had trusted you more, would the situation have been completely different? Yu Ran remained silent and didn't respond. If he had more trust, maybe he would, but if he wanted to deal with the protagonist, it wouldn't change much. Maybe. In fact, I think I know you very well. When you broke off the engagement, you should have received some kind of special opportunity or hint. After that, you have been targeting Lin Fan and Ye Chen. Actually, I don't quite understand, but if this happens again in the future, I can help you. Lu Qingxiu's words made Yu Ran feel shocked. Everyone has guessed about the special opportunity, otherwise it would be impossible to transform from a playboy to a martial arts genius. But when it comes to Lin Fan and Ye Chen, to be honest, even Liu Zitong may not feel this way. Many of the things he does are actually designed to go with the flow, and others may not seem to be targeting them. But Lu Qingxiu could see it, and it was clear that she was extremely determined, not a guess, this was Lu Qingxiu's character. If you don't reply, I'll take it as your promise. In the silent cinema, Lu Qingxiu closed her eyes. She wanted to feel Yu Ran's heartbeat, and wanted to bring back the heart that had been pushed away. This movie sucks. Yu Ran complained, Lu Qingxiu echoed, and no one mentioned Lu Qingxiu's words. Yu Ran felt that Lu Qingxiu could not help much, while Lu Qingxiu felt that Yu Ran might not particularly trust her. However, this episode did not affect the atmosphere between the two. After dinner, Yu Ran was deep in thought in the car. Lu Qingxiu's words were a reminder to him. Did anyone else see it? What impact will it have if you see it? After thinking about it, there seems to be no problem. Even if you can see it, it is just your guess. As long as you don't admit it, you are nothing. Hey, isn't this the way back? When Yu Ran came back to his senses, he found that the surrounding scenery was completely different from when he came. Why not? This is the way to Liu's house. Lu Qingxiu smiled and got into my car. Can I still let you run away? Yu Ran was also stunned. He had used this method to deal with other women in the past, and even after hunting birds all day long, he still got pecked in the eye by an eagle. Lu Qingxiu, amazing! Yu Ran knew that she was a resolute person, otherwise she would not be able to gain a firm foothold in the Lu family, so she gave him the Lu family's property and pursued him unswervingly. But what happened today was a bit beyond his imagination. He really had no intention of executing Lu Qingxiu on the spot. I didn't expect that Lu Qingxiu planned to execute him on the spot. What a shame, Yu Ran sat up, and he had to regain his composure. Sister, you're back. Hey, brother you're here too. Lu Qingjian was wearing a panda pajamas and greeted her at the door. Yu Ran glanced at it and realized that this was not the Lu family's residence, but Lu Qingxiu's own house. Lu Qingxiu also had a clear understanding and answered his questions directly. This is Qingjian and I's home. I sold the Lu family to you. Those are not mine and I don't care. Lu Qingxiu is really ruthless, both to herself and to others. She gives away the Lu family's foundation that she has worked so hard to win. The most important thing is that there are no complaints from anyone below. The real direct line of the Lu family was basically wiped out, leaving only some of the collateral lines that relied on Lu Qingxiu. Lu Qingxiu didn't care, no one dared to say a word to her. In the past few days, Liu Zitong, Bai Yuan and even his father were confused by the affairs of the Lu family. The Lu family took the initiative to find the Yu family and hoped that the Yu family would intervene as soon as possible. Lu Qingjian was very happy, with a smile on her face. In front of her were the two people she cared about the most. If she hadn't been with Lu Qingxiu, she would have moved to Yuran. She was praying that Yuran could accept Lu Qingxiu, and then the three of them could live together, which was great. Being able to be with Sister Bai Yuan and Sister Lian is perfect. After entering the house, Lu Qingjian brought a pair of men's slippers to Yuran. Lu Qingjian was afraid that he would misunderstand, so she explained specifically. This is specially prepared for you, brother Yu. There is no and will not be a second man in our family. Yuran actually didn't expect this, but Lu Qingjian's explanation still made him raise the corners of his mouth slightly. He wears the right size and the colors and styles he likes. Lu Qingxiu really understands him. Maybe Lu Qingxiu didn't care much in the past, but as long as Lu Qingxiu cares, Yuran's preferences won't faze her. After Yuran entered, Lu Qingjian winked at Yuran, and then ran back to her room. Yuran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little girl really wishes she had something to do with Lu Qingxiu. Have you ever thought that you are also my woman? The room next to it is the guest room. You can rest in it tonight. Lu Qingxiu said and handed the key to Yuran. Yuran nodded, slightly disappointed but feeling it was natural. Really let Lu Qingjian listen to her voice? This is also the first time for Lu Qingxiu, so she must still be shy about this kind of thing. He has experienced many battles now and is not so greedy. In earlier years, the final venue of tonight's date would definitely be a love hotel. Lu Qingxiu gave him the bathroom first, but Yuran was a little regretful that she couldn't watch the fairy bathing scene. Lying in the guest room, Yuran took his mobile phone and sent Liu Zitong a message, "I won't be back tonight." Got it. Liu Zitong replied instantly, including a lustful emoticon. You know shit. I'm probably chatting with Qing Yi, otherwise how could I reply in seconds? Perverted Lolita control. By the way, should Liu Zitong propose marriage to Qing Yi? Ling Meng had this idea before, but Qing Yi is still young, only 18.19 years old. While I was thinking wildly, the door creaked open. Then it closed again. The difference was that there was one more person in the room. Lu Qingxiu looked at Yuran's confused expression and smiled. My room is not well soundproofed, Qingjian will hear it. Chapter 247 Northern God of War. Lu Qingjian curled her lips. Silly sister, I am Huajin, do you think I won't be able to hear you if you change the room? This voice of brother Yu seems to be quite gentle. Well, brother Yu has always been quite gentle. Hey, it seems that there was suddenly silence. It must have been arranged by brother Yu, so forget it. But can my sister do it? Can a mortal body really withstand brother Yu's indiscriminate bombardment? Are you feeling a bit overwhelmed? Do you want some support? That's not good. After all, it's a bridal night for my sister. I'll support you next time. Brother Yu must like this kind of thing. She writes about it in tomato novels, sisters. The first ray of sunshine in the morning came in, and Lu Qingxiu was lying on the bed with a rosy complexion, still not waking up. She secretly kissed Yuran on the forehead, but saw Yuran tremble slightly, hugged her into his arms, and kissed her neck and collarbone crazily. Domineering men, even Lu Qingxiu, who is known as the domineering female CEO in the shopping mall, can only throw away her armor. I have to quickly become a warrior, I can't stand it anymore. After getting up, Yu Ran rarely showed off her cooking skills and made a sumptuous breakfast. Lu Qingxiu has been practicing cooking before, and there is still a lot left in the refrigerator. Don't send lunch today, take more rest. Lu Qingxiu nodded, then glanced at Lu Qingjian, who immediately understood. Brother Yu, are you leaving? Are you busy today? Yu Ran was stunned for a moment. Yes, is he very busy? He is so busy. Without the protagonist, he seems to have absolutely nothing to do. If you have nothing to do today, let's start practicing. On the first day, Lu Qingjian practiced Kung Fu and Lu Qingxiu practiced Kung Fu. Practice Lu Qingjian and Lu Qingxiu on the second day. Bai Yuan practices on the third day. The fourth day of practicing Lotus. The fifth day of practicing Ling Meng. Su Qian practices on the 40th day. It's been a fulfilling month. Yu Ran feels like his skills are gradually improving. This is hard training, this is cultivation of immortality. During this period, I actually had the idea of having a child, and the activity was still there, but I just didn't know who would get pregnant. Maybe together? Lu Qingxiu is now back as the president of the Lu family, but this time she is a dispatch from the Yu family. Lu Qingxiu didn't care, she only cared about Lu Qingjian. Both she and Lu Qingjian belonged to Yu Ran, and there would be no successors from the Lu family. So is there a problem with using the Lu family as a dowry? No problem. 7 days countdown to book transfer. Yu Ran was having a warm exchange with Su Jian, helping Su Jian experience martial arts faster. Now the people around Yu Ran are all martial arts members, most of them are Ming Jin. He is thinking that engine is not purely a matter of resources, but hard work or talent are indispensable. It is worth mentioning that Yu Ran helped Huang Yongsheng enter engine. The effect of the medicinal bath is indeed incredible. It is indeed an opportunity for the protagonist. Even the military department does not have such a thing. My father-in-law still needs help. Now he is considered wealthy, and this little money is not worth mentioning. But Huang Yongshen's talent is really poor, and he has probably been using hidden energy all his life. No wonder Huang Xianlin likes Huang Lingmeng so much. It's embarrassing to tell others about his son's talent. Fortunately, Huang Yongsheng was a talented commander in deploying troops, so his lack of strength did not have any impact on him. Host, do you want to transfer in advance? Improving the system acceleration process only costs 5,000 points, which is very cheap. Roll. Yu Ran roared, the dog system is robbing money. 5,000 points 7 days in advance, really thought he was stupid. The system didn't say anything. It knew the host's character and was extremely stingy when it came to points. The host had a lot of things in his shopping cart, but he didn't buy any of them. After a small episode, Yu Ran continued to practice. Well, today it was the turn of the lovely baby Qing Yan. Lu Qingjian and Lu Qingxiu have already moved to Yu's house, and Chu Qingkai even went out of his way to make trouble with him. Seeing that Yu Ran was able to withstand Lu Qingxiu's offensive for 2 weeks, Chu Qingkai said that he couldn't see him clearly. But then he felt helpless. How many men could withstand such an offensive from Lu Qingxiu? Lu Qingxiu was calm, but the word sister made Chu Qingkai furious, and Yu Ran had to be the peacemaker between them. What a headache! Among his current women, the two pairs, Huang Lingmeng and Ansuandi, and Chu Qingkai and Lu Qingxiu, basically quarrel whenever they meet, and Yu Ran can only try his best to avoid them meeting. 7 days passed in a flash, and Yu Ran was practicing hard. He had never worked so hard before. God of War in the North is streaming. When the system countdown was almost over, Yu Ran found a secluded place, asked Lu Zitong to guard outside, and began to receive information. As Yu Ran became stronger, the speed at which he received information also became faster and faster. Soon his eyes opened, shining brightly. Son-in-law? God of War. The protagonist Xiao Feng is the God of War in the North. He once led 100,000 northern soldiers to sweep across the 8 directions, winning every battle and enjoying a very high prestige. Later, he was discharged from the army for special reasons. In order to repay Mr. Wu for saving his life, he became a son-in-law for a period of 3 years. The Wu family is a third-tier family in Suzhou and is not considered very powerful. Speaking of this, Yu Ran really wanted to curse. The system was right before. What would you do if the protagonist is not in Jinling? As for Xiao Feng, the son-in-law, everyone knows that he does nothing but cleans the house, cooks and washes vegetables. He had no ambition and didn't go out to work, so naturally he was looked down upon by the Wu family and everyone looked down on him. Only his wife Wu Qing treated him well and did not beat or scold him, but in Yu Ran's opinion, she also looked down on him. Because the two of them did not consummate their marriage. You heard it right, 3 years, a full 3 years. The two of them did not consummate their marriage, and they did not even sleep in the same bed. It was simply outrageous. Xiao Feng is really tolerant. He is polite to the Wu family and just endures being insulted. He doesn't look like a god of war at all. But this is in line with the opening of the son-in-law. Next, the 3-year period has arrived and the god of war in the north has returned. Naturally, he reached the peak of his life by pretending to be awesome and getting slapped in the face, but this time the protagonist was not a stud, only 3 female protagonists. Wu Qing, Li Shui, and Li Fengling. Well, our Xiao Shui is indeed the heroine. Wu Qing needs no introduction. Li Fengling is the eldest daughter of the Li family in the imperial capital and she admires Xiao Feng very much. The god of war in the north, this title is actually quite respectful. He is close to the military and has great respect for soldiers. But Xiao Feng is different, he is the commander-in-chief of the northern army in the northern border. The northern army has private soldiers, the private soldiers of the 5 major families. As a result, Xiao Feng leads these soldiers just like his own. Can the 5 major families tolerate this? So he was forced to retire from the army. The 5 major families provided men, weapons, and logistical support, but Xiao Feng wanted to turn the northern soldiers into his own private army. Yu Ran was very curious why the 5 major families didn't kill him. The story also begins here. For the 5 major families, diverting the trouble to others seems to be a good choice. Yu Ran stroked his fingers, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Chapter 248 Wu Qing. The world in the book gradually reveals the differences in this world. Mysterious images of foreign battlefields and hidden families that did not appear in the first 2 books surfaced. Today happened to be Xiao Feng's 3-year period. He suddenly remembered that the system told him a few days ago that he could obtain information in advance. He actually didn't take it seriously. Now he thought that if it could be arranged 7 days in advance, it might be possible to arrange more, which would be 5,000 points may not be worth it. The 3-year period has come, and the first thing Xiao Feng did was to help his wife stabilize the family situation. Wu Qing, the Wu family? In this drama, Yu Ran and Lu Qingxiu were together, but they were killed because they resisted when Xiao Feng wanted to unify Jinling's economy. After Lu Qingxiu turned black, she joined the 5 major families in the imperial capital to avenge him, and turned out to be a supervillain. My destiny is perfect for a supporting role. Judging from the book, Xiao Feng is really a good man, good to his wife, friendly to war, and good at foreign expeditions. But from Yu Ran's point of view, what a fart. To give a simple example, now Cao Bing has become the leader of the Yu family's secret guards. As a result, Cao Bing wants to turn the Yu family's secret guards into his own private soldiers. Do you think Cao Bing is a good person? Nonsense, you don't just need leaders to raise troops to fight a war. Without equipment, martial arts, or logistics, you are looking for death. There is a saying in the art of war that a perfect combination leads to a surprising victory. Perfect harmony is the key, so the 5 major families didn't kill Xiao Feng. In Yu Ran's opinion, he was really kind-hearted. There is another very important point. Xiao Feng, the god of war in the north, is not defending the home and country, but fighting on the battlefield outside the territory. The battlefield outside the territory is a battlefield for robbing resources. It has nothing to do with protecting the home and the country and justice. But it can also reflect the strength of the country. Daxia has been suppressed miserably in the past few years since Xiao Feng left, so now people's hearts are floating, and Xiao Feng has the opportunity to return to the north. So Yu Ran doesn't feel guilty for plotting against Xiao Feng. This guy is not a good person, and unlike the first two protagonists, he feels a bit like a hypocrite. Lu Zitong, take me to Suzhou. Okay, master. Lu Zitong didn't ask why. It was probably not the first time that he was looking for Mistress Qian. Lu Zitong is now the strongest person trained by the Yu family. He can definitely practice hard on his own. But Lu Zitong liked to be Yu Ran's follower, and Yu Ran couldn't help it. Every time someone else took him out, Lu Zitong would hold his thigh and burst into tears and runny nose, which was unbearable. Where is the appearance of energy? When they arrived in Suzhou, Yu Ran and Su Qian had a warm relationship for a while, and Yu Ran pretended to be unintentional and asked about the company's development. It has developed very well and has established friendly relations with many families in Suzhou. After all, we are a financial company and we don't compete for business with them. Yu Ran understood from what he heard that the family mainly engaged in finance was not very powerful and did not dare to go against the Yu family. Su Qian took advantage of the situation and developed quite well. She has now officially taken over as the president here, with Dong Chunkaiyu as an assistant. How do you feel about the Suzhou family? It's very good. The top Wang Machu families are quite friendly, and the second-rate Sumyawu are also in contact with each other. Oh, have so many people found any good friends? This is true. I have a good relationship with Wu Qing from the Wu family, but her situation is not very good. Her husband is a drag, and Wu Qing is kind-hearted. It seems quite difficult to work alone. After a few interactions, it will be fine. Friends? Yu Ran smiled. Su Qian and Wu Qing were business partners. They were introduced in the book. It was not too surprising that he learned about Wu Qing from Su Qian. Lu Qingxu's words still gave him some warning, otherwise the message that he, a top young master, wanted a woman from a second-rate family would be abrupt and would easily arouse Xiao Feng's suspicion. He didn't want to block the knives of the 5 major families, but it was enough for the 5 major families to block knives for him. Seeing that Yu Ran was interested, Su Qian complained more. This Xiao Feng is true. I've seen it before. It's okay for a man to live a soft life. But Wu Qing's life was very difficult. Even if he was asked to help a little bit, he wouldn't help. He just washed and cooked at home every day. It's not like the Wu family doesn't have a nanny, so the rest of the Wu family are laughing at Wu Qing and are speechless. In fact, Xiao Feng's character can be seen from here. What Su Qian still doesn't know is that Wu Qing's status in the family has plummeted, and he has been made difficult and humiliated by all kinds of things. Most of the reasons are because of Xiao Feng. If Xiao Feng were a little normal, how could Wu Qing be so miserable? Moreover, Wu Qing did not defend him in front of others once or twice, nor did he persuade him to work. But Xiao Feng's main character is to do nothing. When the 3-year period comes, it is said that the previous inspection of Wu Qing was disgusting enough. This Wu Qing is miserable enough. From what you say, you seem to want to help her. Well, I have this idea, but I haven't implemented it. After all, I have to consider the overall situation of the company. Although Su Qian wanted to help Wu Qing, she would not do it at the expense of her own company. Almost all the women around Yu Ran were wealthy, so she, Su Qian, had to make some achievements. This is the reason why she has stayed in Suzhou, otherwise she would have returned to Jinling long ago. Okay, don't say that your husband doesn't love you, just contact him and I will personally receive you to see what kind of person he is. If you can invest in him. Wanjinbo Beauty can just smile. I am a married woman, but you can't do this. So Kyunkin's voice was a little dissatisfied, and she held Yu Ran's hand harder. What are you thinking about? I mean, just to make you smile, I have never seen what she looks like. Who do you think your husband is? Su Jianqian lowered her head in embarrassment, with a slight smile on her face. Yes, Yu Ran had never seen Wu Qing. Is that necessary? Yu Ran, there really is, you guessed it right. Hey, let's just find a sister for Qianqian. Among those women, Su Jianqian is the only one now. I, Lao Yu, am really a good person. Hey, Qianqian, why did you suddenly remember to call me? Ahem, Qing, I have big news here, so sit tight. My boss is coming to Suzhou today. I told her about you and he decided to meet you and maybe invest in you. The relationship between Su Jianqian and Wu Qing was better than Yu Ran imagined. The two women, who were working alone, cherished each other after contact and soon became sisters. However, in the book, Yu Ran and Su Jianqian have a superior subordinate relationship. He only has Lu Qingxiu, so after the Yu family was destroyed, Su Jianqian was promoted. Wu Qing was chatting on the phone with her cell phone between her ears while rummaging through information. When she heard So Kyunkin's words, she was instantly surprised. Overjoyed, the cell phone he held fell to the ground, and Wu Qing hurried to pick it up. Real? Then we can still have a day off. My boss said he will be free tomorrow morning. You have to pay attention to the time. Little by little. Wu Qing was ecstatic. Of course she knew who the boss Su Jianqian was talking about. She is finally saved. Chapter 249 The 3-year period has arrived. Qing, I've brought you food. Xiao Feng hummed a tune, carrying a canvas bag, took out a lunch box from it, opened it, and handed it to Wu Qing. Well, wait a minute, I'll eat after I finish my work. Although she was ecstatic to be interviewed by Yu Ran, Wu Qing did not forget to do his job. The interview did not mean that he would successfully attract investment. Xiao Feng glanced at Wu Qing. Wu Qing's inner joy could not be hidden from him at all. It was too easy for him, a master of energy transformation, to spy on ordinary people. Qing, you seem very happy today. Wu Qing looked up at Xiao Feng, but didn't hide it. Qian called me today and said that Yu Ran was willing to meet me. Maybe our financial crisis can be saved. Wu Qing looked at the bills in front of him, his expression a little ugly. He wouldn't know if he didn't check, but when he checked, he was shocked. The amount of borrowed money alone was as high as 30 million. How much money did this company still have to lose? No wonder it's just an empty show. The second uncle is really good at leaving this company to her. Wu Qing ate his meal angrily. With such a big loss, Yu Ran was really willing to invest so much? Xiao Feng looked calm. Yu Ran? He recalled that he was not from Suzhou, and he seemed to have never heard of this name in Suzhou. In fact, it's normal. Yu Ran's base camp is in Jinling. Except for the upper-level people in Suzhou, few people know about him. Xiao Feng has not reached that level, so naturally he doesn't know. However, Xiao Feng has passed the 3-year period, and his previous network and personnel can be activated. Just check it out. But if you don't check, you won't know. When you check, you will be shocked. Xiao Feng was cleaning the Wu house at night with a dark face. Yu Ran, the son of Yu Fu, the richest man in Jiangnan province, is extremely talented in martial arts and is already a Huajin warrior. As for the level of Huajin, it is unclear and cannot be found out. It is guessed that it should be 3 to 4 levels. This is inferred from Yu Ran's participation in the military meeting. In the military department, Yu Ran's information is top secret. Anyone who knows about Yu Ran's strength is either dead or very strict and will not let it out. Therefore, the information Xiao Feng obtained was not certain. But it wasn't this that made Xiao Feng blush, but the following one. As high as Yu Ran's talent in martial arts is, so is his luck in love. He is engaged to Huang Lingmeng, Su Jianqian, the president of Yusou Company, Lu Qingxiu from the Lu family of the 5 major families in Jinling, Chu Qingkai from the Chu family, and Yunyi from the Yun family in the imperial capital. These are all women on the surface. The message also mentioned that Yu Ran's maid Bai Yuan and his subordinate Lian may be related, but I can't be sure. Basically, these are the women Yu Ran sees on the outside. Except for Ansuandi and Su Jian, who are very hidden, basically all of them have been found out. So Yu Ran's lust is almost always on the surface. Is Wu Qing a beauty? She must be a stunning beauty. She might be ugly to be the #1 heroine in the book. Xiao Feng has seen countless beauties, and he was shocked when he first met Wu Qing, otherwise this 3-year agreement may not have been maintained. So when Yu Ran saw Wu Qing, Xiao Feng's face turned dark and he was furious. There is always a feeling of being cuckolded. In his opinion, Yu Ran had no motive for meeting Wu Qing at all, it must have been for beauty. Su Jianqian even recommended Wu Qing to Yu Ran in order to consolidate her position, and even Su Jianqian hated him. Just as Xiao Feng was thinking about it, Wu Jingchang, Wu Qing's second brother from the Wu family, happened to pass by and glanced at Wu Qing, whose face was as black as coal. You loser, who are you showing off to? Why don't you clean up properly? Xiao Feng was furious, and Wu Jingchang's words made him furious. Wu Jingchang had insulted him countless times in the past 3 years. He is the one who targets him and Wu Qing the most among all the people in the Wu family. Without him, he is jealous that Wu Qing is better than him. Seeing Xiao Feng's cold gaze, Wu Jingchang smiled and went over to pat Xiao Feng's face. Hey, you have such a bad temper, how dare you glare at me? You useless thing, my Wu family has fed you well and fed you for 3 years, how dare you do this to me? With a bang, many members of the Wu family heard the noise. When they rushed over, they only found Wu Jingchang hunched over on the ground. Wu Jingchang held his abdomen with both hands, looked painful, and said through gritted teeth. This trash, how dare you hit me? After hearing this, all the Wu family members accused Xiao Feng. What a white-eyed wolf! He eats our food, drinks our food, and even dares to hit people. God of lawlessness! Why are you staring? You want to kill someone and silence them. Just as he was speaking, the accusing woman next to her trembled, as if she was sinking into a mountain of corpses in a sea of blood. Xiao Feng's casual release of murderous intent made her tremble all over and she couldn't help but shrink back. What's going on? Wu Qing had already arrived at the scene. She was planning to meet Yu Ran in her room tomorrow, but she didn't expect such a thing to happen. Third sister, you are so cruel. Did you instigate Xiao Feng to do this? Did you want to destroy me and take over the power of the Wu family? Wu Jingchang didn't care, he just went up and bit him randomly. Wu Qing's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Xiao Feng next to him and saw that there was no rebuttal, and his heart skipped a beat. Soon people from the Wu family arrived one after another. Master of the family, you have to make the decision for my son. He has shed blood and made meritorious deeds for the family. Wu Qing is so cruel today. Wu Jingchang's mother, Bao Luanfeng, followed her son and bit Wu Qing to death regardless of what happened. As for Xiao Feng, who cares whether he lives or lives as a son-in-law? The head of the house looked serious and looked at Wu Qing. Wu Qing, what's going on? The head of the family is Wu Qing's uncle, named Wu Qingtian. Although he cannot enforce the law impartially and distinguish right from wrong like Bao Qingtian, he can still drink a bowl of water. Otherwise, Wu Qing would have been doomed at home. I don't know about this matter, master. I didn't instigate it. Xiao Feng, can you tell me what's going on? Wu Qing really didn't know what was going on and quickly asked Xiao Feng to speak. Xiao Feng just had a stern look on his face. He had clearly restrained his force in the punch just now. Wu Jingchong was not injured at all. He insulted me and I punched him. Xiao Feng didn't want to explain at first, but after thinking about it, he said it. After all, Wu Qing was extremely kind to him. Insulting you? Does telling the truth count as insulting? You loser, and why didn't you hit me before, but why are you hitting me now? Who would believe it if it wasn't Wu Qing's instigation? Wu Jingchong, who was lying on the ground, screamed, just to pass the blame to Wu Qing. It was really useless for him to deal with his son-in-law. Master, I don't have one. Wu Qing could only deny it. Wu Qingtian glanced at Wu Jingchong and then at Xiao Feng. I made some decisions in my heart. This matter probably has nothing to do with Wu Qing, but punishing Xiao Feng is useless, and Wu Jingchong cannot give up. Well, after all, it was Xiao Feng who did this first, and it is considered his fault. You will pay for Wu Jingchong's medical expenses, and Xiao Feng just apologizes to him. Wu Qingtian was already impartial, but in Xiao Feng's eyes, this was partiality. Why should he be punished for hitting someone, but Wu Jingchong is not punished for cursing others? The 3-year period has come, do you think he will be punished? I refuse. Xiao Feng looked at everything around him coldly, and the aura emanating from his body made everyone shiver. Chapter 250 Meeting Wu Qing. Xiao Feng. Wu Jingchong's mother Bao Luanfeng screamed, as if Xiao Feng had committed some unforgivable crime. Wu Qing felt a little uncomfortable being caught in the middle. Although she knew little about Xiao Feng after being together for 3 years, Xiao Feng never seemed to apologize. He didn't care about other people's humiliation. Although Xiao Feng was wrong about this matter, Wu Jingchong also insulted him first. I paid the compensation, so let's forget about it. Wu Qing still stood up to defend Xiao Feng. After all, Xiao Feng was her husband in name. The most important thing was that Wu Jingchong and Bao Luanfeng were just here for her. Compensation, what are you going to pay for it? Your own company is about to go bankrupt. Do you still have money? Tuqiang saw that Wu Qing instantly caught Bao Luanfeng's intention. She was targeting Wu Qing, but she said it so perfectly that you couldn't find anything wrong with it. Yes, there are still 2 weeks until the end of the month. I will let you see that the company's situation has improved. Wu Qing, this is what you said. What if it doesn't work? Wu Jing was anxious. If Wu Qing stepped down, he could naturally take over some power. Then I'll leave Wu's cosmetics branch to you. Wu Qing knew that these people simply refused to let go of the rabbit, but what else could he do except follow the path? It is impossible for Xiao Feng to apologize. This is a deadlock. If it really breaks down, few people will support her. Bao Luanfeng can also complete her task. That's what you said. Ouch, it hurts me so much. Mom will take me to the doctor to have a look. Bao Luanfeng helped Wu Jingchong away. Okay, no one is watching, just stand up. Bao Luanfeng's expression calmed down, not looking like the shrew just now. Everything was serving the purpose. The intrigues of big families have always been like this. I won't pretend that you will be the first to die. For example, Wu Qing, if it weren't for her outstanding work ability, all her bones would have been eaten long ago. Even so, Bao Luanfeng wants to pick the peaches she planted. Mom, it's not that I can't get up, it's just that it hurts. That BCH was so cruel, ouch. Just remember not to be so hasty and just guide Wu Qing to talk, otherwise someone will gossip about you. Wu Jingchong nodded, absorbed the lesson his mother gave him, and looked back at Wu Qing's location. Hey, if you can't do it in a week, just wait to die. After the farce was over, Wu Qing sat in her boudoir and was extremely calm. She had expected this since her second uncle gave her this empty shell company. But her heart is really too dark. Wu's cosmetics branch is her hard work. She will never give in. Tomorrow's meeting with Yu Ran will be a turning point, she must seize it. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Xiao Feng was a little embarrassed when he came in. After all, he was also the god of war in the north, so he knew he had been tricked just now. If I had known if I had used some secret power, Wu Jingchong would really have turned into a dead man. I'm sorry, Wu Qing, it's my fault. I will help you solve this matter. Xiao Feng's apology was sincere, and in his opinion it was not difficult to resolve the matter. Isn't it just a debt? He asked a few brothers to do some work without fear of not being able to come back. In addition, he also had his own channels for Wu Qing to establish relationships with other companies. Help Wu Qing solve the company's current difficulties. Okay, just don't cause trouble and go out. I still have to think about how to impress Mr. Yu tomorrow. Xiao Feng was stunned at first, and then ignited an unknown fire. You actually want to beg Yu Ran and impress him? He could even imagine the scene tomorrow. Greasy Yu Ran leaned against the door, and the bubble sound sounded. Woman, you have successfully attracted my attention. As long as you don't go back today, I will help you solve the investment problem. No, I'm a married woman. That would turn me on even more. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng almost vomited. Yu Ran used to be a playboy and lustful, so that's probably what happened. Wu Qing probably didn't expect Xiao Feng's imagination to be so exaggerated. She was just thinking about how she could impress Yu Ran to invest in her. Qian had given her this rare opportunity and she must seize it. At this time, Su Qian was lying in Yu Ran's arms, breathing heavily, and Yu Ran was teasing her. Fight me, little one. Just now he felt that someone was saying bad things about him. It must be that this little girl was unwilling to accept it. I can't fight, I can't fight. My husband, I can't do it alone. Why don't you take Wu Qing in too? Yu Ran's hand holding Su Qian stiffened for a moment. What was going on? Is his purpose so obvious? Or is it that his woman has already helped him take the initiative to develop offline? Is my Lao Yu really so charming? What are you thinking about? Your husband is so hungry that he doesn't even spare married women. My husband is fine. Wu Qing's husband is a waste. Wu Qing told me directly that he sleeps on the sofa all the time. When I met Wu Qing, I said they would probably separate in a year. The most important thing is that Qing really very beautiful. Hubby, you will definitely like it. Yu Ran raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Wu Qing and Su Qian had a really good relationship. They had told Su Qian about their 3-year appointment and family matters. This is not because he wanted to take action, it was really his woman who forced him. He is passive. Well, even dogs wouldn't believe it. The sun was rising, but Su Qian was still lying in bed without getting up. Yu Su's company was on the right track, and she could take a proper rest. Yu Ran casually wore casual clothes to meet Wu Qing. For a person of his status, wearing shorts and slippers would be considered fashionable. Most of the time, there is no need to dress up deliberately. Hello, Mr. Yu. Yu Ran met Wu Qing in So Kyunkin's office, but it was the first time they met. Yu Ran nodded slightly, she was indeed beautiful. Wu Qing specially put on some light makeup today. Her face is delicate and picturesque, and her fair skin is as delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, exuding a slight luster in the sun. The curved willow eyebrows are as slender and elegant as the crescent moon. Under the eyebrows are a pair of bright and deep big eyes. The eyes are like bright gems, shining with confidence and intelligence. The high bridge of her nose makes the outline of her face more three-dimensional. Below it is a pink cherry mouth with beautiful lips. The slightly raised corners of her mouth always seem to have a faint smile, which makes people feel like spring breeze. Her long black and bright hair falls on her shoulders like a waterfall, and the slightly curly hair tips add a bit of playfulness and charm. Her every move exudes elegance and confidence. Whether it is a light step or an inadvertent gesture, she shows a unique charm. Urban beauty, these 4 words came to Yu Ran's mind. Yu Ran did not lose his composure. Although she was very beautiful, she was not to the point of turning all living beings upside down. Wu Qing also dressed up in order to express his formality. Hello, Miss Wu Qing, I just have a question. How is your relationship with Qian Qian? Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.